Hello everyone, and welcome to the epic 5-hour superhero rewind movie telethon, essentially, donation stream. What's going on, folks? It's me, Captain Logan, and joining me tonight is Austin, the Day Ghost.
What's up?
Austin, thanks a lot for being here with me to do this. This is a thing that I've been trying to decide when exactly we were going to go ahead and finally do. This seemed like the right week. I was taking the week off from regular content, and I thought it would be a good idea to go ahead and do it now when I wasn't really focusing on anything else.
Whoa, and you've got fingerless gloves.
Oh, I do. Yes, indeed.
That's epic.
We're getting into winter now, so I wear these quite a bit, even around the house. I have this
Sorry
stupid.
to throw you off.
No, you're fine. I have this. You know about this. We got time to kill. It's fine. I've got this stupid temperature thing. I don't know if I've ever really talked about this publicly, but like I have to cover up certain parts of my body when the temperature changes, or I go into like insane, crazy sneezing fits, like 5, 10, 15, 20 in a row sometimes. And this year, it's been unusually bad, and I had to resort to wearing gloves around the house.
That just makes you look cool.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I told my wife, I was like, okay, don't make fun of me when I start wearing fingerless gloves around the house. She was like, I don't know, it looks cool.
No, nothing funny about that.
Well, anyway, the other reason I wanted to go ahead and do this now is because I have the script for the movie 100% done now, and I just finished the second draft of it. So I'll be tweaking it, of course, as we get into planning and shooting the film next year, but it is more or less ready. And what we've got to do now is get really organized and figure out, when we're shooting things and get, order of scenes together and all of that for next year, and start building funds and getting props and costumes and things together. So there's going to be a lot of work for this thing, and I wanted to kind of clue everybody in a little bit that hasn't heard me talk about this yet, because some folks, when I mentioned it last week and was like, would you like to see, if you're interested in helping with this project, should I do it through a Kickstarter or should I do, donation streams, fundraiser streams? And everybody said both, Austin, or a lot of people said both. So I was like, well, let's go ahead and do at least a couple of these and see how it goes. And if we think we need more funding beyond that, I might still do a Kickstarter as well. We're going to do perks regardless of how you donate. And these will be more or less the same perks that I'll do on Kickstarter if there is a Kickstarter. And I'll go through those here in just a little bit. But people were like, okay, Cap, that sounds cool and all, but like, what even is this project? Apparently, a few people had not even heard me talk about this yet, Austin. So I wanted to go ahead and open this just I'm going to do the annoying Hollywood thing, where I'm going to be really vague and ambiguous about what exactly the movie is, because I don't want to give away too much. And I don't want this whole stream to be people asking about plot and character and story and stuff, because I don't want to give too much away. I got to be careful about that. Sometimes I feel like maybe I've already told folks a little bit too much about this. Like if you go back over the last couple of months, when I first started talking about this project, I mean, maybe more like 3 or 4 months ago, and you piece together everything, I've probably revealed a little bit more than I ever even intended to, and there's a couple things that I don't know if I've actually brought up yet and talked about, so I'm trying to be kind of careful about it. But here's what I can tell you. It's going to be a feature. It's going to be a fictitious film, as far as you know. It might be a documentary, like Spawn Year. And I'm kidding. The joke in Spawn Year is that all of it actually really happened, and this will also kind of have that. But it's not going to be like Spawn Year, where it's built around reviews. Of course, it is about review, but it isn't like Spawn Year, where I'm taking a piece and building a whole story around the review. It's a story in the first place. It's about a fictional version of me again, and it's in the same continuity as Spawn Year, and it's very much a follow-up to Spawn Year, but if you haven't seen any of that series, you shouldn't have any trouble following it, certainly. But folks that did watch that, were fans of that, I think will appreciate some of the follow-up stuff that I'm doing with it. And the way I've been describing it to folks is it is Superhero Rewind the movie. So it is about superhero movies, it is about superhero movie criticism, and it is in and of itself a superhero movie. It is a triple entendre, at least, title. And it's also a time travel story. And I'm going to be playing multiple versions of myself, possibly sometimes even all on screen together. And Jason is going to be playing a version of me, a 12-year-old version of me from the past, from 1996. And it's right now the script is clocking in just under 2 hours. I think that's probably what the actual runtime will be. It'll probably be around 2 hours, but who knows till we get into the proverbial editing bay. Connor just messaged me and said that he is actually available earlier than he thought he would be, so I'm going to bring him in here in just a minute. We're going to have guests in and out throughout the evening, folks. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in Connor, but a little bit later we'll see Dan Torrey, and Jason is going to be here a little bit later, and some other folks. I'm not even going to say who else, but some other people. And well, I shouldn't do that because then people are going to like start expecting, like big deal. I didn't invite Vince.
Like
Vince was
McFarlane will come.
No, McFarlane won't be here. I should have asked him though.
Yeah,
Vince. I thought about inviting, but I was talking to him about something else we were going to do next week, and he sounded really busy. So he's not going to be here, but you'll see some other folks. Anyway. Let me go ahead and bring in Connor, and then I'll explain the donation perks and how this whole thing is going to work tonight. And we're going to chat with you guys tonight, kind of like a Captain Logan show. And this is in lieu of the regular Captain Logan show. This is actually the same time slot we usually do that show. Also, Austin, DJ might be here later as well. All kinds of random folks are going to come in and out. But we're going to answer questions like we always do, talk about whatever you guys want to. Austin and I have a couple of news topics that we wanted to bring up toward the beginning, kind of like a lead-in topic. But if there's anything else going on in pop culture you guys want to talk about, feel free to. Jason and I, a little bit later, if the mood strikes, might do a little bit of karaoke for you. We haven't done that in a long time. I've got some other ideas here and there. And if there's anything, this is going to be a fun, laid-back, lengthy stream. We're going to go until midnight at least. Unless just, everybody leaves earlier than that, nobody cares anymore. But the plan right now is to go for 5 hours. The plan right now is to go 5 hours. And if there's something you guys would really like us to talk about, or some kind of silly activity you want to pitch, you want to throw out there, we're open. We're open to things. Let me go ahead and bring Connor in here.
Later.
Welcome everybody. What do you want to improv?
Well, you can't plan it. It's the whole point of improv.
Oh, that's a good point. Hold on.
I'm sure Dan will want to bring up the Apes trailer when he gets here, because he's all aped out.
He's all aped out?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time getting... Why isn't it letting me put Connor in this call? I tried to hit the add button, it wouldn't let me. And all it's doing is showing people... hold on. If I hit...
What a great start.
Oh, yeah, I know. You have to hit call. Because what it looks like is if you hit call, it will hang up on the other person, but it doesn't do that.
No.
Yeah, it's very counterintuitive. You hit a button that says call, and then you press add after that.
Yeah, mine reorganized my screen when he had it. That was weird.
No, it does that to me too, and now I'm gonna have to change the size of everything here.
I guess because it's changed yours.
Connor, are you with us here?
Yeah. Can you guys see me?
Not yet.
No.
But I can't hear
see
you, which is progress. Yeah, this show really is off to a spectacular start.
No, it's probably my issues. I have been having internet issues all day long.
Oh no! Well, at least we can hear you.
That's cool.
And then you just had this dramatic expression.
Dramatic pose.
This dramatic pose, as if you're trying to look at the sun with sunglasses, going like, "Look how badass I am! I can look at the sun directly."
Oh my gosh, that picture requires, I guess, an explanation. My twin brother and I were doing you know, my buddy.
He's also your buddy, your friend.
Top Gun Maverick had just come out, and I have like a bomber jacket that's like leather, and I'm like, oh, that'd be fun if we did like a Top Gun shoot. He was trying to get like pictures in that summer. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And then now it's being broadcast over the internet, so it's not as inside as it once was.
I don't know if you know this, but you're able to pick any picture you want for that.
That is true. I just haven't really used Skype that often in like the last few months.
Did Spencer pull a gun on you for trying to spoil Top Gun Maverick, Connor?
I feel like I'm missing
got a gun.
It's the craziest news story I've seen all day. It's not like a cop got charged with pulling a gun on another cop because he threatened to spoil Top Gun Maverick.
Oh, that actually happened?
Yeah.
That you just found out about it today, or this recently happened?
No, like an hour ago I saw it.
Dude, that movie's been out for like 2 years.
Well, yeah, I think
year and a
like
half.
They've gone through like the court process, so like it's news again now. Maybe
I see. Well, that's what I was wondering, is if it just happened, and it's like, dude, you're so lazy. Just watch that movie. It's streaming now.
Yeah, it's probably still in the theater, honestly.
Well, anyway, Connor, I was just explaining to everybody about the movie and how the donation thing is going to work tonight. So I want to go through the perks that I'm offering and also just the donation process itself. We're going to run this kind of like a telethon, so Austin can be Jerry Lewis, I guess, and we're going to be taking donations throughout the night. If you're so inclined, if you want to help us out with this, I'm going to keep track of the dollar amounts that everybody puts in. So if you collectively get to a higher perk, I will honor that. I will count that. Let me also say that if you're more comfortable helping us out with this through a Kickstarter, we may eventually have a Kickstarter, but if we do well enough with these streams, I won't feel the need to do that. Like I said, I wanted to try this first, so feel free to wait in case that happens, and if it doesn't work out that way, and you still want to put in a donation to get one of these perks, just let me know, and we can do this offline easily. Well, I mean, you would still need an internet connection, but we can do it not live still very easily. So a couple of different ways, and you can see this in the description for the live stream, that you can donate tonight. Super chats, as we always do with the Captain Logan Show and other live streams here on the channel, but keep in mind, and I don't say this to deter anybody from doing that, but sometimes people ask me to give another alternative so that we get more of a percentage of the proceeds, because YouTube takes some 30 or 35%, I think, from super chats. I don't remember what exactly the percentage is, but I wanted to give another avenue in case you wanted to make sure that we got more of it for the movie. So you can leave a super chat, and just keep in mind that YouTube takes a percentage of that, or you can do a donation through PayPal at my email address, which is in the description, and again, we'll get 100% of that, but we will honor the perks regardless of which direction you go with that. So however you want to handle it is cool, and I will periodically check the email and see if folks have put in for PayPal, just so that I can let you guys know that just so that people know that you helped us out, I guess. Anyway, so actually, before I mention the perks too, let me say we're gonna make this movie now regardless of what our ultimate budget ends up being. So if we all told get $100 to make this movie, the budget will be $100. It will be $100 Superhero Rewind movie. So I have a goal in mind. I would like to, at the upper side, I'd love to raise $5,000 for this. I think I can do pretty much everything that I've got cooking in the script for about $5,000. Now, it's an estimate. I've started an itemized list. I know more or less what we need to buy, but I can't be totally sure about what everything is going to cost yet, really. Like I said, I'm doing different versions of myself. I'm going to need makeup. I might need to get a makeup person. I don't know what that's going to cost. We're going to do this very much like a fan film. So let me back up for a second and say we're making no money whatsoever with this. Any proceeds we get for this go directly into making the movie, and the more we can raise, the better the production values for this film are going to be. And like I said, whatever that ends up being is what we're going to work with and make the movie. A lot like Spawn Year. I'll be working very much in the same kind of vein and the same spirit of Spawn Year. I didn't have a specific budget when I started that either. I just got out of my own pocket and made it for what I was able to make it with. I'm going to do the same thing with this. But the more you guys can help support the project, the better it will look. And I want to say you'll be able to see every set on screen, probably. So, we're going to need... we're gonna need makeup. We're gonna need some new equipment, probably. I'm definitely gonna need to invest in a big green screen rig, some things like that. I am definitely going to need money for vehicle rental and things like that. I'm hesitating because I don't want to tell you guys too much, but I also want you to know where the money is going to go. Costumes, props, etc., etc. But again, nobody's going to get paid unless there's anything that I just cannot do without paying somebody. Like I said, I may not be able to get away with doing this without a makeup artist that I have to pay, but even like the person that I'm talking to about scoring the movie, or at least partially scoring the movie, that will be pro bono, etc., etc. So, like I said, very fan filmy, and I've got Pierce working on costuming again, and there will be, like I said, it is a superhero movie. He is building a superhero suit for this, just like he did the Spawn costume for Spawn Year. So, while I was rambling on about that, Dan Torrey popped in. So now I'm going to bring Dan in, and then I'm finally going to explain the donations. Give me just a second here.
You're also gonna have to spend money on all those models and body doubles for all the full frontal scenes too.
I think I'm gonna drop out and try again so that my camera can maybe be on this time.
Oh, but I'm enjoying this as a bit.
Oh.
No, that's fine. We'll see in a little bit. Austin, do you feel like a professional right now?
Not really. Oh,
O'Connor's back. And there's Dan Torrey. Hi, Dan.
for a second I thought Dan
Hello.
was going to be the one with no video. The bit continues.
How you guys doing?
We're good,
Yeah,
man.
good.
Great.
So I've changed my mind. I'm actually really glad that Connor was able to get his camera on because it all looks so deliberate. Like, speaking of professionalism, he's got like the fire in the background. It looks fantastic.
You got like the fireplace channel behind you. It's awesome.
And now Austin's kind of freezing up for some reason.
Ah,
We just can't have nice things. Like, all the cameras can't work simultaneously. Okay, so Dan, I've been trying to introduce this stream for the last, like, 20 minutes now.
Oh, the introduction isn't over yet?
Not really, because I wanted to let people know what the movie was going to be, because I know there's folks that are kind of confused about what we're even making, so I had to
Oh,
discuss
no,
that a
I
little
get you.
bit. And I haven't gotten to what the donation perks are yet. So I'm going to explain that, and then we'll get into... I'll check the chat and see what's going on there, and then we'll get into a little bit of Captain Logan Show Ask News items. So here's how the donation perks are going to work tonight. Most of it is... not stuff that we ship to your house, but the highest tiered thing is, so everybody that donates at least $5, your name will be in the credits at the end of the movie. At $10, you'll get to see the film a week early, as well as getting your name in the credits. And just like if we were doing a Kickstarter, everything that is in the earlier tiers for donations, you'll get with the higher tiers as well. So for a $20 donation or better, you'll get those two things plus a private virtual screening with me and as much of the crew as I can amass to hang out and watch it together. And the way that's going to work is it'll be kind of like the way we do After Dark, where we won't all be in a call together, but the folks that are watching will get a private link to watch the movie along with us. So we're not going to talk over the movie, but we'll do like an introduction and talk to you a little bit beforehand. We'll watch the movie and then we'll have a Q&A afterwards. So that's how that's going to go. And again, that's going to be a day before the early link goes up. And then for $35, you can get a PDF of both the rough and the final drafts. And I just finished the second draft. It might not be the final draft. I'm still tweaking things here and there. But I do have the original draft that I had workshopped by my creative writing workshop, and there are very significant changes that have happened with it, and Connor has read that script, and some of the new changes are due to ideas that Connor and some of our other folks in the workshop have thrown at us. I also should say real quick that Austin has started the script, but he's lazy and he hasn't finished reading it, so he knows some of what's there. And
I was getting thrown on the bus.
But Austin is in the movie, and he has some dialogue, and Dan, you are also in the movie, and you've not read it yet, and I know you don't know what you're doing yet, but I think you'll be pretty happy with what I gave you.
I can't wait to see what it is. I'm excited.
I'm having a hard time not giving everything away. That's going to be the toughest thing through this stream. Anyway, so that's at the $35 tier for donations, and I think that one's going to be really fun for people. And then for $50, you get your username in a scene. There's at least one place in the movie where there are going to be showcased YouTube users, and people will get to see your name actually in the film. Or if you don't want that, you can instead suggest a terrible superhero movie title which will appear in the film, because that's another thing that's going to happen with quite a bit. Connor knows what I'm talking about with the movie. In the futuristic section, we find that there are lots of new, horrible, bafflingly bad sounding superhero movies, and I'm going to be making box art and sides of boxes with the names of those movies, and I've got room for more. So at that $50 place, you can suggest one of those movies, and it will get in the movie somewhere. And then for $75 or better, you'll get a printed script signed by me and as much of the crew as it makes sense to actually physically sign a script. So probably not Dan because he lives in New York City, but at least me and Brandon and Vince and my wife and anybody locally that's helping us out, or anybody that's actually able to come here. Because I said maybe not Connor. Connor is gonna try to come to help us shoot at least some of the days. So I'll make sure and get my ducks in a row and have those out so that he can sign those. I'm also...
You should have like a Geekvolution constitutional convention, like invite everyone into town, sign the document,
Now I'm just having Hamilton flashbacks again.
You have those Facebook
I was
ads where
invited
it's,
to the
some celebrity
constitutional
holding a
convention.
shirt of all the signatures.
I'm sorry, what, Austin?
Said we can do those Facebook ads where it's like some celebrity holding a shirt and where it's like every signature on it. There's fake things. We have one of those made.
I didn't want to promise this because it's not made yet. We're at the very, earliest stages of this stuff, so I don't even have a logo for the movie yet. DJ is going to be working on that soon. But with the printed script, the plan right now, and this will almost certainly happen, but, I didn't want to promise anything. I've got Ty working on a teaser, Tyler Overall, working on a teaser poster for the movie, and that should be on a title page that will also come with your printed script. So that will be a really cool thing too. I just can't tell you what it's going to look like yet. All I'll tell you is it is a parody of a Wolverine comic cover, because we're doing a whole old man Captain Logan thing. with the movie. And he and I kind of got our heads together the other day and came up with, I think, a really cool idea for that. And no pressure on him, but he's supposed to start working on that this weekend. So you'll get to see it not too long from now, and that'll be a thing that you can get with this as well. Anyway, so as always, I took way too long to explain all of that, but that's what we're doing. And now, let me see if what's happening with the comments here. We've already got a super chat, at least one, so let me go ahead and read that.
Oh, we got 4.
Oh, we got 4? Okay, so I've got to actually keep track of these tonight, and I don't have DJ, so everybody bear with me as I
can
write,
see all of them.
as I write these things down, because I've got to get usernames and chat values. And then if you donate tonight, folks, just do me a favor and send me an email in the email address that's in the description, CaptainLogan1989@gmail.com, because YouTube doesn't have any way for me to just contact you directly. That's the only problem with doing this over a Kickstarter. So email me so that I know, first of all, what name you want used in the movie, and second of all, so that I have a place to send you links for whatever perks you earn. So, Austin, would you go ahead and read Super Chats down? And, of course, as always, guys, you can ask questions with the Super Chats, and we will be doing regular Captain Logan Show questions all night long.
So No $5 says, can't wait for this movie. That's the first one.
No pressure,
then
folks.
The great and powerful Dodd gives $1.99, and he says, even the shills have turned on the Marvels. I don't know if you guys want to talk about that for a second before I go to the next one.
Go ahead and read the other.
it.
Go ahead and read the other ones down, and then we can talk about that in a minute. Connor, aren't you excited? Connor and I are going to review it next week. Aren't you excited?
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about it.
Let me go back to Noah for a second and say, Noah, thanks for the donation, and so his name will be in the movie now, and now officially, because there is a super chat, we have to make the movie. We officially now have to actually make the movie.
There we go. We got like a $20 budget. Alex Barron
And that's minus YouTube, Scott. So right now we have like a $15.50 budget.
Alex Barron gives $10 Canadian. He says, which comic book movie would be most improved if it was a Muppet musical? Who would be a Muppet and who would remain human?
Oh, that's a great question. I love that. Well, probably the Marvels, but I haven't
That's
seen
what I
it
was
yet.
going to say, yeah.
Yeah, that was gonna be my answer. But other than that,
The
I
first
saw-
Suicide Squad.
true. That's a good answer.
Oh, that's great. That's a
I-
great answer.
Well, what did you say, Austin?
The first Suicide Squad movie?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. I think honestly, Batman '89 would be a pretty cool Muppet movie. I think if you,
Yeah.
I don't know, because I could see like Harvey Dent being a Muppet, or like Jack Palance being a Muppet. And, I don't know. You keep.
Miss Piggy is Vicky Vale.
Yeah.
And then Batman's like, you weigh a little. Batman is of course Kermit the Frog, and he's like, I can't do a good Kermit, but he's like, you weigh a little more than 108, and then Miss Piggy's like,
just
hey, it writes
But I also
itself.
think it'd be great just to see the Muppets on like those gothic sets and everything. It'd be wonderful.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I was gonna say Howard the Duck.
I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna go with Ant-Man 3 so that the movie is mildly entertaining.
What
Which Muppet?
what Muppet is MODOK?
Oh, yeah. Good
Um,
question.
He can. I'm not like a big Muppets guy. I don't know the names of
Swedish
all
Chef
of
can
them.
be MODOK.
There you go.
He just shows up and he's folding his just Swedish Chef's head, and he's like, I love it.
Perfection.
I love it so much. No, that's definitely what that movie needs is Muppets.
Need something.
Or anything.
Exactly.
Robert Wild gives $5. He says,
Thanks, Robert.
I've had a difficult week. My dog is sick, but he's getting better.
sorry to
Good
hear
luck
that.
with the movie. By the way, She-Hulk and Pirates 3 commentaries when thanks.
Pirates 3, we've been trying to get to forever. We've got a couple other things we have to do in the interim, but I'm hoping to get to that before Christmas. And then what's the other thing you asked?
She-Hulk.
She-Hulk will be 2 weeks from next Friday. So apologies, I had to take this week off. Next Friday, we're going to do the next double feature commentary set for Superhero Rewind, which will be vampire themed. It'll be Blade with the Batman versus Dracula. We're excited about that. It's all Halloween-y, but we got too far past Halloween. But whatever, we're still doing that. And then the week after that, we'll do She-Hulk.
And I'm so excited.
He just can't hide it.
Yep.
You know what we're going to say at the end of She-Hulk? We're going to say, you know what this needed? Muppets.
Muppets. Or we'll be saying, well, at least it wasn't Secret Invasion.
I think that's honestly probably going to be the review.
Yeah.
As someone who has subjected himself to that show, you may have spoken too soon.
Oh, no. Dan, I know you have a law degree, but still, why?
She-Hulk is probably my favorite girl superhero. I love that character. I've read most of her appearances in solo series and all that. So I just didn't want to miss out on seeing what they did with the first time they put her in something.
Yeah.
And I was it wasn't for me.
So,
I too
that was
have
really
seen She-Hulk.
that was really diplomatic of you, Dan. Did you watch that show and find yourself going, man, I love She-Hulk. I sure wish these people did.
Yeah, but that's my reaction to everything Marvel Studios produces now. So
So Dan, I want to say I think my movie might end up being a little bit cathartic for you.
Oh, I'm excited.
Because it's got reverence for superhero movies, certainly. I mean, it's what I've been doing with myself for 14 years, right?
Yeah, of course.
There's also a bit of an irreverence.
Well, I think that's needed. I think if the genre has any possibility of surviving, it needs to be lampooned into being embarrassed of its current state and improve.
I'm glad you agree with that. I think you're gonna like that script. I'm excited. I'm excited to send it to you, Dan.
Well, one of the things I didn't want to interrupt you earlier. I was
No.
going to ask you
Yeah.
about the far-flung future. It sounds like that takes place next year, with all the bad superhero titles.
So the one thing I'll say about that, Dan, because I'm trying not to give too much away, but it is a future in which these things still get made, but far fewer people are watching them.
So it's next year.
But far fewer. But
okay.
But yeah. I also wrote most of the first draft, or at least 2/3 of it, before The Flash came out, and it was a little weird finishing it after that.
So you did it pre-Babies and Microwaves, and then finished it post-Babies and Microwaves.
Yes, but you better believe that there is in fact a reference to Babies and Microwaves now in the movie.
That's awesome.
Because there has to be. How do you not? Okay, any other super chat so far?
Yes, so $5 from Carl Maxey. He says Secret Invasion, parts of Thor 4, and Ant-Man 3 are legit bad, but Feige has earned too much goodwill for me to give up on the MCU as a whole.
Well, I'm glad there's one person.
No, that's fair. It's just I'm obviously not rooting for them to fail. I've said that a lot, and I'm open to individual great movies, but gone so far anyway for me are the days where I was remotely invested in the universe, and I really want to reboot, and I don't see that happening anytime soon, or possibly ever, but that's really what they need. If they're able to turn the thing around to where folks like Dan suddenly care again, there's going to be this kind of black mark period where you're going to look back and they're going to have to just kind of ignore a lot of what they did post Endgame up to just now, really.
I mean, I agree with your general sentiment. I kind of do want them to fail in the short term so that they're forced to change. And I think that's starting to happen. Like, I think the critical mass of Disney as a company in general, like just producing like machine movie trash and no one's seeing the movies, is really good and healthy at the end of the day. Like, obviously, I feel for the people that are involved in these movies and put a lot of hard work into them, but like, if we're going to keep making these big blockbuster movies and retaining an audience for them, like, the ones that are not written well need to fail, I think.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I guess when I say I'm not rooting for them to fail, I feel like there's some folks that are so down on the MCU now that even if it got better, they would just kind of ignore that and are really just ready for superhero movies to not be a thing anymore. And I get being burnt out. I sympathize with that to some degree, certainly. But I guess I mean more like failing critically as opposed to commercially. Like, I want them to be good. I want them to get good again.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably at the end of the day what everyone wants, even if they're like, angry about it on the internet or whatever. Like, I think deep down, if like Marvel really did start to turn it around, like even the people that you're talking about now would be like, oh, I'm curious enough, maybe like, a year from after my seething rage has died down, I'll check out, the things that people say are good, at least hopefully.
Yeah. Feige's are like, my benefit of the doubt. I just kind of question, like, since 2021, how much Kevin Feige is even involved as much, just way too much. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like there's nothing. I don't know. Like, I don't feel like a stamp from even him. So no, I don't feel like he's failing so much as he's just not really involved. That's what kind of comes across to me.
I mean, it helps when they're making like 8,000 things a year. Phase 5 started this year, and we've had 5 projects in it.
Yeah, like how involved could he even necessarily be in each individual project?
Yeah, he seems spread really thin. I think like I totally agree, Connor. I think the emergence of Disney Plus has really hurt Disney as a company. I think they've successfully like tanked the interest from at least a third of their prior audience in Star Wars and Marvel both.
Oh yeah,
Star
I totally
Wars
agree
maybe
with that.
even more so,
And Pixar, just kind
That
of
too.
all around, yeah.
I hate Disney Plus. Just everything about it.
Yeah, and there's a couple things here and there that I've liked okay, but even when I started Disney Plus show and it has a pretty good first episode or second episode, I can't get excited about finishing it because I'm afraid they can't stick the landing. Like, I'm afraid none of them can stick the landing. So I never finished them. Like we were talking about Muppets earlier, I started Mayhem and actually was really enjoying it. I love the Electric Mayhem. They got all the voices right. The humor is in the timing is there. Like, it's surprisingly good. But I watched 2 episodes and I was like, I'm scared this will suck at the end. I don't know if I'm going to keep watching it.
And Disney Plus is just my official Simpsons streaming service.
And you have to pay for it because they're never going to put all of that on disc.
Can you buy those seasons on like Amazon Prime? Like, if you wanted to, I'm curious.
That's what I'm saying is up to a certain year, and then they just quit putting them out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Austin, do you remember what season? Like, they go up through at least 20 or 25?
It's 20 something. Yeah, maybe like 25 to like late 20s. I can't remember.
Yeah, and then they just shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I am looking at some comments here, and I want to address a few things here and there. Let me go ahead and just get this knocked out real quick. Thomas Lowe wants to know if Eric's going to be on stream. No, Eric will not be here tonight. Eric is doing his own thing. He's got better things to do. I haven't even heard from Eric in quite a while now, but I don't know. I think he's doing good. I should message him anyway. And then Alex Barron says, I hope it's a pretentious art house A24 movie with a bunch of long shots of the forest with dissonant string music. Now, look, I'll take suggestions like that. Like, I could filter that script through a number of different cinematography lenses. I'm trying to decide what adjective I want. Noah says this will be the best YouTuber movie. I mean, that's probably not true, but also I don't think the standards are real high.
I don't
It's
know
like
that.
the Flea, and then everything else is kind of beneath that.
What is that?
The third nostalgia critic film in that great
Oh
film.
no! I should have known that was a joke.
We also did get
joke.
the Oscar-winning Boogie documentary recently. That we're
is
going to be
true,
competing
too.
against that. So
Yeah, I saw that in my feed the other day, and I was like, am I actually gonna watch that? I don't know if I'm gonna watch that.
Cap, knowing you, I am advising you to please never put that on the screen ever.
Hey, I might be in the minority. I don't hate Space Cop.
I still have to see Space Cop.
I have seen Space Cop. I didn't hate it.
I want to see Feeding Frenzy because I've seen that trailer like 8,000 times.
See, that's where I draw the line because I just don't like gross out stuff.
Oh, okay.
Now, to be fair, if you're not already a giant Red Letter Media person, there's no way you'd like Space Cop. But if you love those guys, Space Cop's pretty good.
Yeah, it's usually the case for those YouTuber movies.
Thomas Lowe, at least, yeah. Well, and this, I think Connor's exact words were self-indulgent when he read my script, and everybody in the workshop said that. They were like, but like it has to be because of what it is. So
is there any YouTuber movie that's not though?
Yeah, I mean, like the AVGN movie is that way. This, a lot of people hated that. I like that more than probably anybody on the planet. Although you and I did a commentary, you didn't hate that.
Yeah, but I've also, I don't know. I was also a little soft on it.
I'm sorry, Dan. What was that?
Your YouTube movie should be about the Ukraine, obviously. That's what it should be about, not self-indulgent.
I'm trying not to give things away.
I really hope Vladimir Zelensky is in your movie now. That's exciting.
We've got some more super chats. We'll read those in a second. Thank you guys so much for the donations.
And Brightburn says he sent you a $20 PayPal thing.
Thank you.
That's like fixed in the chat.
Yeah, please let us know about that. And Austin is reading all the chat. It would be easier if you could just tell us in the regular chat about that. And I'm sorry, who was that again? Brightburn?
Brightburn, yeah.
Thank you very much. You said 20?
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay, well, I'll be able to look at it later, but I'll take his word for it and just write it down for now. I wanted to read this comment before we went any farther. Thomas Lowe says, at least tell us the full cast of the movie. I don't know if I want to give a cast list. Because, Connor, let me ask you this. Do you agree with this? I think cast lists give too much away. I don't get why we lead with that. I don't like that we get cast lists before anything else, like a complete cast list where we can't keep leave anything in the imagination. And I don't like that scores come out early.
I agree with you there. I remember the only cast list I ever really looked at was ahead of the third season of Twin Peaks. They had revealed like a monstrous cast list, and I'm like, oh, Jane Levy's in this. There were some like notable names. I'm like, oh my god! And then you watch that season, and those notable names are in one scene total, and you're like, oh, well, why did I get excited about Jane Levy being in this? She was in exactly one scene. So yeah, I don't like getting a cast list personally, but also like you haven't made it yet. You know what I mean? Like you don't necessarily know who you might get for everything. And, you know, even if you have something lined up, it could fall through. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the very, very early stages. Like I said, I just got a script done. When Dan did his recent Kickstarter, he was smarter than me because he had, like, stuff made.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I was following the playbook that most other comic creators do, and I asked for advice from a lot of people before I launched it. So it wasn't like super original ideas or anything. That's what most people do.
No, absolutely. But I'm complimenting you because you were very professional about it, and
Well, thank you. I tried.
I'm admittedly doing
Happy
this.
professional, but professional.
I'm admittedly handling this particular stream in a more half-assed way than that. But in my defense, I kind of wanted to just get the ball rolling and see if we could get a budget started. And you guys will start seeing things not too long from now. Like I said, we'll have a logo soon. We'll have a teaser trailer as soon as we've shot some things. But principal photography is not going to start until probably April of next year. Certainly spring or like late winter. Could be as early as March, probably more like April. We're going to lead with some of the stuff that Jason is in, because I don't want him to get too old in the process of shooting this. He's got to play 12 as it is, and he's already 13 and his voice is dropped, so we're already going to have to use our imagination a little bit. But as soon as his voice got deeper, I went, because we were going to rush it and try to shoot all of his stuff in November, like this month, and as soon as his voice dropped and people started commenting about it in one of the streams, I was like, you know what? Forget it. Like, there's no reason to rush it now, because he can't sound that much deeper in 6 months.
Can we at least announce that Sean Levy is directing?
I will give you guys some of the cast that I know for sure will be there, and a couple people that are trying really hard. So Austin will be in the movie as himself. He may also be flying here to play an additional role. Dan will be in the movie as himself. I don't want to say anything more than that. And if we could get him here too, that would also be great. I don't know if that's going to work out. We haven't talked about it. Connor is going to try to be here to shoot for at least a couple of days. We don't have a part lined up for him. He's going to do a lot of behind the scenes stuff for me because he's got, experience in a way that I don't, and he's gonna get to see the really grassroots half-assed way I work, which is with little to no equipment except for the very bare minimum. Wait till you see how I diffuse light, Connor. It's great.
Wait, you have not seen how I made a short film recently. We had people hanging out the back of cars, and
Hell yeah.
it was.
Oh, great.
We got
Okay,
the cops
so
called on us.
you'll be right at
And-
home.
Yeah, we got the cops called on us. Luckily, we got done shooting in time, and then the cops were like, "Was there people hanging out of cars?" I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about, officer. We're just hanging out here on the side of the road." So, with a little luck, we can do it.
Okay, cool. So I'm not intimidated by you anymore. I have to be honest with you. Like I said, I don't have a part lined up specifically for Connor yet, but there are a couple of different things he could potentially play. I've got some smaller roles and cameo type things that I don't have specific people in mind for. Brandon will be in the movie and will have a significant role. I will tell you that.
Yes.
Brandon's got some heavy lifting to do. Let me tell you, to the point where I sent him the script. I think he's looked at a little bit of it, but we're gonna have to start rehearsals not too long from now because he's got some dialogue to memorize. And then, like I said, Jason is in it, and he's gonna be playing a younger version of me. Vince is in it, but I won't say to what capacity. I won't say how much you'll see him, but he is in the movie. Because everybody's like, oh God, is Doomas Vince in it? How much Doomas Vince? I'm not going to tell you that yet, but I will tell you that Vince will be in the film, and that's all you get with that. Who else? Kareem is going to drive up for it. And
that's awesome.
he and I are working on dates now to figure out when he's going to be out here, and he is playing a supporting role. He'll be in at least a couple of scenes. Who else? I've got a kind of like AD and possibly cinematographer. We'll see how often we're able to get him in Chris Cole. Chris last year came on the channel. He's an old viewer of ours, but he lives in the area, and he is a playwright and director. And play director, and he is the guy who made the play about Jack Kirby last year that that we talked about on the Captain Logan show. I interviewed his entire cast, and he and I have become friends since then. And he said, if you ever want any help on a project, let me know. And I took him up on that, and he is already helping me with locations and stuff. So he's going to be a big asset for this. And I'm hoping that I can get him there for every shooting day I possibly can. And then Pierce is going to be involved. He's doing some costume work and hopefully storyboards and things like that for action sequences. He is a boxer and a wrestler, and he's done MMA, not wrestler, but he's done MMA fighting. I actually went to one of his boxing matches once. Only time I ever did that. That was cool. And he's a police officer. He played a cop in Spawn Year. He had a cameo as a cop, and he was wearing his regular uniform. And that was his gun. Anyway, it wasn't loaded, but that's a thing that we'll need money for too, is fake weapons and stuff. Anyway, so those are some folks that will be involved with the movie. I think I actually just gave you a full cast list of as much as I know right now.
Hey, you doth protested too much.
I did. That's exactly what I just did. Okay, could you throw any more super chats at me there, Austin, so we can make sure
quite a few
to get them all logged here.
The Great and Powerful Dodd gave $4.99. He says, "How uninterested in Ghostbusters Frozen Kingdom are you?"
My response might surprise you. And thank you for that super chat. So you will also get your name in the credits, and Bright Burns will get to be at the virtual screening, and he's the only person that has that so far at the $20 tier. And then Alex Barron gets to see the movie a week early. Okay, so I was very baffled and perplexed when I saw that title. I was like, well, that doesn't sound like a Ghostbusters movie at all. Like, what are we doing? Ghostbusters Frozen Kingdom. Like, of the 25 things I thought you might be at a Ghostbusters title, that was not in there. And I watched the trailer and I had two conflicting responses. The first was, I wish they'd put this out instead of Afterlife. I wish they'd put this out in the first place, because it's at least something different. It's at least not the same story from the first movie, kind of repackaged, the exact same villain, and the whole third act is exactly the same. Although it'd be really funny if that happened again somehow with this. But like at least it's different. It doesn't feel at all like a Ghostbusters premise. Austin was exactly right with what he said. He was like, well, it looks like Ghostbusters is just remaking The Day After Tomorrow.
Yeah, it's the villain plot.
I was like, okay, so your premise for this Ghostbuster sequel is everything is frozen? Is it because it's white and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is white and it's like it gets everywhere?
Tropic Freeze.
Is that, yeah, Tropical Freeze. I said that to Jason the other day. Yeah, exactly. They're just doing Donkey Kong. Anyway, it's very strange, but there's things I like about it. Just immediately looking at that trailer. The red suits look really cool, and it's neat that they're doing, some new different things with that. Did not expect to see every one of the old Ghostbusters to come back, and that's part of the reason I'm saying I wish this is what we got in the first place, because they're obviously in, like, some different scenes sprinkled throughout the movie, and they don't just show up at the end with proton packs and shoot the bad guy and leave. So that's cool. Even if every one of them is only in one scene, at least it's sprinkled out.
Well, and the funniest thing in the trailer is Bill Murray walking out, and he's like,
yeah, he looks
so uninterested to be there.
He looks very dramatic.
They got him to stand again? At least
yeah, they got him to stand. As far as we know, it was like one of these shots, but maybe
I don't know.
We'll get frozen.
I do wish we had more of a sense of how involved Ernie Hudson is, because the after credits of the last movie made you think that he was like starting his own like franchised out Ghostbusters thing, which is all anybody wanted with this franchise in the with the Ghostbusters in the first place, by the way. And so I kind of thought we'd see him at like the head of it, and he'd be kind of like the Zordon kind of character. And we saw a shot of him. don't get the sense that he's the big mentor yet. I can't tell. So I kind of, I hope that's still what they're doing. But, so yeah, it was weird. I mean, that's the only way I could describe it. But I'm not writing it off yet. It's just odd, everything about it.
So it's like Paul Rudd and all the Stranger Things kids, are they back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the whole cast from the first movie, and it looks like, they're gonna get most of the screen time again. Which is good because the first movie forgot about them at the end.
Yeah, I mean the main character gets like cropped out of the hero shot. So I mean I'll give it a shot. I've never been a big Ghostbusters, but if they're gonna do my biggest problem with Ghostbusters is like a franchise is that we have 4 Ghostbusters movie and all of them have the same plot. And so I think that's maybe what's kind of kept me from really, I think, getting interested. But if they're doing something different, you've piqued my interest. I am a little interested to know what the world freezing has to do with ghosts, but I guess I should probably see the trailer.
Me too, but like it at least looks like it might have some horror elements. There can be some creepy stuff with that. So like I appreciate that.
Is it
Well,
the
and the
same
bad guy
director
looks
as
like the Ice King from Game of Thrones.
Oh.
No, who is directing it? It's not.
It's just like
It's not
the
Reitman.
first time director that was a producer on Afterlife, but I could be wrong.
Oh.
I remember
Something.
reading that like a year ago.
Well, that could go either way, but
Yeah.
I haven't seen the trailer, so I have no opinion. I saw the last movie, and it was fine.
See, I
Hopefully
hated
this
it.
one's also fine.
I was like angry with it, but mostly just that third act. Like the kids were fine. I'm open to more stuff with them. I just didn't. I just hated the way they ended that movie, like with a burning
that's
passion.
That's fair. I mean, I'm like in Connor's camp. Like, I'm not a big Ghostbusters guy, so I was just like, oh, it's time for the Force Awakens scene, So.
Yeah, and that's what it was.
Yeah.
Here comes
The man of
Brandon.
the hour.
Hey.
I have one more thing to say about that trailer real quick, which is a couple things. First of all, it kind of looks like they're adapting, or at least looking real hard at the cartoon show. I was really getting cartoon show vibes from it.
Well, that's good. People seem to like that show, right?
It's
the
a
real
cool show.
Ghostbusters is well regarded amongst fans.
Yeah, well, and that's where GMS gets his start.
I did know that. I did know that he worked on that show, which is really cool.
Crazy, yeah. I gotta watch that show.
And then the other thing is, could we please get Patton Oswalt out of my everything?
Yeah.
He's in that movie. He
timer.
shows up every. I'm so tired of him. Tired of him.
He's like the obligatory like geek guy that like I'm sure goes to every like geek Hollywood production is like, can I be in this in some capacity?
Yeah.
Give me money.
No, I don't think he's begging for things. I think he has that reputation, so people come to him. But I'm not sure about that, Dan. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But
Because you're right. That's what it feels like. Brandon,
Yes, Cap.
it's good to see you, man.
Nice to see you too.
We are trying to raise money tonight. We're doing like a telethon, but without taking phone calls.
Sure.
So we're just doing the chat thing.
A chatathon.
Because that way you don't have to just answer the phone and write things down.
Sure.
The whole time.
Well, that makes sense. I don't have a switchboard either, so. Operators are not standing by.
So Brandon, there's all the perks, if you could read that, of all the stuff that people can get if they help us out with the movie.
Oh.
And we've already gotten quite a few donations already. And I have said that now that we got, like, with the first $5 donation, we are making this movie. It doesn't matter what the budget ends up being.
$5.
We will make it. If we only raise $100, that's what it'll be. Now, we're going to do more fundraisers than just this one.
Sure.
So never fear, we're not going to have to make the whole movie on whatever we raise this evening. But a couple of streams at least will tell us whether or not we're going to need to do a Kickstarter. And Brandon?
Yes.
I was telling everybody about this a few minutes ago, and you kind of know this, but you don't know the extent of it. You are pretty pivotal to the movie.
Yes,
you have
so
a
I've
pretty
heard.
significant role, and we're gonna need to do a table read soon, or like a partial table read, and let you know what you're getting yourself into.
Sounds
Because
good to
you
me.
have things to do, and I just did a second draft, and you may or may not have even a little more to do now.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
As most projects I work with you on.
Yeah, quit getting out your tools and working on me. I'm actually a robot, and Brandon.
We have to tinker with the software every once in a while.
Is there any way to make this not sound sexual?
No.
No, I don't think it's possible.
So, Cap, I got a question.
Yeah. Please change
phone-
the subject.
The phone rings.
Yeah.
You answer it. It's Patton Oswalt. He says, "I want to be in the Superhero Rewind movie." What do you say?
And he says, "I will give you $1 million for your budget if I'm in it."
Well, then I would absolutely. Here's the thing. I'm a complete sellout. Is the thing. If Patton Oswalt called up and said he really liked the channel and he somehow missed all the times that I've complained that he shows up and everything, I would be legitimately impressed with the fact that that guy watches the channel. And yeah, I'd let him get involved with something. But see, I'm just making things for you guys to watch. I don't have to watch it. I just want him to get out of my stuff, you know? He can be in my stuff. I just want him out of my stuff.
So what happens is he says, "Can I give you $1 million?" And you say, "Man, I got 5 kids to feed. Absolutely."
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think the speaking of Ghostbusters, if somebody asks if you want $1 million, you say yes.
Okay, but now I'm just picturing a giant Patton Oswalt terrorizing New York. I'm sorry, guys. I was thinking about Patton Oswalt. He shows up in every movie. He's just in my brain.
Yeah, that's what would happen if the villain from Ghostbusters came to me right now. Is there would just be a giant Patton Oswalt terrorizing everyone.
No Patton Oswalt steps on a church in my town.
Hey, if you're just joining us, folks, welcome. We are trying to raise money for the Superhero Rewind movie, and you can see there on your screen the perks that you can get for each tier for Super Chats. We're doing it sort of like a Kickstarter in that we are doing tiers, and there may be a Kickstarter down the road, but we're going to see if we can work without one. You can donate either through Super Chat or through PayPal, and the link is in the description for what email address to use with PayPal. If you choose to donate that way, we'll get the more of the donation. We'll get 100% of that, and it'll go a little bit farther, but you'll get the same perks regardless of whether you do that. And please just let Austin know in the regular comments if you use PayPal. He is monitoring that for us. Austin, do you see any more super chats that we haven't talked about yet?
There's quite a few still.
Okay, let's get going on those. Thanks, man.
So Goofster123 gives $20. He says, "Is Feige leaving to take over Star Wars possibly the best thing for the MCU going forward? Who should replace him? Should anyone replace him? Echo looks, keyword looks promising, but nothing on the MCU horizon intrigues me very much right now."
I forgot about the Echo teaser. I still haven't looked at that.
I watched like 10 seconds of it, and it was Kingpin beating up an ice cream man for not serving Echo. And I was like, turned it off. It's literally like she's walking down the street and she's like, like sign language, like, "Can I get some ice cream?" And the ice cream man's like, "Oh, you can't talk? Yeah, get out of here, loser." And then Kingpin beats him up in an alley.
My favorite part of the teaser is the Trump-themed skate rink that says "Make America Skate Again" on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, I really hope that there's more to this. Like, there's like, waiters that have Trump wigs. Like, let's go all in.
No, it'll be a Kingpin owned establishment, don't you know, Dan?
True. The funniest thing about Echo is those two things you mentioned, and also that it's the first thing in this Marvel Spotlight line, and they announced that it will feature things like character development, which is a good step forward for Marvel. They're like, this line of content will have things like character-driven stories. I'm like, oh, you're just gonna like make a TV show. Great.
Also,
job, guys.
the thing I've seen most people talking about online is like a cropped image zoomed in of Daredevil diving. That's like in like one frame. It's like, oh look, Daredevil's here. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, that's the main thing people have been wanting to talk about is just, oh, great, Daredevil's in the show. I'm like, guys, don't get excited. He'll be in one episode for 5 minutes, right? Like,
Yeah. He and Echo can't even communicate.
Dan, I think that's a good point.
But like actually though, because one of them's
One of them's blind. That's true.
Let's get into
How much
it.
further do we think Matt Murdock will be ruined in this show? Like, She-Hulk was like into the pits of hell. Like, can we go even deeper?
And I haven't seen how far they took that yet. That's part of why I've avoided it. Is I'm scared to look at that. But alas,
Well,
now
Marvel, now if they touch any
we have to.
character, they're ruined. So get ready.
yeah.
Get ready.
Well,
Buckle up,
I'm
sir.
more worried about how much they can ruin Kingpin because he'll be a major character in this show.
They already did the Hawaiian shirt thing in Hawkeye.
I know,
didn't
but you
they?
can come back from that. You know, he's got one just kind of one-dimensional villain plot in that show. You can come back and just ignore that ever happened. It's not that hard.
I haven't seen it, so I can't say.
Well,
It's
yeah.
literally the only problem in that with that show. That whole show was good until the last episode.
Yeah.
The
and
good
honestly,
thing though. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Connor. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, when I was watching the Hawkeye show, like, I kind of was. I mean, 2021 really like kind of soured me on the MCU just as a whole. That was a bad year.
Yeah.
And Hawkeye was, I think, I was before Spider-Man, but I was really not into it at first, and then I kind of got warmed up to it. And actually, like Echo, I thought she was that actress anyways was actually pretty compelling. But I think by the end of it, her whole subplot doesn't really have a lot to it, and that's kind of the one aspect where it does feel like padding. So I'm open to a show about her because I did think the actress was pretty good. But a friend like kind of pressed me on it once, and he was like, "So why is she even in Hawkeye? Like, what's her point?" And I'm like, I actually don't know.
Yeah.
So now I don't really know if I don't know. I'll probably check out an episode or two, but I also canceled my Disney Plus like 5 months ago, so I haven't seen like any Disney Plus stuff for a while, so I might not.
Hawkeye did kind of set up Kingpin moving forward though, because he gets shot in the head at the end of that show. So like
that's
it'll
true.
explain why he's dumber moving forward.
I forgot about that. So now we can make him a totally different character. Okay, forget what I said. Dan, I'm trying to be charitable. It's not working.
Well, did you hear what the creator of the Echo show said about the Echo character?
Oh yeah.
The Echo show creator said Echo is a lame character, and they like are not gonna do anything like what she is in the comics anyway. So I'm like, you can't even pay me to watch that, man.
No, I didn't really want to either, but that's a lot like Secret Invasion, right? Where it's like, I mean, no, like, we're not gonna look at the comics. Although that's almost worse because they were told, the people making that show were told not to. It was like a mandate from on high. Don't adapt to the source material.
Yeah, one of the Marvel producers says that on all the projects now. They're not the source material is for lame nerds. So we're just gonna do our own thing. That's kind of their attitude now.
See, that reminds me of the way Rick Berman made TNG, where like he used to like shame writers for having any connection to TOS whatsoever. It used to drive me crazy.
Well, it's kind of like the Disney model now. It's the same thing they do with Star Wars. So it's like,
yeah,
I can't support these people.
Well, I'm
I
hoping that
like
that's yeah. I'm hoping, Dan, that that's one of the big things they get smart about moving forward. When they're like, when they go, oh, look at how much money we're losing. We need to make actual character-driven stories. Let TV shows be TV shows. Write again stories about characters and not just like superficially whatever is popular in the culture right now. And then like actually look at the stuff that is cool in comics for inspiration. Stop calling it Marvel if you don't even care about the comics anymore. It's weird.
Well, and the state of the comic books were kind of a harbinger of the things to come in the movies.
Yeah.
Like you saw that kind of thing happen in the comics progressively over time, like just hiring people that are not competent writers in the first place, and then they don't really care about the legacy of these characters, and they try to like turn it into their own thing, which I would be happy to read if it was a creatively owned, they did their own thing. But I have no interest in, the things that I love being bastardized,
Yeah.
So.
I was going to say this to you earlier, Dan. I think it's hilarious that streaming television on the whole, not just Marvel, but like especially Marvel, seems to have suddenly had this collective realization that there is a difference between a TV show and a movie. And I think it's just really
Marvel
funny.
had this revelation that they need to hire showrunners, which is hysterical.
It's hilarious, yeah. Well, not only did they have that realization, they needed a strike to happen and for it to become a rule.
Yeah, no kidding. This just goes to show that this is like just churn content. It's not really like they're trying to tell a good story. Like, it's just like crap we can put on our streaming service to advertise it so that people like subscribe to the service for a month, learn that everything on our service is crap, and then cancel it or forget to,
Yeah, you elongate a story that that wouldn't take more than an hour to tell over several weeks, which is why they don't drop everything at once in the first place. And if the shows were good, we wouldn't mind that. You could have a more traditional model that you're able to watch on demand, that you don't have to watch when it's on or tape or anything.
Yeah, I mean the one good sign I will say to be charitable, like you said, I am very encouraged by the fact that they realized that whatever Daredevil show they were making was so terrible that they're scrapping almost everything they filmed, which would normally be a bad sign, if a competent studio was involved. But this is Marvel, so, hopefully cooler heads prevail and they make something that's actually worthy of the legacy of that character, because Daredevil is very close second to me to Spider-Man in terms of my favorite characters in fiction in general, but in comics certainly. And I couldn't take the She-Hulk thing. It was too much.
Well, I've come to the realization that Daredevil maybe is my favorite character in Marvel now. I talked about this on the Captain Logan show a couple weeks ago, Dan, where I used to always say, I love Marvel as a universe, but I don't really have a favorite character. I think it is Daredevil. I think I've gotten to that place finally.
Yeah, Daredevil's the man. And it certainly doesn't help that Spider-Man is my favorite character, but I have been interested in stories I've been telling with that character in the comics for 20 years.
Yeah.
And what they're doing now is certainly completely uninteresting to me. So Daredevil, at least, he hasn't been completely broken as a character and is allowed to progress and change because he's a little bit less of a popular character. Which is cool. The writers are allowed to do cool stuff with him, which helps a lot.
I'm still really curious to read the Elektra as Daredevil thing, because the costume's awesome, but I don't know if the story's any good. I haven't looked at it yet.
That was Zdarsky's run, and I've heard really good things about it. I've read the first 2 trades of it, and I really liked what I read of it. It's kind of a return to the Frank Miller-y sort of tone. And I really enjoyed it, but I haven't read further. I picked up the first couple issues of the new Daredevil run, and that was pretty cool from what I've read so far too. So hopefully...
Yeah, I've seen nothing but good things for Zdarsky's Daredevil, and then everyone was like, "This is great. He should write Batman."
Oh.
and then he is writing Batman now, and Austin read an issue of that and was like, "Nope."
Yeah, I did too, and it was all about Zur-En-Arrh Batman. And,
that's
I like
right.
Grant Morrison's run a lot, but I just have no interest in his ideas being recycled over and over again. And I feel like that's kind of what we go to now. I was just a little disappointed.
Yeah, it's really weird. Whenever Morrison comes up with an idea, I'm like, this is a great idea, and he just kind of leaves it out there for anyone to do anything with. And then the second people do pick up, it's so much less interesting. Joshua Williamson was doing some of the multiversity characters, and it was way not as good as the multiversity, and it was really kind of
no, he shouldn't have let anybody touch that.
Yeah, it was
I know, Dan, I know. We have to be realistic about these things. It's not up to him, but it makes you wish that. Here's what's frustrating: Morrison and other writers do this too. Will have really inventive, original ideas with pre-existing characters and IP and stuff, and you want to say, well, it's too bad he couldn't have just done it creator-owned, because then he'd have all the rights to it. But then it wouldn't be what it was if it was all creator-owned, because he's playing with toys in a toy box, and that's some of what's cool about it. So, you could do something like Multiversity with all original characters, but it wouldn't be the same thing.
That's true. I mean, Grant Morrison really cares about the legacy of the DC universe and those
Yeah.
characters, so like he has stuff to say about them for sure.
And I love Multiversity. I've never reviewed the
I haven't
whole
read that.
thing. I need to go back to it at some
Multiversity
point.
is so good. If you want to talk about that sometime, Cap, I would clean up my schedule, but that
Yeah.
would probably be like the longest stream in history.
It would. I don't know if you could even review it all together.
No, exactly.
It would be as long as we're planning on doing this tonight, at least, I think. Okay, we've got lots more super chats. We need to get to them, and we should, unless people want to bring comics up again, we should for now get away from it because Brandon just fell asleep with his eyes open. And I don't know if you guys saw that, but
No, I'm trying to absorb more information about Spider-Man and the Daredevil. And Daredevil's one I'm interested in. You've showed me 2 episodes of one of the live action
and we never
shows.
got back to that.
We
Yeah,
didn't go back to- and-
we started Netflix Daredevil, and he loved it, and then I forgot to go back to it with him.
One of these days.
I'm sorry, I feel bad about that.
That's all right. Hey, time is not there. So
Yeah, but hopefully we can do it at some point.
if we could fall into the event horizon of a black hole and dilate time so that we could watch this while the rest of the universe goes more slowly, and we could make the time.
Okay, so that's an idea, but I feel like all you really need is just like the spawn your device.
Yes.
Because the spawn your device lets you experience a long amount of time in a very short amount of time.
Yes.
So you could watch all of Netflix Daredevil in like 10 minutes.
Yes.
That's what that does. How's that for a segue? Hey, I meant to mention this earlier, but for anybody that doesn't know this fun fact, Dan is the official co-creator of Spawn Year.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He did almost nothing on that show until he shows up in the last episode where he shot some things with me. But Dan, do you remember? Because some of that I had you just shoot on your own on one side. But do you remember when live together over a Skype call we did the cake shot?
Yeah, didn't
Yes,
you nail
I
him a
do.
piece of cake for it?
No, he went to the store. I told him exactly what kind of cake to get, and he nailed it. He got one that looked really similar. He did a great job with that. That was one of the things I really remember from making that show, Dan. Like that was a highlight for me. Was just the really silly cake teleportation shot.
Yeah, that was really fun.
Well, Dan's got one of my favorite line deliveries in that show because I've seen like the first 50 episodes like a million times because I kept trying to read along with it and then I would give up.
Fair enough.
But there's a part like early on, I think, where Cap gets like a window into the real world and it's like showing what's happening. And there's part with Dan where he's like, "Yeah, guys, Cap's not coming back." It's just really funny.
I remember that whole thing.
Yeah, his dramatic line readings were great because there was this like tinge of sarcasm behind them.
Yeah, exactly.
That was awesome. You'll get some lines like that again, Dan. Don't you
I'm
worry.
I'm excited.
Yeah, for folks that don't know, Spawn Year came out of a silly conversation that Dan and I had in like summer of 2012, where we were doing a review together. We did a lot of comic reviews back then, and I had just done Tick Month, and we were talking about Tick Month, and that was the thing that relatively nobody watched at the time. Although if you go back and look at some of the view counts with those videos, they've gotten more views afterwards. There's a few like 10,000 viewed Tick reviews because nobody has Tick reviews online. So I'm in. I'm all you get if you want to find out about the Tick. And Dan goes, "Remember how you did Tick? I don't know how we got to this. We were talking about Spawn, and he was like, you know how you did Tick Month? You should do Spawn Year." And I was like, well, that's a preposterous idea. Maybe we should do that. And then I started thinking about it, and I came up with and the reason we ended up doing it was just because I had this idea. I've told this story before, but I had this idea about what a promo for that would look like, where it was like for the foreseeable future, Spawn Year. And I just couldn't get it out of my head. That was really funny. And originally I was just going to do it as off-the-cuff daily vaults. And then I had this vision of like the graveyard and writing in a notebook and everything, and I was like, I could make this look kind of cinematic. Like it'll look like it was made with $5.50, but I could make it kind of more cinematic.
But the best $5.50 ever spent.
Yeah, and it was never supposed to be a full on story. Even when I started it, it wasn't. I had a bookend, but it wasn't really a story, and it turned into that later on when I met Pierce and he wanted to make a costume for it, and that's how it really turned into the narrative that it was. So if you've seen Spawn Year but you don't know about this, I get halfway through the year before I, as the showrunner, the guy making it, even realize that it's like a recreation of something that really happens all in my head, like that conceit. We didn't have that from the beginning. We had to write it all to match, and
but it worked out.
It works out, yeah. If you go back and watch it, it tracks.
For what it is.
Basically,
and I
Dan
really
only
like
has a
it.
co-creator credit because of like union agreements. He didn't really do anything.
I get a
Pierce
check
guy
every
did
month.
more.
For views.
It was really Dan. It was not an AI likeness.
I thought it would be
Dan, how are those Spawnier residuals treating you? Are you still getting something from that, or?
That's how I was able to move to New York.
I thought you were gonna say it lets you buy a Coke every 6 months. Austin, can we get back to the super chats?
Yes, because there's like 8,000 and your budget's skyrocketing.
Oh, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I promise you, we're gonna do the best we can to make this movie look better than the money we'll have to film it. You guys are wonderful. We really appreciate you.
So next
Tanya's
one
budget was $5.50, and in this economy, 8,000 is the same amount.
One thing I'm thinking about, if we can get to a certain dollar amount eventually, one thing I'm thinking about buying actually is acting lessons.
That'd be awesome.
Because I'm not a great actor, and I've got way too much to do with this movie, and I don't want it to suck. So I'm actually looking around right now for a coach, for like a personal one-on-one acting coach.
Hell yeah.
I've actually considered taking acting lessons, not because I want to. I'm a terrible actor, but like I want to like be better at directing actors. So like no, if I don't by the time you've taken some, let me know. Let me know how you work as an actor, because I'd like to hear that stuff.
I will. Austin, go ahead and help us knock those super chats out, man.
Yes, we got SS Jerry for $5. He says, "Hey, I was planning to ask this in a DM, but could I request more non-spawn year or not spawn year? I'm thinking the last few. Sorry, I'm thinking the last few you haven't read of Amalgam if possible. So he wants you to do it in that format.
I would. I'm not gonna bring back the daily reviews because I just can't. I just don't have time. And that was an experiment. I didn't know if that would work out, and I got 79 done. I felt pretty good about that.
And one man thing.
Yep, Austin sent me a man thing for that. But I'm not adverse to occasionally doing another video in that format. Certainly. So what he's basically saying, Austin, is, and I just don't cry on camera, okay? What he's saying is he wants me to do more Amalgam, but without you. That's what he's saying.
That's not the first time you've gotten that in a request. So it's okay.
Would you please do it by yourself without that other guy? I'm sorry, Austin. I feel bad.
I pay for you to review it.
I'll cry for you.
Oh, it's okay.
Hey, that's why we make them so long. Like, if I'm doing them by myself, it's not going to be an hour long, and I still do more talking than Austin does. So you're getting a lot more bang for your buck if Austin is there.
Yep.
But yes, I am. I'm not adverse to doing more of that, and I would take that for a. I would do probably 3 or 4 of them on one request, because those are one shots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. The next one is from Brightburn. So this is in relation to earlier. You said you don't like gross out things.
Yeah.
He gave $5. He says, to be fair, Cap saw Andy crawl through raw sewage in Shawshank Redemption. So that's gross out stuff.
Well, yeah, but the whole thing wasn't that. Like, I could deal with a scene. I don't like body horror, typically, is the thing. That's not body horror.
You saw a
never heard
man
that
crawl
term.
through sewage, so
Okay, never mind. I guess I'm fine with feeding frenzy now.
And he's also dry heaving in that scene too, which
exactly.
so it's
Acting.
pretty gross.
I love how.
Like, what, 40% of the runtime? I don't know.
So I have the worst memory in the world, and I watch a lot of stuff for review. I don't want anybody to feel bad when I don't remember much about the thing you requested. And if you want to know what my opinion was, the video is still there, but I don't necessarily remember it that well anymore. I need to rewatch that. I mean, I loved it, but I've reviewed 35 movies since then, so I don't remember a lot about it now.
So is that just because your memory's bad, or because the movie was bad and you blocked it out?
No, sometimes I feel really bad when it's movies that I want to put in. Austin and I have had this conversation in the Hall of Fame for request, and I remember like a couple of details, but not very much about them. I always feel bad about that, where I'm like, I loved this movie. It's one of my new favorite movies. I have no idea what happens in it.
So I had that a lot when I was watching like 180 movies in like 2016, for example.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know if you have this, but I was thinking about this earlier. There's a movie that came out a few years ago called The Favorite, and it's by a filmmaker I typically don't like, but I like that one. And I remember the first time I watched it, I was kind of like, do I actually like this? This is kind of weird. Okay. And then I watched it a second time, and I'm like, okay, I actually really like this. But every time I think back on that movie, I can't remember my experience the second time. I only remember that first impression and the kind of dance I was having with it. And so I want to go back and rewatch it because it's been like 5 years or so. But it is kind of weird, like you go and you revisit stuff, and yet your memory is still tied to that first time you saw it. I don't know. Do you guys have that?
That's interesting. Go ahead, Austin.
No, I was gonna say specifically with The Favorite, because I've never seen this, but you just like awoke a memory in my brain. When that movie came out, my one friend called me and he was like, "Dude, I just saw The Favorite. You have to see this." And I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, man. You get to see Emma Stone's boobs." And I was like, "Okay." And then I never watched it. That's the only thing I know about that.
That's not a reason to watch an
And
entire
now it's on my
movie.
radar. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, did you not know Google exists?
Yeah, you could screenshot. I don't understand that.
Well, not in the theater.
Well,
Maybe it's just
okay.
because it's like that big.
Or you could wait till it comes out and then look at it. And
Yeah.
that's
Just
not a
did
reason.
zoom on your computer screen. Same difference.
Connor, what I have more often, I guess I kind of wish I had that more than I do, because it's hard to, good or bad, it's hard for me to recapture that feeling, the experience I had the first time I see something. More often what I have is if I didn't care for something initially, but then it clicks in, I can't really go back to that place in my headspace. I can't really remember what that feeling was and what exactly it was about it. Like I might be able to kind of articulate it. Like I remember feeling this way, but now that it works, I can't look at it as a thing that doesn't work. Like I had that with Fight Club.
That's cool. Yeah, I see. This is why I have like a letterbox, and like why I used to write like way too long on letterboxes, because now like no one would read them because they're super long reviews. But I go back and I read through them, and it's very beneficial to me to be like, I don't remember really even having this response to this movie, but it's cool. Or sometimes I'll like, I don't know, like I'm able to like revisit the past in a very thorough way, and that's why I like having that.
No, that's great. It's one of the reasons that like call me vain or whatever. I actually go back more than a lot of people and watch my own content, and that's part of why. Is because I can go back to a review like that you and I did right after a new movie and remember what my experience was, what I thought of it, the first time around.
And I don't know if you have this, but like, do you have like those flashpoint like moments in your life where it's like, as a viewer, I can't go back to, for me, it was 2020. Like when we didn't have like new movies coming out, and I was like making a point to watch a bunch of like old classic stuff, and like the industry was changing, and like COVID was happening, and like streaming was really taking over. Like I just like fundamentally changed as a viewer. So there's a lot of stuff that like in 2019, when you or I were reviewing a decent amount of new release stuff, that I'd probably be a lot harder on now than I was then. But
Wow.
for me, it's like I remember it was specifically that year 2020. But I don't know if you guys have like those, like there's me before this and after this point in time. Maybe it's when you were doing your own writing. Maybe it's like you saw something in particular. I don't know. But
yeah,
that was
as far as COVID
Yeah,
does, I have that not with culture, but more with I don't know. I don't want to get too personal, I guess, but more with like relationships and things where like I feel like I'm happier alone and I spend more time by myself than I did pre-COVID. Like I used to feel like I needed to be surrounded by companionship a lot more than I do now. You know, for better or worse. Like that's kind of where I am with COVID. But Connor, like being older than you, I think I got too set in my ways at some point before that, as far as you know, cultural stuff goes. And so I didn't really have that. Like I don't watch as much new stuff as I used to. But I was already kind of in that place.
I don't have any sort of a flashpoint, but my sensibilities have changed over time. So there's certain things I just wouldn't go back to because it's just not who I am anymore. But there's nothing like defining in my life. Like September 11th didn't happen and then suddenly I didn't do this anymore. That type of thing. I don't have anything like that.
Yeah.
But like the other thing you were talking about, like first viewings of movies. Some movies are just really, really great. And like I remember a whole bunch about them. But most movies I don't get back to. I forget things about them over time. But when I do remember something about a movie, a lot, especially one maybe that I didn't like, but there are things about it that I remember, they're usually tied to like what was going on while I was watching the movie. Was I watching it with friends? Was there a really funny moment that happened during this? Did we make some sort of comment during the movie?
Yeah.
And then I remember that specific scene. It's like, or I remember this because this is the reason I didn't like this movie, or this is the reason I did like this movie. I just remember bits and pieces here and there.
I would love to keep this conversation going, but I know we've got a bunch more super chats. Sorry, Austin, were you gonna add something there?
No, yeah, that's cool.
I don't want to make these guys wait too long in case they're not gonna stick with us too long. So let's try to catch up with the super chats, and then let's take a like 5-minute break or so.
So Friendly Yo-Yo gives his very first super chat according to the Celebrate marker, and he just says thoughts on the Scott Pilgrim anime.
What was the super chat, or what was the number?
Sorry, it was $2. I didn't give it to you.
Oh, okay, cool, thanks. So I don't need to log those because it's not for the donations, but thank you, or I mean it is, but it's not for the perks. Thank you for the super chat, and yeah, weird Friendly Yo-Yo's been with us a long time. Maybe he's never actually left a super chat, and I didn't pull up the dance music for the first time super chatters, so sorry I forgot to do that, but we'll just pretend like we did that. I didn't know they were making an anime for Scott Pilgrim. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's with the entire cast of the movie.
Oh, you know what? You told me about that, but I forgot it was an anime. Okay.
I have like no thoughts. I've seen some previews and stuff, and some of the voice acting seems weird. That's about all I have to say. I don't know. I have no opinion.
I'll watch it. I like that movie.
Yeah,
Connor,
I read
have
the
you
first
ever read that
volume of the
material?
Comics.
I have not. No.
I'm sorry.
What,
Dan?
Dan?
I was just gonna say I've read the first volume of the comics and I've seen the movie. I liked it well enough, but not enough to like seek out the anime necessarily. I'm glad for people that love that stuff that it exists, but I don't really have any thoughts either.
Yeah, does that stuff feel like it's a little bit too much of a time capsule?
Maybe, yeah.
Kinda. I think it's weird that they're using the same cast as the movie when, you know, it's an anime that looks like the comics. Like, at that point, why not just do like a new interpretation? I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with that. Almost like it's such a cult classic, or it's like a cult following kind of movie that they're like, well, to sell this to the few people we know will actually buy it, it's got to have that thing to make it credible.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Well, that's
but that
definitely
kind
gonna
of
make
tracks
sense.
to me though with revisiting these casts and these shows again. Like, it reeks of that to me in that regards. I'm with you, Austin. Why? This is the first I'm hearing about it, but why not just bring new people into the mix for that?
Well, I don't know what the background is with it. It could be one of those things where part of the reason it got made was because one of the cast, had something to do with getting it off the ground.
That
I think Edgar Wright was
Sure.
part of that.
That happens
as
a lot.
The producer,
Okay.
but I could be wrong. I know at least I've heard he's the one that gets that cast involved.
Let's knock the rest of these super chats down if we can, or at least some of them. If there's too many, we'll just take a break in the middle.
I'm excited for like in an hour when we get all the super chats about what I said about the favorite. That's what I'm looking forward to. But anyways, we have CM Productions, $10. He says, "Hey guys, super excited for the film. Are
Thank
there
you.
any classic or art house film directors you'd like to see direct a superhero movie? And if so, which superhero?"
Connor, top 3, go.
Okay, so I think if we're going classic,
Prepared.
oh yeah, I'm prepared. So we have, I think Orson Welles would have made a killer Thor movie. I
That
think
would have been
should have
amazing.
Wow.
he should play Odin. He'd be a big Odin, but he'd still be an awesome Odin. And I don't know
He could
who
be
he would.
drunk, just like Odin.
Yes, yes.
That's brilliant. I bet he meant living people, but who cares?
I mean, if you could have your pick, I mean,
That's so good. Okay, who else, Connor?
If we're going contemporary, I think like even if you said it in a modern setting,
he's ready.
Steven Soderbergh would make a cool like contemporary take on Slam Bradley, I think. And it would be like his hyper slick cinematography. If I'm going DC, I'd say Steven Soderbergh doing Slam Bradley. So there we go.
Oh my god,
That
I'm
was
gonna
like an awesome
completely-
pull out of a hat.
I'm gonna lose my comic geek card. Who is Slam Bradley?
He like Darwin Cook kind of like
Oh,
brought him
okay.
back from OC, so obviously that's how I know him. But I think he's like he's one of the stories in Detective Comics 27 that's not the first appearance of Batman, and I think that's kind of why he's been around. He's sort of like a hard-boiled detective type and a love interest for Catwoman who isn't Batman. So like when Ed Brubaker and Darwin Cook are doing the Catwoman stuff, that's who they bring in who isn't Batman for her to kind of have a dynamic with.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll have to look into that because I did not realize that.
Yeah, you sold me on Darwin Cook and Hard Boiled, so I'll check that out.
Okay, so
Slam Bradley's pretty cool.
I don't immediately have a great answer to that. That's why I went to Connor first, and I don't know. I haven't been watching indie stuff lately, so nothing's in my brain with that.
Give me a Robert Eggers Man Thing movie, baby.
Yeah,
Yeah,
baby.
that'd be great.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Eggers too. Like, I think he would make a good Batman movie too.
Who is that?
He's the guy who directed The Witch, The Lighthouse, and The Northman.
Okay.
He'd also be really good at doing like a more comic accurate Hellboy movie.
Yes, he would.
Yeah, I'm surprised we
Um,
haven't seen his name attached to anything comic book yet.
He,
I think he
I don't
hates
think he would
that
ever do
stuff.
that. He would never do it.
That's for the best because he'll keep making art.
When he was making The Northman, he called the Marvel Thor stuff nonsense. So yeah, I don't think he would ever do it.
Yeah, well, he's not wrong, especially past that first one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
very true.
I loved what the lighthouse looks like. I haven't watched the Northman yet. I keep meaning to.
The Northman it's one of my favorite things. It's so good.
Well, and the first thing that came to my mind, which is why I thought Man Thing with him, is Anya Taylor-Joy is oh my god, now I blanked on her name. Jennifer Hale, who's like the witch character in that comic. I was like,
Great choice.
yeah.
Also, if we're counting like characters that aren't superhero characters, Robert Eggers should make a Conan movie because The Northman is basically a Conan movie already, and that would
Well,
be great.
And there's a not Conan character in Man Thing, so it just adds on to my choice.
There you go.
There we go. And I just want to see Robert Eggers cast Willem Dafoe as Howard the Duck.
Oh my god.
Alex Barron says Ingmar Bergman to do Batman, ultra depressing and Swedish. I think if Bergman was going to do one, he should do Daredevil, so you can have that religious
Yes.
ennui, and that would be
Whoa,
friggin' awesome.
that would be cool.
Hell
That would
yeah.
be really cool.
Connor, who's the director who did Birdman?
Oh, that's Alejandro Gonzalez Iñárritu.
So I never knew that.
Is that the guy who did The Revenant, Connor?
Yes.
Yeah,
He did them back to back.
That's a great movie too. God, he's versatile. I was trying to come up with something for him. The first thing that came to mind was maybe like a newspaper drama for Clark Kent and Lois Lane.
That would be good. Yeah, that's good.
Something like that.
Oh, what if he did like Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen in the movie?
He does a movie
really
called
intense Superman's pals Jimmy Olsen.
He does a movie
And
that's just
Darkseid
called
shows up, hopefully. That would be
Yeah.
And he's played by DiCaprio.
He does a movie that's just called White.
yes.
Okay, there. I got
Yeah,
an answer. I got one in there.
Emmanuel Lubezki cinematography. It's this ultra wide lens, like going around the offices.
That's what I was imagining. Yeah, it opens on the globe of the Daily Planet, but it's a oneer that goes all the way down the building and
there we
inside, and then like up an escalator.
How would you feel?
Killer.
How would you feel, Cap, or
so
any
good.
of you, if Wes Anderson did Powerpuff Girls?
Okay, so I can't deal with the idea of a live-action Powerpuff Girls thing, especially when it almost happened and I nearly
He'll
slipped
do
my
it in
wrist.
stop motion. He'll do it in stop
Yeah,
Ooh,
Wes
that's
Anderson did
good.
animated stuff too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but
So
I want to
that's-
see it in live action so I can see Owen Wilson as the professor.
Wow.
Wow,
if
I made the
didn't-
Powerpuff Girls.
So Brandon, if I didn't think that nobody but Craig McCracken should make Powerpuff Girls, I would be okay with
Okay,
that.
sure.
But
I just feel
I
like
just think it would be too dark
His
for that material.
stylization combined with kind of the Powerpuff stylization, I think they'd be an interesting mix, and I think he might actually be able to pull it off.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw you another one.
Okay.
That's right in that same place. Wes Anderson, Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Genuinely off of Rushmore, I think he could do a good Spider-Man movie.
I could see that. Yeah, I could.
I
Yeah, because the thing I just said wasn't even superhero comic book, but you were in the Cartoon
Yeah,
Network.
get
crowd,
outta
so-
here.
Yeah,
I
and
think that's a
I'm
good,
still
that's
kind
a
of
good
focused on
call
that.
cap. That's a good call cap because
Shut
I
up,
would
you!
like to see. I'd really like to see Wes Anderson maybe try like dipping his toe into something more like spooky and like horror tinge. Like that would be really cool. And but I mean, it's still like kind of lighthearted and whimsical and fun.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I will
whimsical
say though, I've been saying it for years. I want to see Greta Gerwig do X-Men, but it can't be MCU. I couldn't.
Yeah, no, the MCU X-Men movie is gonna be way too stupid for her. Like,
So, Connor, if Wes Anderson doing horror, SNL did an amazing sketch a couple of years
Yeah,
ago.
that's a great sketch.
The
Yeah.
It's a great
Midnight
sketch.
Coterie of Sinister Intruders, and Ed Norton does the Owen Wilson character in that, and it's freaking
It's a perfect
hilarious.
impression. Yeah.
It's really impressive stuff.
Guys, we still have tons of super chats to deal with, and we're getting close to 2 hours. Let's go ahead and take a break now.
yeah,
if
I'm
you
gonna
guys
have to
don't
head
mind.
out actually.
I
as well.
figured we were getting close, Dan. Dan, do you have any very important final words for us, sir?
Final words. Other than like congratulations on getting the script done and putting all this together. Like I'm really happy for you, and I can't wait to see the movie. It's gonna be awesome.
Thanks, man.
And it was great hanging out with all you guys. Like
Good to
always
see you again,
guys.
Dan.
Well, and Dan,
Yeah, you too, Brandon.
and Dan, once again, congrats on your Kickstarter, and I'm excited to read your book.
Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say if anybody is interested in reading my comic, this is the first issue. I have
There it
I
is.
have copies in hands here. This is the regular cover. And I have, yeah, I'm shilling. It's going on. this is the variant cover.
I opened him up
And,
for
uh,
him. He's welcome to it.
And if you guys are interested in reading the comic, I still have copies left from the first printing run. Check out Star Spangled Tales on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and I can send you a copy if you give me like $4. We're doing it cheap here. Affordable comic books.
I think I can handle that.
Yeah, did you? Maybe you just said. Did you do a digital version?
I did. Yeah, when we did the Kickstarter, there was an option for a digital copy, and I just, send it out to people's emails.
Cool.
So if you want a digital copy, I can do that too.
I just couldn't remember if that was in there or not. But yeah, I got the physical
No.
one. I forgot what else I
I didn't
else I
expect
got.
you to remember everything about my comic.
I think
I'll
I
talk
got.
to Nikki about getting a physical
I
copy.
think I got 2 covers. The variant. Yeah, I did because I had to have Ty's variant. That's what it was. Or did Ty do
Yeah,
a poster?
I think.
did a variant.
The interior artist Rodrigo Magella, he did a poster for the book, and I think you got Ty's cover. Yeah,
I think that's because I was gonna get the poster, but it wouldn't give me Ty's cover. And Ty and I are friends, and he may be here later, and he's done some work for me. So I was like, I can't not get Ty's cover. That'd be wrong.
No, and Ty's the man. I think he's going to do a cover for the second issue too. So it's pretty exciting stuff. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, like I said, he's gonna do a teaser poster for this, and
Yeah, no, he's great. He's a fantastic artist. I can't wait to see what the poster for the movie looks like.
yeah, I'm excited. And he's really good at aping classic 80s and 90s stuff. He did some McFarlane stuff for me when we did a couple covers for a Spawnville comic, and that full comic isn't going to happen now. But we did do the covers, and they're really pretty. And so at some point, maybe I'll make that script available so people can look at it. But Ty just got too busy, and it wasn't realistic, and neither of us were going to make any money with that, and we couldn't fund it because we'd get sued. I mean, like it's not parody enough, so I didn't feel comfortable actually putting it out like that. Anyway, Dan, thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me, and good to see you guys as always. Hopefully, we can do it again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do something.
Take it easy. See ya.
Bye, Dan.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, we are gonna take
Thank
a break.
God that guy's gone. Am I right?
Dan's so cool.
Yeah.
I always feel like I'm not cool enough to hang around Dan. He's so cool.
His slicked back hair and his coolness.
Yeah, he intimidates me. Connor no longer does, but Dan's still kind of okay. We're gonna take a quick break,
Oh,
guys.
that fireplace.
Give us about 4 or 5 minutes, and we'll be right back. And we'll get to all those super chats, folks. Thank you very much. Greetings, everybody. I am back. Brandon will be back down here in a little bit. And there's Connor Nielsen. I guess Connor and I will chat for a minute.
What's up?
No, Austin's already back. Austin, I want to talk to Connor. Let me talk to Connor.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. God. Okay. Connor, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm
Good to see
okay.
you.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Okay, Austin, go ahead and come back. I had a conversation with Connor. I'm good now.
Yeah.
It was a real meeting of the minds.
Yeah. That's what happens when we get together.
It really was, yeah. You know, it's just when Connor and I get together, and I always say this, it is oceans of notions.
I like that.
It's really
That's what
there's a lot in what we're saying, but there's even more in what we're not saying. All right, so I mean,
nodding
it's
got
really
rid of my
special.
head.
Like, it didn't work last time. Why'd you think it would work this time?
But I brought my whip this time.
Aw.
It's no, it's about the minimalism, Connor. It's about subtext.
Subtext.
You know,
Indubitably, yes.
my conversations with Connor are a lot like an episode of The Twilight Zone. You know, just less is more. You have a couple of old men talking in a big room with nothing in it, and you've got a sci-fi show.
You're obsolete.
See, I thought it was like you guys have a conversation, and then at the end it turns out you're both pigmen or something. Like, no, it's like the Twilight.
Well, I didn't get to what the O. Henry ending is, but yeah, it's like Connor and I are talking about the meaning of life and what it means to be a man, and then you get to the end of the show, and turns out Connor's a robot, and I built him, but I have amnesia, and I didn't realize that.
There's a hint of irony to all of what we say to one another, and really, it's what makes it so special. Speaking of the obsolete man, the guy from that who plays like the dictator guy, he's like the lead in one of the segments of Creepshow. I was watching
really?
Creepshow for
Crazy.
the first time, and I was like, "That's that Hugh Grant looking guy from the Twilight Zone." It can't be, and I looked it up, and it was. He's
That's
also in
awesome.
episode Third from the Sun, and I'm like, he still
Is
looks
he
like Hugh
really?
Grant.
Third
It
Rock
is,
is
it's
great.
him.
I haven't watched that show in a long time.
Oh, sorry, not Third Rock from the Sun. There's an episode of the Twilight Zone called Third from the Sun.
Oh, I thought you said
No.
in
Yeah, I
episode
thought the
of
same
third. And the thing is, tonight you've occasionally dropped words out, so I just assumed you said Third Rock.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
My internet sucks. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, that's all right.
Get better
We'll forget.
internet.
I'm just glad
Yeah.
to hear it, Connor. So before we move on, I don't want to sound mushy or anything, but this evening has gone incredibly well already, and I just want to thank everybody for the support. And people seem very excited about the project, which does nothing but light a fire under me and get me more excited about it. Because this is going to be a behemoth. It's going to be a crazy thing to try to make, and it is. Connor will tell you a bit ambitious.
Yeah.
And there's stuff in it I still have no idea how we're gonna shoot yet.
Yeah, I would love to have conversations with you about that because I think you can do it. I really believe in you. I think you can absolutely do it.
Well, I'm excited to hear you say that because I have the feeling you're gonna tell me exactly how. And maybe I'll actually be able to do it now because Connor has ideas, and that is wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. No pressure, Connor.
No, certainly not.
Can you include my whip?
No, yeah, we'll get that in there. Just ship me that from Australia. He's in Australia. Ship me that from Canada. Sorry, I was watching something
Australia,
earlier
Canada,
about
same
Australia,
difference.
and for some reason that's what was in my brain.
No, if I were Australian, Connor wouldn't be able to talk to me.
Nope. My ears would be too busy bleeding.
Oh, you don't like Australian accents?
It's my thing. I say I can't be jealous of Australian people for being the most beautiful people in the world because God cursed them with the worst accents in the world. So, you know.
So I don't want to
Wasn't
be.
Australia started as a penal colony from the British Isles?
Yeah, yeah. I think that's what happens. Like we don't want to listen to them. Let's just like drop them off on the island where everything wants to.
I think it's more likely they developed that after they got there, Connor. I don't.
Well,
the
I
cart
mean-
before the horse.
Well, they must not have been violent criminals because they lost a war to their own wildlife. It must have been like all the UK's like drug offenses.
The only Australian I care about is Crocodile Dundee.
So I don't want to. I don't want to sound like we're being mean to any of our viewers that happen to be from Australia or the other place I'm about to mention, but Connor, Australia is beaten by one other accent, and that is New Zealand.
See,
I can't deal with that accent.
I have an
I
aunt.
get you. But I actually like the New Zealand accent. I don't know how.
It sounds like
Kiwi
a mutated, busted Australian accent.
You're right, but I hate the Australian accent so much that the mutated, busted version.
You'd rather listen to it degraded? Because that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
I have an aunt who lives in Australia, and she has previously lived in New Zealand as well.
Yeah, dude,
I'm so sorry for her.
really? Why? I'd love to know what she sounds like now.
Well,
She's been all messed up.
She was born in the. She moved to Australia the first time when I was born, the year I was born in 1986, and then she came back in the year 2000. As she lived in Australia for a long time. Then she lived in New Zealand. Then she came back in 2000. She still sounds American.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, but she had when she was in Australia, she adopted the accent, the local accent there, and she was good at it. I never had a problem with it. She hated the Kiwi accent.
Okay, I don't right off even know what that sounds like.
Or this New Zealand accent.
Oh,
Kiwi.
okay. I thought
they're called Kiwis.
I thought you were talking about something. Really? I didn't know
Yes.
that. I thought you were talking about some other, like a third accent. Okay.
No.
Connor, there's, and you probably will immediately know what I'm talking about when I say this. There is a movie that ruined me for New Zealand, because what New Zealand used to be was, is that Australian? No, that's not quite Australian. Where is that? I'm not really sure. And I had that for the whole Disney era of Power Rangers, because they shot Power Rangers in New Zealand all the way up until this last season. And I finally figured out that it was New Zealand because of Power Rangers. But the movie that messed me up for New Zealand was Deadpool 2 because of Fall First. And I don't know what that guy is saying. I don't know what he's saying half the time.
I will say the New Zealand the
fall
Australian
first.
accent I can deal with is Ben Mendelsohn, because I think he has like a speech impediment, and when it combines with like the Australian accent, it sounds awesome. Ben Mendelsohn is the coolest voice ever. All right.
I've never heard anybody say that. Your speech impediment makes your accent okay.
It's awesome. It's like this cool like Twilight Zone accent he has, and I love it. I love it so much.
Ben Mendelsohn in general is weird because he's also like the most awesome person ever, and he only plays like betas in movies.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it doesn't make sense.
Austin, are you glad that his MCU role got killed off so that he can do, other better things now?
I feel like we're two of the only people, Cap, that know that he's dead.
Oh, that's probably true. Yeah.
Oh, I guess spoilers, but I don't care.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, do you care? Because as soon as you see the Marvels, they're going to have to bring that up.
Will they though?
I think they'll have to, because they're doing so many other things. Like the stupid cat is back. I don't see how they don't mention Talos being dead in that movie. And also, it's the only other place where it's ever gonna matter again. Like, he could easily fall off the face of the planet, and that universe doesn't care, except for the Marvels part of the Marvel of the MCU, right?
Okay. Maybe.
And I guarantee you, there's at least one Skrull in that movie. You cannot tell me there's no Skrulls in that movie.
Hey, No Scrolls is a great song.
Oh,
I hope
thanks,
that's
man.
in the movie.
I don't want no Skrulls, but I'm sure one will be there.
Yeah, I mean, they should. They should. But, like, will they, though? I don't trust them to.
Well, I don't think they should. I don't like them enough to have to sit through them, especially after
Well,
Secret
I hate
Invasion.
the Skrulls more than you did. I like broke at one point. Just trying to go. I hate Skrulls. I hate looking at them.
We have a bunch of super chats pouring through. Once again, really appreciate all of the support tonight. We're gonna go all the way to midnight tonight. At least Austin and I are, and we're gonna keep taking donations for the movie all the way through. If folks want to keep helping us out, but we're gonna hang out regardless. And you guys have already gotten us to at least the $400 mark here, which is nuts. And so we're going to have at least a $400 movie, which is very exciting.
Cool.
Connor, it's not a big budget, but it sounds like a budget. It's better than the $5 budget I thought we were gonna have. So
Yeah, it's very, very exciting. I'm so happy for you.
I can at least buy props now. I think I have mostly a prop budget now. So that's exciting. Austin, let's actually fulfill those super chats and answer questions. Go ahead.
Yes. Victor Herman, $4.99. He says, Cap, are you worried about becoming a megalomaniac director?
No, because I already know I'm like that.
Yeah, Cap's gonna bring a gun on set.
I'll do interviews telling stories about behind the scenes of Cap nobody ever sees. One year was hell, let me tell you.
Well, it was appropriate.
Connor's gonna direct that documentary.
Yeah, Brandon will tell you that like I'm not the coolest under pressure. Like
Can
I don't
you
think
speak freely. No, he's in the room.
I don't think I'm impossible to work with, but
No.
I can be a little bit of a I don't know. Hothead is maybe too strong, but like
I wouldn't say hothead, but I can definitely.
I'm high strung. I'm definitely high strung.
There were instances, and this is true. I'm not going to be saying anything mean or
The
anything,
documentary
but
trip?
The documentary trip. There were some.
That's where
times
I was at my
it was
worst.
very, very, very stressful. And one of the times that specifically I remember, and we handled it. We got to one of our hotel rooms
blew up at
the
Vince.
Twin Cities.
Is that what you're gonna bring up?
What's that?
When I blew up at Vince?
No, I was not going to bring that up, but that is one of the instances that I was thinking about.
That did happen.
When we went to the Twin Cities,
We kissed and made up, but
we get we
didn't
got to our
happen.
hotel room, and the hotel room was trash. There was water on the carpet from the AC. There was a whole bunch of other stuff going on, and Cap had it, and I totally understood. But it was a very, very tense moment, and Cap was in just like, I can't handle this mode. So we took care of it. We got a different room, a bigger, slightly bigger room, comped for the same price.
that place pissed me off, and there was mold and stuff, and
Yeah.
Vince was very positive, and I couldn't handle positivity right then. I was like, "No, you should be angry, dude," and I was mad at him because he wasn't angry.
And it was just I don't think
I did not handle that the best, by the way.
I don't think having that guy Dan along was helpful in calming anything down.
Well, he helped us out a lot that trip.
I
though.
know he helped us out a lot that trip, and I'm not saying anything about that. I just think the 4-person dynamic was was even different than the 3-person dynamic would have been.
Yeah, but we got through it, and
Oh, yeah.
we got along most of the time.
We did.
But,
It's one of my
it was
fondest memories of things we've done on the channel.
It was 4 guys on a 4,000-mile road trip over 7 days, living out of hotels, and some days we did 2 shops and drove like 200 miles in between. It was a whirlwind, and it was nuts, and like of course there were times where it was really stressful.
And it was a lot of rural driving, and I'm used to that kind of thing, like really rural driving. But it was, even for me, it was just a lot of empty road. And
Anyway,
my gout had flared up.
well,
at the time.
That sounds like a stressful shoot. Like, that's crazy.
it was, yeah. Well, it was me being too ambitious, I think. I mean, we probably should have.
I don't think it was too ambitious because you completed the task.
Yeah, I know, but like it wasn't the most realistic way to handle it, I guess. Anyway, I didn't mean to air out dirty laundry or whatever, but I mean, I don't mind, telling people like I'm not perfect. I can be kind of high strung about things sometimes, but
And we're all still good friends.
I don't think Spawn Year got real stressful. Some when I was by myself, when I like the stuff I was doing all on my own. I think the few times I had to work with people kind of alleviated that stress a little bit, because I wasn't thinking so much about the deadlines and stuff. I was just working with you guys and having a good time. Like I don't think I don't think I got to that place as much on that shoot. But
No, certainly not. And our late night, you call me up like after midnight even, and you'd be like, "Hey, are you available to help me with something?" And
did I call you after midnight at some point?
Oh, it's different times.
That's
yeah.
really funny.
Yeah, and I'd just be like, "I am there," because I was up anyway.
Hey, speaking of that, let's put a pin in Spawn Year, because there's something I want to do here in a little bit. But let's see how many of the super chats we can get through before
Yes.
that. Go ahead, Austin.
Yes. So Jonathan Campbell gives $5. He says, "Just gonna throw in my support. Good luck."
I'm sorry, who was that again?
Jonathan Campbell.
And we just did a request for him, I think.
Oh
Again,
yeah,
the
was he
last
the last
person.
one that we did?
What was the last one we did?
I don't remember.
It was a couple weeks ago. I can't even remember now. It wasn't an anime. It was a movie of some kind. No, it wasn't. It was
that Western movie.
No. The very last thing we did was Gravity Falls, and I think that was Jonathan
Oh
Campbell.
yeah, that's right.
Maybe,
Yeah.
yeah. We loved that. By the way, I just showed Jason the video game episode from that, and he
I haven't
loved
watched
it.
Gravity Falls.
Oh, you'd really like it. It's
Really?
great. Yep. Anyway, thank
Yeah,
you guys
that's
for
awesome.
culturing me. Appreciate the kind words and the encouragement and the super chat.
Sky Him gives $5. He says, "Fun fact."
I'm sorry,
Disney
spell
bought
it.
Sky and then Hime.
Okay,
all
cool.
one word.
And you said $5 super chat?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I just got to write all this down so that I can get everybody their perks later on. And once again, if you're if you didn't hear me say this earlier, because we've been streaming for a while now, if you leave a super chat and you get a perk that you see there in the perk box, make sure and send me an email at the email address in the description, captainlogan1989@gmail.com, so that I know where to send links later on when we get to things. And everybody just understand this is going to be a process. I don't have I should have said this earlier, I don't have a date, anything like hard and fast for when this is going to come out, and we're going to take our time with it and try to really do it right. So my hope would be end of next year to release it. But I'm not promising that or anything. We're gonna start shooting in the spring, and we're gonna take as long as we need to do it and do it right. So I'm not gonna rush any kind of a due date with this. But I don't see, unless we have some kind of insane snag, with personnel or travel or whatever. I don't see the thing taking more than 3 or 4 months to shoot. But we're not going to have, like, just a hard and fast schedule where we do, like, 2, 3, 4 weeks all at once. It'll be on and off. It's the only way we can do this kind of thing. We've all got jobs and things. I mean, I don't. I watch my kids and I do this. But everybody else has to go to, like, real person jobs.
Well, I'm currently between jobs, if you'll recall.
That's true, but I'm hoping you won't
By
be
then
by
I won't
April.
be.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, what was the super chat? What did he ask?
He says, "Fun fact: Disney bought Marvel to profit off the boys, but turned it into a girls' product. Rip Disney."
I'm not gonna. I don't want to get into the gender politics with all of that, except to say I think it's more complicated than that. I can see where you're coming from to some degree, I think, but I don't know any girls that are any more excited about Marvel right now than any guys I know. So take that for what you will. But
I don't know what girls I know who are into this hate it more than the guys.
did they make it a girls' product, or did they turn it in an attempt to be accessible or socially trendy or whatever? Did they turn it into something that's not really for anybody? I think that's more of what happened.
Anyways, moving on.
That's my takeaway. I'd like to move on personally, but if Connor wants to,
I never know how to I have no idea how to yeah, I see where you're coming from, but it's like I feel like when I go online, I'm existing in a different reality than when I'm in the real world.
Yeah.
And it's like I have no idea what like the Disney or like whatever like the official people are responding to. So it's like I feel like it's like I don't know. It's like another reality. So I have no idea what's happening.
give me a second. I gotta bring Jason in here.
What?
What?
What? You cut out.
I cut out? Oh, weird. I'm just saying I'm bringing Jason in.
Oh. Oh, I figured he was just gonna walk downstairs.
No, he's gonna. Well, he's supposed to get in from his room upstairs, but now I'm hearing somebody on the steps. But yeah, we didn't want to try to crowd all
Do it
in.
on the stairs.
We didn't want to all crowd around over here. So anyway, hopefully he comes in a little bit. I don't know what that commotion was about.
Oh.
There he is. Maybe he's coming in here. Jason.
His profile picture looking like a smooth criminal over here.
That's it. What happened there? Why are you blocking me now, Austin?
I'm gonna keep. Oh no, wrong way. This way.
Jason, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay,
hear
we
me?
can't see you.
Yeah, I'm.
He's like, quit rushing me. I'm getting there.
I'm pressing the button and it's not doing anything. Hold up.
Oh, his voice is so much deeper.
I know.
Whoa, okay.
You're just gonna have to suspend your disbelief.
This is what I said. I was talking to him in the 4-minute break. I was upstairs. I was talking to him. I can't believe how much deeper it's gotten in just
There he is.
the last few months.
I gotta see if I can get him in here. Hold on.
He's like an octave away from Barry White.
Did you say octave?
What the
Yeah,
heck?
He's an octave?
octave, whatever.
He's an octave away.
Look what I have to move to
Octavius.
fit into this window. Okay, here.
Dr. Octavius.
Oh, that's pretty good, Brandon. Dr. Octavius.
Oh, I missed that. That's great.
Jason. You know what? Whenever I do a pun like that, you just groan.
That's because you said it.
Oh, I see how it is. Just gonna be as nice as I have to be to you people till we finish the movie, and then I'm done with you all.
Come on, we're all grown men here.
Well, I mean, Jason wasn't until a week ago, but now... Jason, can you hear us?
Yes.
You look distracted. Everything good?
Yeah. Sorry.
What are you
I
wearing?
didn't-
What are you wearing there?
Evolution.
Oh, nice.
Cool, look at that.
Got some merch going, yeah.
So if you weren't with us at the beginning of the show, part of the reason we wanted to make sure that Jason could be here tonight for at least part of this is because he is acting in the film. He's going to be playing a 12-year-old version of me. Again, suspend your disbelief because he sounds older than that now. And we're doing a time travel thing. He's going to be playing me in the year 1996. And he is also helping me make the movie. He's going to be at every shoot we can have him at. He is basically co-directing the thing. Jason helped me break the story initially, and some of the initial ideas were his. The ending, it definitely went a different direction than we had originally broken, and maybe for folks that get the rough draft script, we'll put Jason the original text where we broke the story with that too, because we actually have like an initial like 4 or 5 paragraph breakdown, and the movie is very different from what that was. But I still have that document. And we might make that available at some point.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'd like to read that.
Thomas Lowe likes your fireplace, Connor.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, you got a cool fireplace.
It's not
Your
mine.
fireplace
but,
is
you know.
cool.
And he also says I have a big house. I have a decent sized house yet, but I mean, you know, we've got 5 and about to have 6 kids, so
You have an amazing sized house.
you gotta have some space, or we would have had to move after the twins. No, Brandon, I thought we were gonna feel it more after the twins, and it really
Yeah.
hasn't been bad at all.
No, you expanded quite nicely. I feel like you had room to grow. It was a good choice, and you had room to grow. And I hope you don't feel it too much soon.
Yeah, I don't think we will.
I don't think you will either.
We might move up in 4 or 5 years, but I think we'll be here for a good long time.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
for
Yeah,
at
when you
least-
get to like
at least a
9,
while.
you might have to. But
That's a good point. Yeah,
Like,
but at that point, I'll just start giving them away. I think.
We gotta at least charge $5.
You guys,
Fund another
you guys
movie.
You guys have some room in the backyard. You can like build a shack, and that's where you can keep some of the other people, right? You know,
Well, that's where Jason will move when he moves out of the house. So people will be like, "Oh, does your kid still live with you?" Like he's doing the stereotypical thing. No, he's got his own place.
You talk about building shacks and
He
stuff,
lives very close, but he's got his own place.
But Nikki and I have been looking into these like,
Shacks?
tiny homes.
You want to live in a shack?
No, you can buy like those Home Depot sheds and stuff. Like you can buy those types of models of sheds, and you can outfit them to be actual like tiny homes, living spaces.
When you do that, you have to invite me over
that would be fun.
because I want to do a live show from there so bad.
A tiny home.
It'll be a follow up to that stream that I did where I was broadcasting out of my kid's playhouse. Anyway,
just want to see that movie. Brandon, you should make a movie called Honey, I Bought a Home Depot Shack House.
Oh dear.
it just rolls off the tongue too.
Exactly.
Austin, how many super chats do we have left?
Like 8,000.
Okay, well, you know what? It's a good problem to have. Let's go ahead and start knocking down some of those. See if we can get it to 7,999. Go ahead.
Okay, so these next two are like together, really. So
Okay,
that works
cool.
out.
Yeah.
So Chewbacca's lover gives $100.
Oh my
he says-
goodness, really?
yeah.
I did see that there was a $100 one, but I wasn't sure if it was actually $100. Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, thank you, Chewbacca's lover. That's amazing. Okay, what does he want us to talk about? Because we got to make sure that we give it some credence here.
The 2000s weren't perfect, and they
And he gets
changed
the
a bunch.
first printed script, by the way.
That is true. The 2000s weren't perfect, and they changed a bunch of stuff, but it felt like they at least pretended that they respected the source material and justify each change, even if it was BS. People won't accept Galactus, mechanical web shooters won't be realistic as being two examples. And then he gave an extra $10, and he says, now they are open about the fact that they don't respect the source material and change stuff without even trying to justify it or argue that they have to do it.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is an interesting conversation to have. I just don't want to get, like sad and negative about this whole thing. I'm hoping that they're starting to learn some lessons finally, and we're going to move past some of this. But it's an interesting point that he raises, Austin, that it used to be about perceived realism and whether an audience would accept the sillier comic book side of things. And that does not seem to be the reason behind not looking enough at source material or having any reverence for it, and some of the choices seem more arbitrary now. I think he's right about that.
I think there is a better period in between in terms of getting the source material right, but...
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
But I just think he's right that it used to be about realism, and it's not so much anymore.
Yeah, I think when you look at some of the earlier 2000s stuff, it is... I can't remember which Superhero Rewind it is, Cap, but you kind of talk about how the Growing Pains period is kind of like looking at what's in pop culture right now and what can we make this superhero like. That's like an analog, for example. And
yeah, it's
so
true.
when it comes to like...
I forgot I said that, but I agree with myself.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it is. I feel bad, but I've listened to that Superhero Rewind multiple times. But it's one of those things where, like, when I think about like the web shooters in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, that just to me anyways feels like an intuitive choice, especially if you're doing like the whole puberty metaphor thing. But also just as like a piece of efficient cinematic storytelling, like it kind of makes sense to not have to like have a montage or a part of a montage or a scene that kind of explains what it is, and you can just visually kind of showcase that. But what I was going with initially is like when you look at something like the X-Men, just visually speaking, it does kind of fall in line with, okay, Blade was successful, The Matrix was successful, and a few other more like Hong Kong inspired action stuff was successful. And not that X-Men is really, Bryan Singer does not hold a candle to like John Woo or any Hong Kong filmmakers, but like visually that it like what they're wearing, kind of like the lens choices and like the color palette does sort of feel like it's all kind of falling in line because that's what was popular. And so it feels like it's more making the case about why a regular audience should like it. But now that we don't live in that time anymore, it's all about like everyone's bought in. And so I think a lot of what the problems of today are kind of built into is just the insane schedule. Like when it came to like She-Hulk, for example, I saw an interesting interview with that, I can't say showrunner, but like show creator, head writer, where she was saying that like we basically pitched a show that involved like big like legal monologues, and then we found out we weren't really good at writing that, and then instead like, but they can't just scrap that and then hire someone else who was maybe better suited for the show they pitched.
Yeah,
they don't have time. So it's like I kind of feel like it's kind of cool that they realized that that was a shortcoming they had, But the downside is with all the visual effects that they need to churn out, with like the schedule that they need to make, with like the casting, like, and like the machinery is just so fast moving. The project and the release date are already set in stone before the creatives are even involved, and so
Yeah.
it is just like a bizarre thing where it's now like the opposite. Where before it was narrative efficiency to convince an audience on a concept, now it's like just complete efficiency to just get it out.
Well, now and I agree with all of that. Now the problem is we expect that you'll be on board because Marvel is an institution. No longer do we have to justify these products in a world that doesn't accept superhero fiction or kind of raises an eyebrow at it. That became the bread and butter for Hollywood too long, and Marvel itself was an institution too long. So no longer do you go, how do we make this look like whatever's real popular right now? How do we take the superhero thing and turn it into The Matrix, or turn it into whatever big action franchise is real popular right now? How do we take Batman and make it James Bond? We go, how do we keep the Marvel train running, and how can we conveniently fit this maybe more out there odd concept into the easy bake oven that we already have sitting here. And I think that's kind of where we're at right now, and that's where you end up with the creative bankruptcy problem, and just Russian stuff, like you said, Connor. So like they needed to take their time and find the right people who could make that show.
Well,
and it was just about getting a product out before it was about telling any particular story.
Exactly. And that's the other thing, is I remember in 2021 when I was like having like this whole like, what is going on with Marvel? Like, this is not good. It was around the time, I think, What If and Shang-Chi were coming out. I'm like, has there been like more than a month without a new Marvel thing? And like, it feels like they're just trying to make it so it's always there. And then that report came out, and that's exactly
what they were
happened.
doing. Yep, they came out and said
it's
that.
Nuts.
And if they, and it's easy to look back in hindsight and say here's how you could do that, but I mean there's maybe a way to do that. It's harder to be comic books in live action where you always have stuff coming out every week, because in comics you can have a standard status quo, and you have a lot of creatives where it's just a couple of guys working on a book, and your characters aren't played by people who are aging naturally. So I mean, like it's a lot. If you did it all in animation, it'd be easier maybe. I mean, it would be difficult to make, but if you had enough hands, like some of it's just about having enough hands and enough creative people who aren't burnt out. But like we talked a lot about like the CG designers that are overworked and aren't being treated right, and you get the same problem with probably like a lot of other people working on those things where they're just it's like they're in an assembly line. We've talked about that a lot, or even just like pumping out hamburgers. Like it's a supply and demand problem. Like you almost want to get back to this nice middle point, Connor, where you have enough demand that it makes sense to keep putting out a certain amount of supply, but not so much demand that you feel like you got to have something out all the time where it doesn't even matter what the quality of the product is anymore. And so that's how Marvel turned into McDonald's, is really what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I guess, yeah, exactly. And we've just validated Austin's very succinct way of putting it. There's a point in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, there's a point in the middle. No, that's exactly right.
Because I enjoy a lot of Phase 3, but I remember it was around the time Thor Ragnarok came out, and then the very next one was Black Panther. And with those two projects, that's where I first started noticing some egregious like CGI shortcomings in a few shots. And that's also right around the time they started putting 3 out a year.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is where it's starting to break down a little bit. And now we're at the point where they're putting out so much that I don't feel like any of it looks very good because they don't have time and resources.
For me, it goes back to Ultron, especially with Iron Man. I don't think Iron Man looks good from the climax of Ultron moving forward.
Yeah, no one's seen this except for maybe Austin, but I made like an Iron Man tribute video.
Yes, it's beautiful.
It was deliberate. I'll send it to you later, Cap. It was
Oh, cool.
deliberately cringy, but I just like downloaded like this video called Iron Man MCU All Scenes, so I could just like comb through it. Let me tell you what, it was a lot more fun to edit the scenes, edit that with scenes from like Iron Man 3 and beforehand than it was from like Spider-Man Homecoming on. And I think some of it was just the way it looks. I don't know. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's more interesting to look at.
As an Iron Man fan, I also thought it got like a lot lamer when we lost the Iron Man moving noises, which is like a small nitpicky thing. But you know, when you go back to those like first 3 movies in Avengers, every time he moves, it's got like the like zzz, zzz, like you can like hear like the things moving in his suit, and then we lose that, and it, you know, it doesn't. I think that's part of why it doesn't look as good too, is because it's not matched with the audio.
Yeah, there's not that practical.
Yeah,
quality.
exactly.
Connor, you mentioned at one point about like realism in technology used in some of these movies like Spider-Man. But when I look at the CGI in a lot of these things, and I've had this for a long time now, even in some like Transformer movies and stuff, like I'm just no longer buying it. It certainly looks interesting and looks good, but some of the stuff is just so over the top. And doesn't look that good to me that it completely takes me out of the movie. And I'm like, I couldn't buy this in reality if I was looking at it with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah, that's a good point. And matching it with what Austin was saying, like the nanobots of Iron Man, it's just kind of lame to me. Like, yeah, it's technologically like cooler and more advanced, but it, like you're saying, Brandon, it's kind of over the top where, I don't know, I like that more tactile, like you can see the parts kind of moving. It's more clunky.
But even with these movies that are like majority CGI, like there are reasons beyond the fact that I just think it sounded like a stupid story that I didn't watch the Avatar movie. Like I've never seen it, and I'm not going to. I've seen a portion of it one time when I walked through Nebraska Furniture Mart. That was it. I stopped to look at the screen. I was like, oh, that looks cool. Kept on walking.
With Marvel, let me just get back to this for a second, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Brandon.
go for it.
That's hilarious. I love the idea of walking through a store and being like, I have now seen as much of this as I need to.
True story.
Connor, I feel like with Marvel, it's like the business equivalent of getting too used to a lifestyle or a particular means of living, right? Like it's like living barely within your means, where it's like when you're that big and that popular, your average person would think, well, surely you have unexhaustible resources and you could have as many CG people to work on something as you needed to, or you could have as many writers and directors for different projects to make up. Like if the whole thing is such a well-oiled machine, and they're making so much money, they were, why couldn't you have 15 projects all happening at once, given the amount of time they each needed to be put out and to be of a quality and to have that quality control? And the answer is, bottom line, the answer is we get stingy. We get used to, I mean, like it's a corporation and it's run like every other corporation. I don't want to sound too political, but I think it's just like, it's the same problem you have in retail. It's how do we get the, a certain percentage above every quarterly earnings report?
If you remove the cashiers and put in automated.
Am I off base here, Connor? I mean,
No. Something you said that actually, like, I'm like, yeah, is like you're like it's like a lifestyle thing where you're barely living like within like your means, and it's like they make so much money and yet they're spending way too much on each project, and it's like we're barely within our means. And our means are $250 million per project.
Austin and I both jumped up for joy last week in a way we haven't when we've heard news about superhero movies in a long time, and it's depressing what the news was that got us excited. It was Blade is only going to be made for $100 million. And we were just like, oh my God, woohoo.
I think it's below that.
We just freaked out about how excited we were that they weren't going to spend $9 billion on that movie. Because maybe they've learned something. That's what
maybe
all
that
of
movie
these should
won't
be made
end
for.
in a kaiju fight.
Jason, what do you think?
I think that is that's great. I mean,
I just mean, what do you think about anything? Because you haven't got to talking about.
Yeah, no. I agree with what you guys are saying. I think movies need to be more about like. I think like I'm not against CGI if it looks good, but you can't rush a thing and make it look like it's gonna look terrible and no one's gonna want to see it. And it plays off as lazy.
Mhm.
And
you have to spend
it's not-
$200 million on Shang-Chi, so let's not make like a kung fu movie. Let's have giant monsters at the end. It's like, no, just have him fight his dad at the
And
end.
it's
with,
not
like, kung
fair
fu
to those.
fight.
It's not fair to the CG artists because Jason is right. Immediately, what people do when they see babies in microwaves is they go, "Oh my God, what were the visual effects people thinking? Like, look how lazy they are. They couldn't even make it look good." And if you saw what was happening behind the scenes, it's not their fault.
right.
But that's who gets the blame for it.
I mean, this year does have 2 back-to-back Marvel movies that show both the like highs that they can get and the lows that they can get.
Yeah.
That we had Quantum Mania followed by Guardians 3, and one of those has like no shots with like really like awful CGI like that, and one of them has no shots where it looks competent. So
Well, don't get me wrong. The director will get blamed for this too, because the director gets, like the president, gets blamed for everything that doesn't work. But when people go, look how terrible this movie is, in the back of everybody's minds, they got to be like, oh wow, like the visual effects aren't very good, and that can't make the artist behind them feel good. I just want to highlight that point real quick. But there
That's
is.
a good point.
But Austin, I mean, there's a reason that James Gunn's movie looks better than the guy that made Flash, and it's not entirely that guy's fault because some of that was probably nonsense out of his control. But
and things changing so much.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, stuff out of his control. Yeah. But like Gunn has a very specific way that he works, and his stuff sells, so he's more left alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, Guardians 3 was like one of those times where like I was legitimately impressed by the production of that. Like those CG animals looked amazing.
Yeah, and we got people in animal costumes.
Okay, Counter Earth is like my favorite thing ever. I love Counter Earth.
But
also
it's like burned in my brain.
I also like the Orgosphere. I loved that. I don't know if it was like a set. It was probably a combination of like sets and like CG, but like it was so squishy and like organic. It was so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, super chats are coming in again, and I just wanted to spend some time on that because that was
and we still have more from before too. So
massive, hefty. That's what I mean. So we need to get rolling. But thanks again to Chewbacca's Lover for the massive super chat and for helping us get going on this movie. Because like I said, I'm gonna be able to buy props now, and I'm very excited about that. But we've got lots of stuff that we're gonna have to pay for this movie. And like I said, I'm hoping all told I want to say in a perfect world, we could get somewhere eventually between $3,000 and $5,000. But we're going to make the thing for whatever we end up with. And we'll do another one of these streams probably sometime after Christmas and then sometime in January. And then after that, we'll see if we think we need a Kickstarter on top of it. But this is such a great start, and I really appreciate you guys. So, Austin, get us through some more of these super chats, if you would.
Oh, yes. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Okay. Austin Harn gives $50. He says, I'm excited to see the film cap. The real question is, will we see this film reviewed on Superhero Rewind? I'm curious what your thoughts are on the recent cancellation of physical media at both Best Buy and Walmart next year. Cheers.
Okay,
I had
great question. We'll talk about that. What was the dollar amount?
$50.
Was it American?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure because there's a couple
Yeah.
that are heftier dollar amounts, and we're gonna have to figure out what the conversion is.
Yes.
You said Austin Harn?
Yes.
With an
Harn.
Okay, great, thanks. let's start at the beginning of that. As far as whether the movie will be reviewed on Superhero Rewind, I have to completely plead the fifth on them.
I mean, that just means yes.
I cannot answer that question. Well, that's what it sounds like, but it is. I just can't get into it. I guess the answer to that is sort of.
That's like the
Sort of.
reverse of when you ask a parent for something and they say maybe, which always means no. That definitely meant yes.
Okay, so I'll amend that and say sort of. There's a plan. There's a thing with that. And then Connor, I just don't know how to answer that.
Hey, you know.
Well,
you
the
do what you
weirdest
can.
thing is
Connor
that
knows why I'm saying that.
Yes.
the weirdest thing though is that somebody mentioned the physical media thing in their comment, and DJ immediately popped up into chat when that happened.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, it's like Speak of the Devil, and DJ will appear. DJ is going to try to pop in with us potentially.
Ooh, cool.
DJ, if you decide you want to be in here with us, just message me on Skype here, and we'll bring you in. Okay, so what specific? So he was talking about what, Best Buy and who else?
Walmart.
And Walmart.
So I hadn't heard Walmart was going to get rid of physical media. I heard they were going to shrink down their video game section to almost nothing, but I didn't know if they were going to get rid of Blu-rays and stuff yet.
So I like finding the movies in the $5 bin that obviously never sold beforehand, seeing what they have in there.
We're gonna get to the point where I can't even say the things I've said for a million years, and people like have any idea what I'm talking about. Because I'll say with a movie that's awful, I'll be like, well, I'm not gonna buy that right away from my collection because it'll be in the Walmart $5 bin. I'm not even gonna be able to say that anymore.
Well, and I
Yeah,
might
but what'll
find
happen
something-
is every streaming service will get a $5 tier, and that's where all those movies will go.
So, like, I
$5
much prefer to have a physical media, but there are certain things that I would never have known about had they not like gone into the bin. Like, you can find some kind of funny stuff, but like, I understand that it doesn't sell like it used to, but I'm still buying it, but rarely. But I'm still buying it. I'll just go elsewhere to do that.
Well, it's going to get to the point where you won't be able to buy physical
Find it
media
anywhere.
in a brick and mortar store. So all this is doing is giving Amazon more money, and why do we want to do that?
No, we definitely don't. I
That's
don't.
that's all this does, because you're going to get to the point where and Connor, like some boutique places that'll stick around, obviously, but it's going to get to the point where you're not going to be able to buy that stuff in a store. You'll have to order it, and the problem that Connor and DJ and big movie collectors have right now is just going to be exacerbated by this, where you have small print ones of things that you'll not get your hands on if you don't pre-order, and you got to have your finger on the button for some things, and that's just going to get worse, Connor, I think.
Yeah. So when it comes to this, like, I don't like shopping online. A lot of it just comes down to shipping. I like driving to a store, going outside, and finding like a copy that isn't banged and dinged up, and then purchasing that. And then this is like, you'll have to pay for shipping. You'll have to wait a few days or pre-order it, and then when it gets to your house, it'll be like kind of ripped up and banged up and dinged, and the disc will probably be loose. Now that's for a new release. What I kind of see happening after this is a reality I've kind of been knowing I'll have to face eventually. I did not hear about Walmart. I knew about Best Buy, which really stinks. I guess, steelbooks are going to be a thing of the past because everyone's going to get their steelbooks completely with dents and stuff in it. But I think when it comes to
that has
boutique
happened
labels,
to me, by the way.
It's happened to me too, man. It sucks. Boutique stuff does package really well. Criterion, when you get their more expensive sets, does have like sized boxes for that. Vinegar Syndrome and Arrow, I know they package their stuff really nicely. But that's cool, but I don't like having to spend a premium on shipping. I like going to a Barnes & Noble to buy that kind of stuff where it's, I don't know. So all that stuff, like in terms of like the more specialty boutique label stuff, I think I can just like swallow my pride, and maybe they'll still sell them at Barnes & Noble and I can buy them, from the site if they don't have them there. But as far as like new release stuff, man, I'm gonna be buying so much less of that because I just don't want to, have Amazon throw it in an envelope and then have like the jewel case shattered when I open up the package. So that's my take on it.
And I think we're getting to the point where that's the only place where you'll be able to buy mainstream stuff. Who else is going to have it? I mean, if Walmart's done with physical media, how long does it take for Target to follow suit with that?
Oh, Target already doesn't have it.
No, they do around here, but I mean, it's shrinking, but
Yeah,
it's still
small.
there. But look, Walmart for us around here has shrunk as much as Target has.
Oh, okay. Over here, I don't go to Walmart very often. They just have DVDs, and that's why
I don't like it. But I'll occasionally go just because they used to be better about this too. They will still have stuff that very few other places carry. And you're right, it's too much DVD. But they'll have stuff in physical and kind of weird like more underground B movie stuff too that I don't see anywhere else.
Okay, yeah. I very rarely go. I always feel like shame when I go into a Walmart.
I gotta have that too.
Oh, Nikki and I recently started going to a better Walmart than the one on Intermission Parkway. It's only about 2 miles.
I mean, that's not the one I go to most of the time either.
Well,
anyway, but
there's a better one than that Super Center. I'm just saying.
Well, there's like 5 around here, Brandon. Like, there's like 3 that are better than that one.
I don't like the neighborhood market though.
I don't like that either, but that's a totally different
True.
conversation.
That's not a Walmart.
Brandon, you said you need to get going around 10, right?
Yes, around 10.
It is around 10.
Oh, what time is it? I got 3
10.
minutes. I got 3 minutes.
Let's
Give me
answer
8.
another super chat real quick, and then no, it's a bummer that I didn't get to the thing I was going to do before you've got to go, though.
What's the thing you were going to do? How long is that going to take?
Yeah, too long.
Oh, I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Because you no, I should have done it earlier. It's fine. It's just we got that big super chat, and I wanted to make sure that we actually discussed that. But it's not a big deal. Jason, after Brandon leaves, I'm going to have you come down to his seat,
Cool.
and then you can help me with the thing that we're gonna do. Let's answer one more super chat before Brandon gets going.
Okay.
Well, this is going to take a while to answer, but Checkers the Inventor gives $2, and he says, "Is there a
thanks,
way to
Checkers.
send money that YouTube won't take?"
Yes. So, well, this won't take long because I set this up earlier, but Checkers wasn't here for it. Checkers, if you have a PayPal, you can PayPal us, and I wanted to make sure and have that option in case people didn't want to give YouTube money. But I knew more people would want to do the super chat thing, so I'm still allowing that. But yeah, my PayPal email is in the description of the video, and if you PayPal a donation, please mention in the regular comments, and Austin's monitoring that you did that and what the dollar amount was, so that we can get you written down here. But thanks, Checkers.
Yep.
We appreciate you, man.
Let me see. Where was our next one? Bob the Hun gives $5. He says, "For what it's worth, your acting cap is better than any of the Channel Awesome people in their movies, and Spania was a better story." Disagree, but you are good, Cap.
Where's my eject button?
Austin just
It's
missile
right
fires
in this
underneath Austin.
machine I found.
No, I'm very self-conscious about my acting. I don't think I'm even at like, the best of Power Rangers level. Like, I don't think I'm a very good actor.
I mean, you've acted like you like me for years, so that's pretty good. But
Yeah, there's a nuanced thing I can do when there's not. I was gonna say when there's not camera here. Like, we're in front of the camera right now, but I'm not like it. Connor, it's just a stupid psychological thing I have. Tell me if you have this, where if I'm acting, like reading dialogue as opposed to just improvising whatever we're saying like this in front of a camera where like I'm not acting. Like, I can put on a show like this, but it's not fictitious.
yeah,
If I'm delivering dialogue and there's a camera there, I'm just too aware of the camera.
I am exactly the same way. I to me, it's like the difference is like there's the performance persona you have, where it's like it's the difference between acting and public speaking.
Yeah.
Where it's like they are both kind of performance, but I'm really bad at one, and I can do the other.
Yeah, and like I like I scrutinize myself really hard with it. I can go back and watch videos like this, and I'm very used to the sound of my own voice. I'm pretty comfortable with what I look like and how I act on camera. And sometimes I'll be like, I accidentally talked over somebody, or I rambled, I talked too much, that kind of thing. But like I'm very comfortable and satisfied with the performance I give here. When I can be acting and think it went okay, and go back and play that back and be like, there's a camera there. There's just this whole other layer of it's not believable. It doesn't come off genuine, and that's the reason I want to maybe get a mentor and take some acting classes to try to get around that.
Well, it's really cool that you can.
I think I
identify
could voice act. I think I'd be fine at that.
Yeah.
Well, and Dad,
voice acting.
I think you're pretty good at. I think you've gotten pretty good at acting as yourself. I actually haven't seen you act as like, characters much, but you've gotten pretty good at acting like as yourself.
Well, I appreciate that. I have a hard time going back to Spawn here to the more like in scene cinematic stuff.
Really?
Yeah, it's a little bit painful for me to go back and watch the finale and all of that stuff. Like, I'm happy with
interesting.
That was great.
I'm happy with choices I made in editing and all of that. But like, I don't like to watch myself act. I don't mind the Spawn Year episodes so much, the voiceover stuff. But
now I haven't watched the finale in quite a while. But when I go back and I occasionally watch an episode of you doing Spawn Year, I've known you much longer than that.
Yeah.
I knew you through that whole thing. It's just you to me. I don't see, like, I'm not going to say I don't see a progression from where you were then to where you are now.
Yeah.
But it's still you, and I don't see much of a difference in that. Like, I want to say if that makes sense. Like, I just don't see. It's still you, so I don't know.
Well, I appreciate that, and maybe I'm too hard on myself, but I don't think I'm very good at it. And like I said, I gave myself some. Thicker, difficult things to do with this. Like I'm gonna have to figure out very specific ways to play different versions of myself and get those choices real solidified. And one big thing Jason and I keep talking about is how deep my voice should be for different versions of Captain Logan. Because my instinct is the older I get, the deeper and more Kevin Conroy to go with it. But I'm afraid that some of that's going to be difficult to, to project and understand. So,
Yeah, definitely. I'm weird. I'm the opposite.
decisions.
I can't watch us talk about things, but I can make like the cringiest, like worst skits of all time, and I can watch these easily.
That's
I don't
really
know.
funny.
I wonder how much your voice has actually changed in juxtaposition to how much your recording equipment has upgraded over the years too, and what reality was versus your recording of your voice versus now.
Boy, I wonder that a lot. Yeah, because when you go back to the earliest rewinds and the videos that I did with Vince back in like 09, 2010, that camera has a terrible mic, and I actually recorded the rewinds into the same camera. I don't know if people know this. I had this old flip Mino camera that I got from Best Buy before very many people were doing this kind of work on
You
YouTube.
still have that camera?
I do. It
should
doesn't
go
work
on
anymore.
like your
but
shelf somewhere.
I had two of them, and neither one of them work, but I have them. When I bought that first
So you
one,
should have filmed the movie on that.
when
God.
I bought the first one, the guy that sold it to me kind of cocked an eyebrow. He was like, "What would you ever use this for?" And fast forward to now, and like everybody's a content creator, right? Like it's kind of surreal. But what I would do with that is, Connor, have I ever told you this? I would take the flip Mino camera, and I would the speaker was on the back of it. And I would lay it down, I would press record, I would lay it down on the table, and I would talk into it, and so the actual screen was black, and then I would just take the audio from that, and that was the rewind audio. And that was the only thing I had for a microphone for the longest time. It had no bass, it had no lower end. So that's what Brandon's talking about, is like, I sound like a child in those, partly because there's no low end.
Yeah, and I don't I don't notice, of course, I've been alongside Cat for the whole run too. I don't notice his voice has changed that much. I also wonder at times, is that because of I've just known Cat for so long and it's changed with our relationship, or is it because a lot of like I don't remember his voice kind of sounding like that?
Yeah.
So how much difference was there
I wonder
really?
that too. But yeah, Connor, did I ever tell you about the Mino?
Well, you told me about that. I must have misremembered it because I didn't realize that you had the video going as well and you just flipped it down.
You had to,
you were able to
'cause
just
it
had a feature.
The
where
camera has
you were-
one button on it.
Oh,
That's how I
interesting.
used to do voiceover stuff too with my old camera.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that was before I was doing anything remote with anybody. So I had to get a headset when I started doing Skype stuff.
I'll be right back.
Okay, Jason,
Okay.
why don't you just when you get back, just come downstairs.
Yeah, because I'm about to leave.
Brandon, thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Yeah. Is there one more question we could do
Yeah,
before I go?
Yeah.
And then I'll go.
yeah. Go ahead, Brandon. I mean, Austin.
I want to see what's up there.
Makura, I think that's how you pronounce it.
Oh,
I guess
spell it. Spell it.
Makura.
Say it again. M-
Makura.
Oh, Makura. Yeah. He's been with us a long time too. What was the dollar amount?
$4.99.
Cool.
He says, "Hello, sorry if this is too off topic, but Cap, did you ever get around to watching more of Dragon Ball Z Kai? And if you did you continue to enjoy it?"
No, we can talk about whatever you guys want to tonight. I have not watched any more of that yet because we've been doing all these different things for Request, and Jason and I have been doing the pilot show. But and I liked that show a lot more than I thought I would. It's not a thing I can get real excited about, like binging or watching a ton of. But like, if I get just the right mood, hopefully I'll sit down and watch more. Because I was curious about where that was going, Austin. Like when he dies and goes to heaven in like the fourth episode or something.
Yeah.
Like I kind of want to watch more of that. But I haven't yet. But Jason and Freddie have continued with it. And so we've turned Freddie into this big Dragon Ball fan. Freddie read he read like 100 issues of the manga or like 50 issues of the manga or something.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Already.
Yeah, he just and like 2 weeks after we did that show, Connor.
Wow. How fast is he? Like, how short are those chapters? How fast is he reading that? Like,
Well, it's Dragon Ball Z, so I assume most of the dialogue is like, "Whoa, his power level."
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. All the dialogue is just his power levels.
Well, it's cool that he found something new that he is into.
Yeah, he was excited about that. Jason, you got to come downstairs.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get my stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know, Dad.
13.
Yeah, I don't know. Do I really want to make a whole movie with a 13-year-old? No, I do. You do, Brian. You really do.
All right, well.
that was so you have like a built-in scapegoat. You're like, hey, look, my co-director was 13. What do you want me to do?
You know, guys, honestly, I was barely involved. I just let him do it.
Brandon, come over next week if you're able to.
Yes. Still
And-
gonna also try to make it on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep asking you to come over all these different days,
Don't
but
be sorry. We haven't hung out forever. We haven't hung
That's true.
out days in this close in quite a long time.
Freddie's birthday's tomorrow, everybody. He's going to be 9, and
Oh yeah, happy
he's got
birthday to Freddie.
He's got a birthday party on Saturday, so that's why Brandon's going to try to come over Saturday. But yeah, we're going to try to do maybe a partial table read on Tuesday.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Because Vince is coming over that day, and he doesn't know I want to do that yet. But maybe I can sweet talk him into doing some of that. So we'll see how it goes.
It'd still be nice to see him, even
Absolutely.
if you know. We
No,
didn't
come over
do
even if
that
we
other
don't do
stuff.
that.
Yeah. So.
But yeah,
Also, if DJ makes it in, tell him I said hello.
I will.
Been a while since we did an After Dark.
Yeah, let me make sure he hasn't been trying to get in. Actually.
Well, he said earlier when he was in the chat that he was still at a bar. So
Oh, okay,
that was
cool.
only like half an hour ago.
Well, we might still see him then because we're gonna go for another couple hours.
So he's streaming from the bar. Hello.
Yeah, don't do that, because it'll be both Loudham will get copyright flagged.
Especially if there's music playing.
Well, that'd be the reason.
Well, not all bars have music playing that loud.
So what would be the other reason we get copyright flag?
I mean, I guess
Because you're not
yeah,
allowed
but
to
I'm just
film
I
at
was
the bar.
thinking about
They
the
have
fact
their
that maybe
design copyrighted.
they're not playing music at that bar. I don't know.
Well, yeah, but then we wouldn't get copyright. I mean, it was just like...
Right, it's yes, I realize the context informs the statement,
there's
informs the
music playing.
context. Yes,
I'm sorry,
I
Brandon.
screwed that up on my way
I
out.
busted his chops now. And you know what? I was
Peace.
doing so well this whole stream.
No, I'll see you Saturday.
Thank
likely.
you for everything.
Yes, thank
Appreciate you, buddy. And we
All
will see. I had to do that as a show of affection.
I just
That was like the
completely
Voldemort
yanked out my
hug.
thing. If anybody's talking to me, I can't hear you. So see ya.
Brandon's not the huggiest person, but I am. So I try
I
not
mean,
to be too huggy with my not
I
super
do
huggy
hug
friends.
my friends. I don't mind. I don't mind too much. But not that often.
He's like, I don't want to hug you. I hug my friends.
Anyway, it was good to see you. I'll see you soon.
Okay, thanks,
Jason?
Brandon.
All right,
bye,
you're in.
Brandon.
I'll tag you in.
Bye, Brandon. You're
Bye.
He's gonna tag him in.
You're
All right,
God
can you
amongst
unplug
men.
me here? Thank you.
There you go. Tell Nikki I said hi. I mean, she's watching, so hi, Nikki. But
What was that? What was that laugh?
bye, Brandon. I'm gonna have to see if Nikki wants to help out with this movie too, because I'm sure I could find a job for her if she wants to help us out.
Yeah.
I like Nikki. She's awesome. Okay, so we're plugging your headphones in, but I'm actually going to switch this out in a minute. Actually, let's see if we can do some more super chats first, and then we're gonna see if we can get away with going off headphones and on speaker, because we're gonna bring some things over and look at some things on camera.
Okay.
And we'll see how that's gonna work. Austin, can you give me a ballpark super chat number?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10.
Okay, Checkers just put in $75.
I was about to mention that before the next one, too.
Via PayPal. Yeah, thank you. So let me get that written down. Checkers, thank you so much. That is another person that will get the printed script signed by me and as much of the crew as possible, and hopefully with a title page that has artwork from Ty Overall. And he's not drawn said artwork yet, but he's about to get started on that. So that's why I'm saying tentatively that is supposed to happen, but we don't have it yet. And he's going to be doing a hand-drawn teaser poster for the film that's going to be it's going to be based on a Wolverine comic, but that's all I'll say right now. And that is Checkers. Checkers, thank you so much, man. And that puts us right at $500 for the evening so far, which is amazing. And thank you guys so much for everything tonight. I'm gonna try not to tear up, Connor. It's gonna be hard.
I'm really, really happy for you, man. This
Well,
is exciting.
People care, and that's the thing I'm most excited about. And I want to remind folks, or just tell everybody, if they didn't hear me say this at the beginning, if you've come a little bit later, this is not us trying to drum up a bunch of capital that we're going to put in our back pocket. We're making no money on this movie whatsoever. We're not going to be selling it. The only thing we could maybe be selling with this would be posters and t-shirts, and that would be basically at cost, just so you guys can get some merch for it. We won't be making money with that stuff either. We would just charge for whatever it costs to make that stuff, basically. But we're not going to be doing, and I know this is going to make Connor sad, we're not planning at the moment anyway to do physical media for this. Maybe
Well, none of the
down
big stores are going to take it anyways.
maybe down the road, after it's been out for a little while, I could do like a real small run for people that really want it, if I could figure out how to get that going. But I am a little bit worried about a couple of like minorly copyrighted pieces of material and that kind of thing too, which is part of the reason I don't want to sell it. But I think most everything would fit fine with fair use, but it's a little fan filmy. Like, again, I'm trying not to give anything away, Connor, but like, I guess all I'll say is it's hard to make a movie about superhero movies without showing anything.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. So we gotta figure out just how much actual copyrighted material we're gonna try to get away with. But
No, I understand, and like I get why you wouldn't want to go through the whole escapade of figuring out how to sell physical media, and even the legal, red tape that might come with it. But also,
That's the bigger thing.
I'd only want a copy if I could put it next to my Spawn Year collection, and that's
I
not
know.
on disc either. So
We haven't made that either. Yeah. And you're not the only person that's begged me for that, and I always wanted to do that, but that's also a very gray area.
It's okay. I can still binge Spawn Year on YouTube, so which I do.
We could get a 4K set when we hit the 10-year anniversary of the end of Spawn Year. There's still time.
I remember what I was going to do for the 10th year anniversary of Spawn Year. I was like, I want to do commentary tracks for all of them. Like
Oh
a
my
fan
God.
commentary track.
I'd listen to every one of those. That'd be awesome.
But then, you know how it is.
Well,
Well, yeah, you do, because it's like I would probably need to prep 50 of them before the beginning of the year. And I'm
so
like,
you
oh,
know
I can't
exactly.
do-
Yeah, that's exactly what I went through. Yeah.
And I was like, I worked 25 days in a row from November to December before Christmas, and I'm not gonna have any time to do that. So
No, it makes me feel good that you would even think to do such a thing, but you have better things to do than that.
do
I
I,
tried to
know?
put out-
Spawn Year is pretty cool.
I tried to put out 31 videos in October and started in April and couldn't get it done. So
Yeah.
Oh, you outmanaged it though. I thought you got them all out.
no, there's only 25.
Oh, you never finished it?
No, there's 4 sitting on my friend's computer and he won't edit them. But
Oh no. I'm sorry, man. I didn't watch all of them. I kind of cherry picked and watched a few.
no
but
one did. It's okay.
Sorry, man.
I didn't watch all of
Code
them.
Geass, could you make the DVDs free? No.
Yeah, no.
No, if I was planning on doing, I'm sorry, I don't mean to make fun. If I was planning to do printed versions, that would have been what we do for the perks, of course. But it would have to be above and beyond what it costs to print them, and I need to raise capital to make the thing, not to sell the thing. So it's gonna be free on YouTube, and that's why we've got a perk for seeing the movie early and doing a screening with us. We'll put that out a week before whatever the actual date is, so those folks will get to see it early, and then we'll put it up on the channel proper for everybody to look at. And we don't make very many regular videos that aren't live anymore, so it will sit there all by its lonesome for probably a good long time in that tab.
Yeah, and those people that come in and they're like, "Is this channel dead? There's no new uploads." They'll be like, "Oh, I guess it ended with the movie."
Yeah, that's the real reason I'm making this, is just so something hefty is in that tab. That's the only reason we're making it. I'm kidding. Thomas Lowe, Ty, you're doing the poster. Yes, he is. Yeah, cool. It's going to be neat. And DJ is going to start working on a logo for me soon, but we haven't had a meeting yet about what exactly that's going to look like. So, and we've got time. I wanted to make sure that we didn't have to rush things and we weren't scrambling and going crazy. So I'm feeling pretty good about the timetable right now, because like I said, I've got a shootable script already, and more or less, I mean, I'll tweak some things here and there, and then I've already started putting together an itemized list of everything we're going to need to purchase and put in scenes, and I've got asterisks next to everything that I think we're going to need, that I have already. And so far, Connor, I'm about 60 pages in, and I own better than half of all the stuff that's in the script so far, so I feel good about that.
Yeah, I
That's
figured you would have enough access to these things, because that's when I was reading at least the initial draft. I was like, I don't know. I mean, there are certain elements that are ambitious, but possible. I don't know. It's there.
Yeah, one thing I will have to do, I kept a lot of my stuff from my childhood, of course, but I'm gonna need to get a few extra things to furnish a set from 1996. Jason is playing me, and we're gonna redress my old bedroom at my mom's house, which is gonna be very surreal. Going back there and putting that together. And but I mean, just practical stuff. I'm gonna need furniture. I'm gonna need to make it look like a kid's bedroom, things like that. So like some stuff I'll be able to just pull out of my house already or borrow from people and that kind of thing. And some stuff I'll need to buy. And like I said, hopefully like vehicle rental and that kind of thing. Because I gotta try to make it look as period as I can get away with. But luckily, the world doesn't look that much different than it did in the mid-90s.
Yeah.
Okay, Austin, give us a
Yes.
couple more super chats, and then I'm gonna pull out some boxes here. We're gonna do something kind of fun.
So we are into my favorite era of super chats in the stream so far.
They're in eras now.
Yes, exactly. Dan Schneider, $2. Thanks, Austin. Now I have to watch The Favorite.
Dan Schneider, I want to say, put in more than one $2 chat. Did he not? Because I think I saw one later. I'm just gonna answer this real quick. Later on, he asked if Eric was gonna be in the movie. I'm almost positive that won't happen. People keep asking about it. I might reach out to him and see if he wants to do some kind of cameo, but he doesn't like to act, and he's busy with his own stuff now. I don't know if he'll want to be involved. So I don't know. I'm not gonna promise anything with that, and I kind of hesitate to even bother him about it because I don't know if he'll be interested. But anyway, that's the answer. Probably not.
If he does, I think we all know that his cameo has to be that you call him and he's wearing the Mr. Rogers outfit. And he just doesn't answer the phone.
That's too self-indulgent even for this project. But I asked that because I think Dan Schneider is close enough to $5 that I'll just put his name in the credits. Although, do I want his name in the credits?
Where's Here's
Listen as a
$5?
producer.
I have not seen Here's $5 in a little while, but he always pops in when you least expect him.
Maybe we'll see him by the end of the night.
Plus EDX, he's not actually named Dan Schneider. He has this whole shtick where he pretends like he's Dan Schneider. And he'll leave really uncomfortable super chats in that guise and make me read
Yeah,
them.
well, his profile picture is Dan Schneider like sniffing on Carly. Anyways,
It's very
Brightburn-
appropriate for my 13-year-old child to be here listening to us talk about.
I really want Here's $5 in the credits. That would be awesome.
Oh, I don't want to beg for money from Here's $5, but I definitely hope that happens. I hope his name winds up in the credits. We love Here's $5, and
it would be the easiest name to fit into the actual movie. You just be like,
it's true.
"Hey, man, here's $5."
It's true. Well, and if he goes with his usual shtick, he just immediately already gets a perk. See,
Yeah.
Exactly.
AMC just wrote Vince with a question mark. If he's asking if Vince is going to be in the movie, because he wasn't here earlier to hear me talk about this, yes, Vince will be in the movie. I'm not saying to what degree yet, but he will be there.
Yep. Brightburn gives $10, and he says, "What Austin said about Emma Stone, I had an experience like that. I didn't see a film for her body, but I saw a film for her performance. I saw 2011's The Help about 6 months before 2012 Spider-Man."
That's coming across a lot like I read Playboy for the articles, right?
I mean, he does.
Okay. Thanks for the super chat.
They had some very provocative and important short stories that they published.
And that has popped Brightburns up to the $35 tier for perks, so he'll now get the PDFs on top of everything else. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. Look at this. I'm gonna have work to do.
Yeah.
So I did the exchange rate on the next one in case anyone else didn't.
Oh my
I
god!
did.
Thank you.
I did as well. It's like
Maybe we can ratify each other's.
it's
numbers,
like
'cause
101.75 or something like that.
Yeah, 101.66 is what I got.
6.6. Okay,
So-
yeah. I think I
Okay.
got that as well. I just forgot what it was.
Okay, so it is a $100 super chat.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that's Thomas Lowe with 480 myrrh. Like he's one of the wise men.
What
That
a
was
that.
so lame. I
know,
love
cut
that. That was great, Austin.
no! I actually really enjoyed that because I like
that,
puns, unlike some of
please.
you people.
Yeah, he just says, "Hope you guys will enjoy filming the movie, and hope it will turn out great."
Wow, Thomas Lowe, you're awesome, man. Really appreciate you. I guess we won't spend 20 minutes on your super chat because you didn't ask a question. Like we did with the last $100 super chat. But we thank you profusely from the bottom of our hearts. And you get everything. You get this printed script and everything. We're gonna make sure
Yeah.
it doesn't suck. That's the plan, anyway.
Brightburn gives another $5 super chat. He says, "Make Connor watch On Her Majesty's Secret Service. George Lazenby's accent was thick."
Oh, it was. It's
I'm just
obnoxious.
gonna let you know now. There's might be a reason why George Lazenby's my least favorite Bond.
What sucks is I love that script. Like, that movie's great. He's awful, but I really like that movie.
At least he's dubbed for like 30 minutes.
I don't know. It's just it was a real character arc, and he had some pathos, and that ending is really sad. Like,
He does sell the ending. I'll give him that. But outside of that,
no, he's not good. But like, I legitimately think that's a good script.
yeah, I mean, it's one of the best Bond movies with the worst Bond.
Oh, okay. So I'm not. I'm not
Oh yeah, no, that is.
No.
off on an ocean on that. I was shocked by how much I
Yeah,
liked that movie.
Absolutely.
It would
I
be
wanna
my
s-
favorite Bond movie if it wasn't for that actor.
Well, this is kind of what's kind of been cool about the internet is like all of the critical reappraisal that's happened to kind of movies that have, for years and years, kind of been, like seen as lesser than. Like I think a lot of the critical reappraisal of On Her Majesty's Secret Service has happened in the last 15 years, and, you know, amongst like other movies. But like, yeah, it's pretty cool for that.
Exactly. And then I watched with my grandparents, and they were like, "This movie sucks." I was like, "Oh."
That's sad. Hey, I'm going to try to flip over to the speaker here. If you guys hear yourselves echoing real bad, just let me know. If you would, give me just a second here. Okay, somebody say something.
Something.
Okay, wait a
I don't
minute.
hear it.
Hang on.
I
I
don't
gotta
hear
change.
anything.
Hold on. I gotta change everything here.
Change it up.
I just,
Oh.
Jason, don't think it's gonna make a lot of sense to try to do this with headphones on.
Right.
It'll be easier to go through what we're gonna go through here. Hopefully, this is fun for people.
I can have headphones on, and I'll just.
Oh, I don't think.
repeat what.
I don't think that's gonna work at all. Somebody say something. There you go. Okay, hold on. No. Okay, but the audience can't hear you yet. Okay, now you should be good.
Ah.
Okay, there you go.
Something in the way she moves attracts me like no other lover. Something in the way.
Way.
I love that song. I don't care,
And
Austin.
it's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings.
Underneath the cheese.
Oh my god.
That's actually a line in the song.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Yes.
we're gonna yeah. I was so excited when you started singing that. We're gonna do something kind of fun. We're gonna pull out some things that I haven't looked at in a very long time.
Ooh.
And we thought about making this its own video, but I thought tonight was maybe the right time to do this. So, would you mind bringing me boxes?
Yeah, I can bring you boxes.
Connor, can you stick around for a while, or have you got to get going?
I can stick around for a little while longer.
Okay. Connor, we are going to, and again, I don't know if everything's here. I don't know what we're gonna see, but we're gonna pull out the old props from Spawn Year. And they have been stored away for 10 years, and a lot of this I've not seen since certainly the move. I mean, I did have to pack them up, so I saw them during the move 4 years ago. But there's a couple of things that are in boxes that have been in the same boxes since all the way back then. So let's see what comes out here. So first of all, we have the candle. With the skull candle that was on the Spawn Year set. A lot of this stuff I bought at a Halloween store back in like 2013, and
I've never actually seen that.
Yeah,
I have.
This had like an electronic tea light in it, and I had to replace them all the time because they get like if you go back and watch Spawn Year, it's really bright at the start, and then it fades and fades, and after about 40 days in, you can't even hardly see it anymore. And then I was like, oh man, I gotta go get some more of these. So I bought this, like, I think it was just a bad brand, Connor, because when I bought more, I had one that lasted for like 100 days or something, and I could only buy them in bulk, so I got like 16 or 20 at once. Anyway, so that's what that is.
Jeez, this is actually kind of heavy.
So here is a Spawn figure, and I had one of these on set that I used quite a bit during the show, and then I found this one in box, and I kept it, and I actually gave away the one that we had on set. I think it's one of the only Spawn Year props I gave away in a live giveaway at some point, and I kept this one because it was in box. So this is technically not a Spawn Year prop, but it's representative of one. Okay, this is the top of said candle. There you go. That's the back of his head.
Yeah.
This is the Freakadoo wig.
It's the Freakadoo wig.
Oh, I thought that was just like packaging.
Nope, this was the Freakadoo wig. There was a character in Spawn named Freak, and I stole a lot of those characters and did parodies of them, and one of them was Freakadoo, and he had this insane wig. And I actually bought this wig initially for Tim Lyon's wedding, because his wedding was Back to the Future themed, and I played Doc Brown in his wedding party, and so I got this wig, and then I used it for Freakadoo. Or maybe it was the other way around, but I think that's what happened there.
It certainly is a freaky do.
Remember that one picture that always comes up when you search up Geekvolution Jason? That's like me with a wig, with the Freakadoo wig, and I'm like,
okay, I didn't. Really?
Yeah.
I did not know about this bag. So there are some. I sold quite a few of my Spawn figures. I got rid of my whole Spawn comic collection. I got a really good asking price for it. I sold it, which I still regret a little bit. But I also sold some figures that I used for props that I just didn't really care about, and I didn't need to have a big Spawn collection. Apparently, I kept the ones we used the most as Spawn Year props, and I didn't even realize
Wait,
that.
actually?
So I've still got Twitch, and Sam should be in here too. So here's the Sam and Twitch. The Hope, I don't know if Violator is in this spot. No, he's not, because I gave... Jeff was such a Spawn Year fan. I forgot about this. My stepdad, the Jeff, he commented on every single episode of Spawn Year, and his favorite thing was Violator with that stupid voice that I did, where he's like, slap yourself in the face. I gave him that for his birthday one year. I let him have the on-set Violator. I forgot about that. But I've still got Angela, but she's missing a head. I don't know.
No.
Todd McFarlane had really great production value with his action figures, apparently. And then...
You're gonna have to replace that with the Marvel Legends Angela now.
I couldn't tell you what all of these are. I've got a bunch of these in here, and I don't remember this being on set. I'm not sure what that's about. And then here's Huntress that's also missing a head. I don't know why that's there either. This bag is fascinating, and I don't remember putting it together.
I mean, everyone's just...
It's a bag of heads.
No one has a head.
Yeah, it's convenient how all the women toys have no heads.
Yeah.
I can't explain that. Jason, would you go to the other side of the room and grab the couple of Spawnier props that are over there, just so that we can show them? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
The Magic 8 skull should be over there.
Oh,
If
yeah,
it's
yeah.
too high, I can get it. And then the
Is there another face?
and then the Billy Kincaid teddy bear should be over there too.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah.
I have no idea what these pages are.
Is there writing on them?
Yeah, so sorry. Okay, so I wrote. Oh, I remember this. I did some episode where I needed like charts and graphs and stuff, and I wrote this all out by hand. And so I've got this list of characters that says like really important at the top to not remotely important at the bottom. I don't think you guys can see that, but it's like a bunch of Spawn characters. I forgot about this. God is third from the top. Cygor is at the very bottom.
Hey, Cygor should be number 1.
And then there's characters I don't even remember, like Major Forsberg? Who the hell is that?
What?
There's Nyx right in the middle. She was great when she was great. Wanda has a question mark next to her name. I don't know why that is. Anyway, Jason found some more Spawnier props. Oh, here's one of those tea lights I was talking about. And then, I don't know if this is interesting to anybody. We're still taking donations for the Superhero Rewind movie, by the way. And then,
Magic 8 skull.
partly why we're doing this is because it is to kill time, really. We're doing a 5-hour stream. But this is the 10th anniversary of Spawn Year, and the movie is going to be a follow-up to Spawn Year. And once again, if you have not seen that show and you have no interest in that, you'll be able to watch the movie with no problem, but it is in that same continuity, and we are building on some things from Spawn Year. And partly the reason we're doing that is because we never finished Batman Year. I just had to abandon that project for lots of reasons. There's a stream on the channel about why that was, if you ever they're interested in that, and also where that story was going. You can watch that and see what all was supposed to happen with that. But it lets me kind of finish up some loose ends that I wasn't able to deal with that. So when I put on the Spawn costume, I had to put glow sticks in my eyes, so my eyes would
Do you have the glow sticks?
And I still have some of the
still
glow
have
sticks.
the glow
yeah.
sticks.
Let's see. Okay, I have the ends of the glow sticks. I have the box. And that's it. I was hoping we'd have some actual glow sticks here. And then this was... Okay, so, Connor, you may remember this. In Austin, I know you've seen the show too. I actually had 3 different ways of making my eyes glow, and they all sucked for different reasons. We ultimately kept going back to the glow sticks, but one thing I tried for a little while was this absurd rig here
Yeah.
that had lights that, on like a battery pack, and they actually worked really well. They went up inside the mask, but the problem was the batteries didn't last for any amount of time. And I couldn't keep replacing them. I can't remember why. But anyway...
I vaguely remember this, actually.
It was supposed to be like a light rig that you put like inside your car, like runner lights. And I found it at like an automotive store, and I put it up in the head. If you donate to the Superhero Rewind movie, you too can help us buy the silly, bizarre props that will one day open out of a box and explain why we were stupid enough to buy them and try to use them that way. The other thing that I did to make my eyes light up is a green screen like chroma key thing, and that looked awful. But I did.
remember that with I think didn't you have like the holes in you at one point like Spawn does?
Mm-hmm.
I remember the chroma key on that.
It was an absolute nightmare, and the big mistake I made with that is I didn't realize that there was also some green in the background on that set, on the chair, and so when I would chroma that out, I would also chroma out pieces on accident of the background, and I had to do it for 29 days, I think. And I just can't, because like once I had that,
It was the Mountain Dew boxes, right? The green on the Mountain Dew
Yes.
boxes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I tried to shoot it in such a way where you didn't see as much of that, but there was a collage of comic interiors on the back of the chair, and it had a little green in it, and that kept disappearing. That was the bigger problem. You're right. The Mountain Dew things didn't help much either. But you didn't see the sides of the chair that much. Only when I did the back off shots. But I mean, that must have also been a problem. Anyway, those episodes look terrible, and I am very embarrassed about that part of it. But yeah, once I had that status quo, I couldn't get rid of it until I got to that day. So anyway.
Hey, you did what you could. It was great that you blew a hole out of your midsection. That was great.
Pierce built that, and it was a neat prop. He built a lot of extra props for us, and maybe that will show up in here.
That
actually
might show up.
But anyway,
I have.
So I won't talk too much about that stuff because we might find them.
Do you want me to give you the stuff, or do you want me to?
I'll put it back in the box. Yeah.
Yeah.
What he's holding right now is Dunas Vince's pitchfork. This shows up in several places in the show, and we also just bought that at a Halloween store.
Yeah.
There's not a great story there.
I will be holding different props at some point.
Oh, also where you found that should have also been the stick that your mom had as the Coke Angel, I think.
Yeah, and some other big props like that too. And I think I'll just be changing this out.
Okay, that's
for
cool.
things sometimes.
There's a couple other props I'm not going to bother bringing out. We've got the big wings that I have toward the end of the show when the cape disappears and I get the big Black Angel wings. I've got those back there too. The big hat I didn't pull out, but I wore that a couple weeks ago on the Captain Logan show for like a week ago for Halloween. But anyway,
and I know where the flashlight is, and I know where the shovel is, and.
Yeah, there were a lot of props. Okay, did you want to go get me more boxes?
Yeah, I'll get you more boxes here.
Okay, thanks. Anyway, I hope everybody's enjoying all of this. We should have more interesting things to show you from Spawn here. But yeah, I kept everything. We seriously considered... I hope the notebooks show up. I don't know where those are. I'm hoping they're in one of these boxes. But we were kicking around auctioning off some of this stuff at one point, and I don't know if I can bring myself to get rid of any of it. But I know there's a few diehard Spawn Year fans that might be interested to have some of that stuff. The big things would be the handwritten notebooks. And Connor, somebody had a really cool idea recently that I've been kicking around actually doing, which is to type up all of the notebooks and offer those in some way.
Oh, that would be
a good idea.
I think that would be a cool thing to do. They'd actually be legible at that point. My worry is I'm not going to know what I wrote half the time. Also, they wouldn't be, unless I went and transposed it from the episodes, they wouldn't be exactly what you hear in the show, because that's all, handwritten, and I don't have any way to do a second draft. There's stuff I'd cross out and write over it.
Yeah.
But when I was recording those, I would sometimes change things during the recording.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not going to be exactly what I wrote.
That's
You
cool.
print
That's
it
what's
as
cool
like
about
the
it.
original cut, yeah.
Sorry,
the Captain Logan cut.
I just want to make sure nobody's trying to get in here because we've got a couple more people that might come in and hang out with us tonight. Okay. I don't know if there's anything in this box. Oh, there is, in fact. Okay, so there's the Freaking Scythe. Freaking Scythe. That also came from a Halloween store. Fascinating backstory. Connor, this is the ground.
Oh my god!
What?
I still have the ground. And I have the black background somewhere still, too. I've used that for a couple other things.
And the, and...
Never mind, it's right here.
Oh.
I don't want to pull all this out, so...
Oh, and,
Yeah,
the wall
the set.
for the second set is...
In the garage.
In the garage.
And it still says this is Captain Spawn territory.
It still says that.
I remember the era.
This also
when
came from a Halloween store. Fascinating.
Oh my gosh.
I remember that era of how we felt about where you and Brandon would stand in front of the brick wall, set.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
the brick wall.
we kept it up for a while after. Okay, are you ready? If there is a Spawn Year Holy Grail, this is it. Here they are. We've got them. We've got 4 of them. I thought there were 5. It might be that I did it in 4. I mean, it's been 10 years. I don't remember, but Also, there's another box like this with, I think, more ground. So it could be in the other ground box.
Oh, is there
okay.
another box?
I think, yeah, I want to say there's another ground box over there. Or maybe I didn't bring it out, I don't know. But anyway,
I don't know where you got
this
these
is going to
boxes
be
from.
weird looking at these again. So this goes to day... This is the first notebook. Ooh. Okay, we're being self-indulgent anyway. Can I read you guys something?
Yes, do. I was going to suggest it, but I didn't know what.
I'm having so much fun. I'm so glad Connor is here for this, because he's probably the
I'm
only...
glad here too, yeah.
He's probably the only person that cares. Austin is bored to tears right now.
Hey.
I'm just kidding. I know you watched Spawn Year. I don't know if you
Yeah.
liked Spawn Year. Random.
I tried to also do Spawn Year while reading it, but it didn't work.
Okay, I did not remember that I wrote this, and some of these I crossed out, and some of them I didn't, so I don't know if I got them all in here, but this is a list I wrote. I don't remember doing this. This is a list I wrote that says, and my handwriting is better here than it usually is. I'm proud of this. Random things to put in Spawn Year reviews. So I made a list of things I was trying to get in, apparently, to reviews. Mention a soda that isn't Mountain Dew. Talk like Bane. Vague Back to the Future reference. You guys aren't even going to believe this. The word ostensibly. Morpheus from the Matrix quote. Unnecessarily thought out Mexican food analogy, and I remember that episode. That happens. I didn't remember planning it, but
I
there's
didn't
this
know
whole
you-
thing about Taco Bell versus Chipotle.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Quote a game show. Conspicuous Doctor Who reference. Something about a velociraptor. Mention Richard Roper.
What?
Who is that?
Okay.
Why did I want to make sure to do that? And it's crossed out.
Does that mean you did it? Or you
That
changed
means
your
I
mind?
did it.
I think I remember you talking about it. I think you were like specifically referencing a specific review where you're like, it's like that Ebert and Roper review where Richard Roper specifically felt this way about this movie. I think if I remember correctly.
I don't know why that's here. I'm so glad we're doing this. Really long number. Something deeply personal. Pretend to know about math. Mr. Potato Head reference. Harry Potter reference. More alliteration. Make fun of McFarlane's choice of character names. I don't know why I had to write that down. I mean, it's just going to happen naturally. Mario physics. Quote Sam Jackson.
I have seen many of these.
The word wayward?
Interesting.
Why is that important? B horror film reference. Mention seduction of the innocent.
Did you know
Okay.
a lot of B horror films at that point?
Not really. I don't know why that's in there. 3 ellipses in 1 entry.
I remember that.
Why
Because
is
you
that
keep
there
saying-
though?
You're like, gah, unintentional alliteration. And then you keep going, and then a little while later, you're like, wait, I did it again. I remember that episode.
1 entry packed with They Might Be Giants references, and I didn't do it until the last, 30 or 40 days. Connor, I don't know if you know about that one. A lot of people didn't pick it up because people just don't know TMBG, but there is an episode where I get in, 50 or 60 lyrics and titles of TMBG songs.
Really?
And I built the whole review around that idea. Yeah, I was actually really proud of that one. And
Okay, I'm gonna try to
Jeff,
find
of
that.
course, picked it up because he got me into TMBG, and he wrote a comment with 20 of them,
Cool.
which
Nice.
was really funny. The word verily and mentioned Pop-Tarts, which is interesting because there's a whole thing about Pop-Tarts in the finale.
Well, yeah.
Snuck it in at the last second.
But I think there's even
No.
there's an episode that also deals
No,
with it.
so the finale, you're referencing something from 100 episodes before.
I went all the way from, I don't know if you guys can see this, I went all the way from one margin to the other margin.
Wow.
Like, I just wrote all the way across. I don't know. These are just really interesting artifacts now, having not looked at these for so long. It feels like, to some degree, it feels like another person made these. Day 125.
Yeah, I've often wondered about that. Like, what it'd be like 10 years on, like... Because I read stuff that, like... I have documents on this computer that are from, like, just after high school, before I started college, that I do not remember writing. And so it is kind of that surreal, like... It does feel like someone else wrote it.
Okay, so this is weird. This is day, like, 196, and then the rest of the notebook is blank.
Oh, is that the last one then? Is that like where you kind of switch over to the spiral notebook?
There's spiral notebooks. I forgot all about that. And you know partly why I did that too? Now that I'm thinking about it? These were $20 a piece. There's $80 right here.
Oh my god.
You want to see something crazy?
Yeah.
This is
And then we'll move on. We'll look at these other boxes real quick.
This is day 20.
Yeah.
These are the
You found the
scribbles.
page.
These are the scribbles. You can't see it, but they're the scribbles from when he pretends to scribble on the paper, but that's actually me.
Oh,
They did that.
The reason that plot point is in there is because Jason, at like 3 years old, got a hold of this and went to town on it. And so I built it into the story that I just had a freak out. And I went crazy with it. And what's really funny is I also had to pretend to do that in my own blood.
Yeah. Because I was gonna say like, oh man, look, there's the day with blood, and then I got to that page and I'm like,
So the spirals must be in here somewhere too. I don't know if I could bring myself to ever get rid of these. I really don't know if I could do it.
You should get like a little glass case for them.
Can you like
Yeah.
leave them to me in your will? That would be really
I'll definitely consider it. Connor is absolutely the biggest Spawnier fan there is, which I don't understand, but it's wonderful, and I really appreciate that. Okay, somebody else is
Well,
ready to go.
I have a big question for you now, Cap, which is, did you make a list for the movie of things to include like that?
I did. I wish I had. I don't remember doing that.
Do you have? I know there's an episode where you have to like do a lot of drawings of Spawn, and you like you had other people like viewers and stuff like send in drawings. And I know Jason had done a drawing. I don't know if you kept that drawing or if it was a digital piece or what.
No, those were all hand done, and I had a bunch of viewers that, well, his was hand done, and then I had a bunch of viewers that sent me scans of ones they did, and I printed them all, I think.
Okay.
And I had a surprising turnout for that. I think there were like 30 or 35 different Spawn drawings
That's cool.
done by our viewers. Yeah, and at the end of that episode, you tacked on to the end. You can see them all.
Yeah, they're all highlighted. But did you keep? Is Jason still floating around somewhere?
I
or did
hope
that get
so.
lost?
I don't know if I kept
Okay.
any of those. I hope they're in here. That's one thing I was. And when I saw those papers earlier, I got excited because I thought that's what that was, and then it wasn't.
Okay.
But that's what I thought maybe that was. Guys, we'll get back to super chats pretty soon. In fact, what we probably should do is read a few and then get back to these boxes. And I'm gonna go and bring in DJ here because he's trying to get in. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I just have to go to the washroom.
Okay, we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Washroom. What a Canadian.
He's
thing
so
to say.
Canadian. I know. Could be worse, though. He could be a New Zealander.
Could
he
be
just
Australia.
always says like half of a word and then just add like IE to the end of it. Here's another prop.
Hi, DJ.
Hey, am I here?
You are here.
You are here.
It's good to see you, man.
Oh my God, I've a long time watcher, first time caller.
DJ, where are you right now?
Crazy. I'm in Dallas, Texas, in a nice little hotel that I've been having a good time at this week. How's everybody doing?
Good.
We're good. We've been having a really great stream. These guys are gonna make me actually make this movie.
That's good. That's good.
When we got our first $5 super chat, I was like, crap, now I actually have to make this thing. And DJ, we are right at $500.
Holy crap! That's incredible.
It's incredible.
That's so good.
Yep.
Good. Wow.
We're gonna at least
That's
be able to pay for
amazing,
props,
guys.
I think.
That's really cool. Well, I'm happy to be here. I don't know how useful I'm going to be because I have to admit I have been around the town and I have been to several bars, including a barcade, which I was talking to you about earlier, Cap. And I am a little bit. Whew,
That sounds fun. I wish I'd been doing that.
Yeah, I played Virtua Fighter for the first time. They had a,
You did!
They had a classic Virtua Fighter, like the oldest version when it was like only 8 characters and like polygonal.
Well, yeah.
It was crazy.
So that's the one I have.
Oh, sweet. Well, I've played that now. And they had a symbiote pinball machine, and they had
Yeah, that just
all
came
kinds
out. And Aaron has played that, and I'm very jealous of him. I haven't got to play it yet. But who did you play as in Virtua Fighter?
I chose the ninja guy.
That's
blue guy.
that's
Kage.
Kage. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of Kage.
Man, everyone says his name.
That's
so
so exciting, though. I'm glad you got to play Virtua Fighter, and I got DJ to play Killer Instinct last year for the first time too.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
they
a
had
good
that
game.
too. This is a really cool arcade. It was huge, way bigger than I thought it would
Arcade in
be.
Texas that has Virtua Fighter.
Man, yeah, they took the one out of the arcade that I go to here, or one of the arcades I go to here. But yeah, well, DJ, we're having Austin read all the super chats, and since you're kind of plastered, we're not gonna make you do that tonight. But
Much appreciated.
we've been
much
going
appreciated.
through Spawn Year props, DJ.
Yeah.
I saw that.
We've been pulling these boxes out that I haven't seen in 10 years, and going through some of these props. So talk about this one.
So this one is the.
It's a battle axe.
The
Yeah.
battle axe
Mhm.
from the finale that Captain Spawn has.
It is not from the finale. It is actually from one of the backyard shoots.
Oh, it originates in the backyard. shoot.
Yeah. Do you know who had it in the backyard? It was Stocky Frank Miller
Does
Batman.
Stocky Frank Miller Batman.
Yeah. Pierce. Or no, I'm sorry. I fight Pierce with it. I
Yeah.
get it, and
Yeah,
then I
you
fight
have
him
it.
with. I materialize it. You remember?
Right.
And these.
And then later you have it. You do have it in the finale.
Oh,
but-
do I? Okay.
In
Oh,
the,
yeah.
In the fight.
In the fight
That's
with
like the big
Coke
thing that
Redeemer.
I remember.
I forgot.
it
I
from.
materialized it again there too. But yeah, so
It's got
Pierce
spiders on it.
had a wonderful sense of detail with this stuff, and I talked about this in the behind the scenes, so you can get a nicer, closer look at this if you go look at the featurette we did on this stuff. But the eyes are actually made out of Mountain Dew bottles.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Which is really neat. And
Oh,
then,
wow.
just like on the chest for the Spawn suit, he covered it in fake maggots. I mean, like, he just had such a cool attention to detail with this stuff. Yeah. And this is real chain, which is why some of that shoot was a little painful. In fact...
Is that it? Are they real spiders?
No, they're not real spiders. And some of that has popped off now. But something that was a problem is he put this foam over real blades. And this is very sharp. And I don't know why he did that, but he did.
Wait, actually?
Uh-huh. And some of it came apart at one point. If memory serves, in the middle of that backyard shoot, at one point I swung real hard, and it folded in on itself. This whole thing, if you're not careful, it just folds in. Yeah.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
But you're fine.
We're talking about battle axes folding in on itself.
It also used to have a piece on the end, but that is gone now. But
Wow.
I'm glad we still have that.
Yeah.
Did you find the other one?
The
The big staff?
Yeah.
Is that back there?
Yeah. Do you want me to
cool.
get it?
Yeah. So we still have this stuff.
It's the only other one that I have.
I'm gonna grab another box real quick.
Hey DJ, good to see you.
Hey, Austin, how's it going? I see you've been watching some cool horror films, Godzilla films.
Oh yeah, I've been trying to go through all of the Godzillas because of the new one.
That's awesome.
There's no way I'll be able to do it in time.
That's a Connor-sized marathon.
Yeah, there's only like 8,000.
Yeah, are you talking about this one?
Yeah. Okay, so
I don't even know if this will fit on camera.
yeah, I can show you some of this. So he just did all this latex work on all this stuff, and some of these props I asked him for, and some of them he just started building, and I had to work them in somehow. He'd be like, "This looks like a cool thing for Spawn year." I'm like, so he makes the skull, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. The Billy Kincaid teddy bear. I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that.
Yeah.
But I couldn't. He was just making these things and gifting them to me, and I'm like, well, they have to go in the show. Like they up the production value, and he spent time and money on this stuff. And he just gifted me those, and so I had to put them in. I did ask him for this. It's so bendy, it just bounces. But this
He had his own list of things that had to get into the show.
it's getting gross now. This is the staff that the Coke Angel has. I don't know why she had to have a big staff, but I wanted that for some reason, and so here it is. And it has all this really cool Coke stuff on it. So, like, it's got a piece of a Coke bottle around the top of it, and then it's got this, like, I don't know if you can see it, but it's got these, like, little pieces, like, trickles of what looks like blood, but it's supposed to be, like, Coke that go down the side of it. It's really cool. And then, in this box, I've got little pieces of all kinds of stuff. So this is one of the gauntlet pieces that went on the Spawn suit. And these, thank goodness, were not actually sharp, because I don't know what Pierce was thinking with the battle axe. This was an early prototype for the Asbat suit mask for Batman year, and it was too small and it didn't fit, but he let me keep it. And then the one that we got is also too small, and I can't wear it for more than like 5 minutes. You can't breathe out of it. But at least I could put my head in it for some amount of time.
It's like that part from Iron Man 2. Can you
I was
put your
just
head? Can you
gonna
put
say.
This movie made me feel like I just drank 10 gallons of rocket fuel and lit a match.
What?
That must be one of Brandon's.
He's channeling his inner AVGN, apparently.
Some old letters from subscribers that sent me things. They're just random things in this box. And then this is the cape from the Coke Redeemer suit, and that's why it's got these Coke can pieces on the corners, and that's sharp and dangerous.
Oh, and also the dress is upstairs.
We don't have to go get the dress. It's
I'm
fine.
not gonna get.
This
can't get
was
the dress
a
right now,
lab
no.
coat that I bought for Dan Torrey when we did the first pilot for Batman year. There's still footage of that online. And then, what else do we have?
What else do we have?
You brought over the Billy Kincaid teddy bear, but
Yeah. I don't know.
so this was a prop we used constantly because it was awesome. This is the horrifying Billy Kincaid teddy bear. And again, he just made me this and gave it to me, and I was like, well, we gotta figure out how to get this in there. So this is the prop that you see in the very last frame of Spawn year, in the after credits. Jason, as a little kid, walks all through the house. He wakes up, he walks all through the house, he comes into the Spawn year set, and takes this to bed, and he snuggles with it, and that's how we ended Spawn year. And then this box should be the rest of the Spawn suit. Now again, this was all latex, and latex does not age great. So I've been terrified to open this box. I don't know if it's gonna smell. I don't know if it's decayed at all. But this I have not looked at in 10 years. So it was just already in this box when we moved 4 years ago. I've not opened this. I have no idea what it's gonna look like. But we're gonna find out. Don't fall apart. Now, this might just be the cape. I don't know where the mask is if it's not in this box. There may be another box or two back there, though. We won't go looking for them right now, but we'll just show you what we found. Yep. So here's the cape. It still looks more or less intact. That is a strong odor, though.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Ah! Yes, it is. And oh, okay. My thought initially was I was actually going to try to put this back on, and I'm not going to do that.
Oh, that would've been-
I'm not going to do
amazing.
that. This is the chess piece. It's still in here. The smells
That'll be
getting worse
next
all the
year's.
time.
There's our next week's Captain Logan show. You'll be wearing the Spawn,
I hope
Captain
so.
Spawn suit.
I'm gonna pass out if I have to smell this for too long. Oh, it's like it smells very toxic. It's like it's like if you pulled out markers and you just constantly sniffed them.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, some people like that.
That's a preferred evening for a lot of people.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we didn't find everything. And like I said, I don't know where the mask is right off. I was certainly hoping we'd see that, but alas. Anyway, well, that's going to be enough of that. But Connor, we found the notebooks. That was exciting.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Okay, well, I hope that was fun for somebody besides just Connor. But it was worth it. It was worth it to get Connor's response.
I'm so glad I was here for that. Like, oh, you have no idea. That was really cool.
Thanks, man. Dan Schneider, if I donate $50, does Cap have to put my name in the movie? Your name's
No, you
already.
have to donate 100, Dan Schneider.
No, your name is already in the movie. Oh, you mean like in scene? I mean, yeah, I'd do it. You're one of our subscribers, and I have to look at your name all the time, so.
It would look like a really clever pop culture reference if
Now he might not be serious; he might just be joking. But yeah, I would do it, Dan Schneider.
That can be part of one of the
Thanks for clarifying.
the fake titles, like Dan Schneider presents Stripperella 2 for Nickelodeon.
Jason, it is 11 o'clock. You need to get going.
No.
Well, that's what time your mom said you could stay up, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure she'd be okay with a few more minutes. You want to hang out for a few more minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Austin, would you go ahead and read a couple more super chats?
Yes.
Get us rolling
yeah,
on
wait a
that.
second.
Sorry
I'm
for
not
the delay on
DJing.
all the super chats, folks. And once again, if you just got here or you haven't been watching very long, we're taking donations tonight for the Superhero Rewind movie, which I'm going to be shooting early spring next year, and it's a time travel movie about me going back to the past, trying to stop myself from starting a YouTube channel. That's the basic premise. And Jason is playing a young version of myself, and I'm playing multiple versions of myself. Austin's in it. Connor's going to be working behind the scenes and should be playing somebody in it if he can get here. And DJ is going to be making the logo at least. And we haven't had a meeting about what that's going to look like yet, but we are going to do that.
But we will get to it eventually.
And we have already built up $500 for this project somehow just tonight. You guys, again, are amazing. Really appreciate it. My hope is to get as close to somewhere between $3,000 and $5,000 all told as possible. But we will be able to make the movie now. It will look a lot better if we can do better than $500 eventually. But this is such a great start. And we're going to do at least one more of these streams sometime after Christmas. And then after that, we'll reevaluate and decide if we also need a Kickstarter for it. But you see the donation perks there on the screen. I'm writing everybody's name down, and it's mostly links to things. But if you get to the $75 tier section, you'll get a printed script signed by me and as much of the crew as we're able to get to sign it. But you can also see the movie early. You can get a PDF of the final draft and the initial rough draft, which I have saved, and I have made pretty major changes, so it'll be kind of interesting to look at those. And also, Ty, overall, is working on this is like real early. We don't have anything done yet, except for the script, but Ty is working on a teaser poster for the project, which is going to be based on a classic Wolverine comic. And he's going to start working on this weekend, which will also be part of the printed script. We'll do a title page for that, assuming he gets it finished. So I'm not officially promising that, which is why I didn't put that on the screen, but he will, I'm sure, be doing that, and that will be part of that. Anyway, we got to get through the super chats because they're coming in again.
Yep. Bob the Hun gives $5. This is again responding to Connor and his hatred of Australia. He says Margot Robbie's accent is very sexy. Connor is off his rocker. It's not as hot as the British accent, but it's pretty hot.
I'm sorry, who was it
Look.
again?
Bob the Hun.
Bob the Hun,
$5.
with that super
Look,
chat, has just gotten to see the movie early.
Look, I am not denying that Margot Robbie is one of the most beautiful people on the planet, but that's everybody in Australia, right? Like, people are saying, you know, like Chris Hemsworth, obviously a beautiful, beautiful man. You know, Nicole Kidman, Kate Blanchett, Jeffrey Rush is awesome. I love that man. You know, they're just got terrible voices. That's all. It's nothing against them. They're great people, I'm sure.
Yeah, one of the only times I've laughed at Chris Hemsworth, I remember he was on SNL at one point, and they like filmed like a little commercial about it was I think like a fake documentary about his rise to fame. And he's like, you know, like I was in Australia and then I came to LA. I got off the airplane and it was a real struggle. A guy immediately came up to me and was like, "You should be Thor." This is like big, like 6'5", blonde Aussie man.
I guess I should probably just like be honest. Like, this is just a joke I have, guys.
Hey, it's making money for the donations. Connor.
Yeah. Hold
Keep
on.
hating Australia.
Yeah,
Let me
keep
just
going with
declare
that.
war on the nation of Australia really fast, and we should be war profiteers. We'll have a lot of money.
I'll be
I just
meaner
like
to
that
New
we-
Zealand if it helps.
Yeah.
I just like that we got 2 out of what I said about Emma Stone, and then immediately after 2 for your Australian thing.
Yeah.
I know we're not there yet, but in case, because this is not a name that I saw until just now, in case he doesn't stick around, I just want to note that Michael Martin just put another $100 super chat and just wrote, "Good luck and have fun." Thank you so much, Michael. That's amazing, and obviously you will get the printed script too. I'll go ahead and write his name down as I'm talking about it, but we'll bring that up again when we get to it. Just to keep giving
One
him
last thing I'll say about
credit
I'm sorry.
for being amazing. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
There's one last thing I'll say about the Australians. Have you noticed that whenever they come over to America, all the guys do this, all right? And I guess it starts with Russell Crowe, because you know he's Australian too. I love Russell Crowe. You know, he's just Australian. It's okay. But you know, there's him. There's Sam Worthington. There's Chris Hemsworth. Whenever they want to sound American, they just growl. They just kind of growl off their accent. You know, Russell Crowe just kind of comes from nowhere, America, and so does Sam Worthington, and so does Chris Hemsworth. Like, it's like they just kind of growl a little bit, and it's a thing.
It works for some roles, though. It's very dramatic.
Well, it's
Yeah.
because they're hardened criminals from the UK, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, or Jarrell.
Yeah, or that.
Yeah.
Like, why does Jarrell sound like that?
We don't know what
That
his
would be great.
backstory on Krypton was. Maybe he was into some bad stuff.
I wish he had the same lines that Marlon Brando had, where he's like, "And the son becomes the father, and the father becomes the son." Ah. They could be a great people, Callahan.
See, my mind went to like where that would be in that movie, and all I could think of is that scene where he's like guiding Lois Lane throughout the ship, and he's like, "Go that way." By the way, the son becomes the father.
I mean, he's got like a speech like that too earlier in the movie. The whole like, they'll follow you in the sun or whatever.
Yeah, he does. Anyways,
Follow
I actually
Jefferson.
gotta be getting going now. It's about 9:15 my time, and I work in the morning. So
Oh, we totally understand, Connor. Thanks for staying so late, man.
Yeah, take it easy, Connor.
Thanks for helping us
course.
entertain the audience, and thanks for liking Splunyer.
Well, I was just happy to see that. It's great to see Austin, great to see Jason, great to see Brandon and DJ and Dan. You're all wonderful.
Good to see you, buddy.
See you, dude.
Bye, Connor.
Oh, thank God he's gone.
We're
Ah,
back,
I know,
and
right?
we're back down to
So
4.
awkward.
You should probably go to bed.
Yeah,
I got bigger
I probably should.
after he left.
Jason,
That sounded good.
I'm excited to make this movie with you,
Yeah.
and thank you for all your help with it so far. Like I said, we're gonna try to do a table read or a partial table read early next week, and then maybe we can try to figure out what my voices are gonna sound like, because I haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah.
But we got a lot of planning to do.
Yeah.
It'll be good. All right, man.
All right.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm gonna go.
Bye, Jason.
But folks, we're not closing up shop yet.
Yeah,
Don't feel like you gotta leave.
Put
Yeah,
the bear
go
away.
ahead and put that.
Or do you want me to just put the teddy bear in it? Something.
Yeah, you can put the teddy bear in it. That's fine. But yeah, go ahead and put it away. Put that very violent, horrifying... Look, that bear deserved it, okay? It did horrible things to children.
He's been through a lot.
Including me.
Oh, God. Did you say that out loud? Jason. Jason!
No, I just.
Jason!
Oh.
No, I just slept with it one night.
You should sneak it into the twins' room.
Okay. Hey, Austin, give us another couple of super chats.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
And then I'm going
I
to
don't
need
know
to
about
take...
that.
Well, and DJ would know. He's the expert.
No, I'm no DJ at this. I have to keep scrolling up and down.
It's a lot of scrolling. A lot of scrolling involved.
Oh, yeah.
Can we do a couple more real quick? And then I'd like to take one more quick break if I could. Go grab a drink and stuff. And then we'll kind of finish up. We promised to go to midnight, Austin and I, and we'll go at least that long. So we're about an hour away from there right now. But I feel like we're getting too far away from these super chats. So let's do a couple real quick.
Played out, $5. He says for craft services on the movie. So there you go. Now people can eat.
Thank you. We'll buy a box of Pop-Tarts.
And
No.
some popsicles.
No, really appreciate it, man. Well, I won't be eating any because, as we all know, I can't deal with popsicles now.
Ben Scripter, he gives $4.99. He says, "Good luck with the film. I work in the industry. If there's anything I can offer, hit me up."
Wow, really appreciate that. What was his name again?
Ben Script Super.
Oh, you know what? Yep. I might take you up on that, sir. He's told us a little bit about his background before, and
Oh, I remember that.
you remember
guy.
him?
Yeah.
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 He's got interesting stories, and yeah. So I'm asking everybody that gets on the perk list to send me an email so that I know who to send URLs to and stuff. And I will definitely send you an email, Ben Script Super, if I think of questions and things I need help with. Because I do not work in the industry, and I am flying by the seat of my pants with this. and I haven't made Spawn here in 10 years.
All right, it's been a long time.
That's crazy.
Thank you so much for the super chat and for that offer. Appreciate it, man.
So it sucks we got to this next one like right after Jason left.
Oh,
but,
no. I can go get him.
It's up to you. Gooster123 gives $15.
Never mind. Oh, no, I'm looking at the other. I'm looking at the Dan Schneider one.
Oh, no. No, there's a lot of super chat.
Sorry, go ahead.
He says, "Is there any hope for the recently announced Zelda movie? Live action does not seem the way to go, especially considering the Mario movie. What Nintendo property should be next?"
Austin, why don't you field that first? You and I have talked about that a little bit. Off camera.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
interesting.
think it could be cool. The immediate thing I thought of when they said that, because people have been asking for... Where'd I put my water? Here it is.
People have been asking you that? Why were they asking you that?
That was unfortunate timing. Anyway, people have been asking for a Zelda movie like Lord of the Rings for like the entire time I've been alive. So that was the first thing I thought of, is that we might get something kind of reminiscent of that, and they might try to chase that audience. And I'm sure it will probably be the next big fantasy thing that everyone watches and Hollywood does not capitalize on.
Interesting.
Probably so. My first thought is probably better this than if Netflix had ended up making theirs.
What's interesting because I just found out Netflix, I think, is starting to film or is like getting close to production on like a Narnia reboot. So
Oh
they're moving
yeah.
forward with their own fantasy thing, and that's Greta Gerwig's making that. Um,
It's interesting because I would, before the Mario movie, I would have said, if you had asked me what the next thing should be, I would say Donkey Kong. But after seeing the Mario movie, I don't want to see that Donkey Kong do anything else. That I didn't like that Donkey Kong at all.
I'm
So
just
that's
thankful it
unfortunate.
didn't go to Illumination. That's my biggest takeaway.
Yeah, I would rather Zelda be in animation, except it would probably be Illumination. So no, I do think that there's potential hope for that project. The big thing I said to Austin was, I never bothered with Maze Runner, of course, and we're gonna need to see what his Apes movie looks like before I can give you any sense of whether I'm excited for that guy to make this movie.
Oh, and because Cap, we haven't talked about this, but there's also the big elephant in the room, which is that it's a Sony movie and produced by Avi Arad.
Oh, I
Which
didn't.
is like the big like.
I didn't know that part. I didn't know that part.
I didn't know that when we were talking about it.
I had heard it was Sony, but I didn't know it was an Arad project. Okay, well,
So it's going to be
like
flawless.
Yeah. Link is the most popular Nintendo character ever.
I mean, it still has maybe some potential.
I think it could be cool. Like, I'm open to seeing what it looks like. And Legend of Zelda, like every single game, except for the direct sequels, like they all look so different.
Yeah.
That doesn't bother me that they went to live action instead of animation. Like at least with Mario, like there's like one distinct kind of Mario look.
Yeah, and you can be stylized enough in live action with that where you're not necessarily going to be missing anything. Whereas, like, and I mean, I'd still love a, maybe not now, but like you still could do a live action Mario movie more straight than the '90s one, of course. But like, I don't know, most of those properties make a little bit more sense in animation. Zelda's probably the one that is, like most valid to do in live action over anything else. Like Metroid maybe next just because it's so alien, but even that I'd rather see in animation. And I like that they're not doing the obvious shared universe thing outside of Mario now. So it'd be cool if all their properties got kind of different takes. Like maybe Metroid will be like a 3D animated thing. And
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I kind of think Zelda would be better off in animation, honestly, because I'm a little worried if they go live action, it's going to have the look of the new. And I don't know what the internet reaction is to this trailer, but they dropped the trailer for the Avatar show, Last Airbender, and I feel like it looks like everything is shot on a green screen, and I feel like that's what Zelda might look like also. Have you watched that trailer yet?
I saw a poster. I didn't see the trailer.
I just watched it today randomly. I don't know when it came out, but I just was scrolling and I saw some of it today, and it looks
I
like
think it came out today. Yeah.
Oh, whoops. Well, I guess I stumbled across that. I don't know. It looks cool, but it looks more obviously a lot closer than the last movie. But it does look kind of like everything's real soft and like feathered. Like it looks kind of like everything's shot. I don't know. Maybe they shot it in real places, but I don't know. It's been treated in a way that it looks kind of.
I didn't even know they were making them.
Kind of goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Netflix show.
Yeah, because one of the things that I really appreciated about that new Dungeons and Dragons movie is that like 2 minutes into it, I was like, "Oh man, we're actually on a set." Like that's cool. And then there was landscape shots and stuff.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Well, and I'm sure they'll film it in New Zealand.
Oh, of course, yeah. Well, and because it's Sony, like Tom Holland will be Link, right?
Somebody in the comments said that too. Holy said that. Yeah, no. I hope they take it seriously enough, And I'm also wondering how much of their cues they'll take from Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, I wonder that too.
Because that could be the direction that would be easiest to go in live action and still build sets and make it look decent. And if they had a little bit of a sci-fi component, they may have a way to bring in viewers outside of people that are already like really into Zelda. Like I could see them trying to blend it and do the fantasy sci-fi thing with it. I don't know that a lot of Zelda fans want that. I'm just saying that might be what they do with it.
Well, a big
I hope they-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, DJ. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna make a dumb joke. I hope they make it modeled after Twilight Princess, and it's all in first person with a crossbow sticking in front of the screen.
Oh, it's like that hardcore Henry movie.
Yes, that's what I want.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Like, the
big
last thing I expected was a movie called Link's Crossbow Training.
Exactly. Where he's just shooting like hay bales. I love that game when it came out. It was so much fun, but I don't want to see it in a movie.
Link's Crossbow Training, the movie. It's one of those. No, that's what Netflix would have made. It's one of their attempted like interactive shows where you have to like point your remote at it. Kill
It's like a
things.
game before the movie.
This is very
I'm still waiting for
experimental.
Spider-Man Bowling. Did you guys ever play the first Spider-Man game on GameCube where it had a bowling mini game? It was amazing.
I didn't know there was a bowling thing.
No.
Yeah, there's a mini game on the first Spider-Man movie game where you like it's just a bowling lane.
Oh,
You
I
just
do
swing
remember
you
that.
swing down the lane and knock over the pins with your
Yeah.
body. It's amazing.
Yeah, and they like tie it up and they're like that, like pins. Yeah, no, I do remember that.
Wait, from which game?
From the first
big-
Spider-Man movie game.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I didn't play that. I played Spider-Man 2 like everybody else did, but I never played much of the first one.
I played that was the very first. So I got a GameCube. The first year for Christmas, the GameCube came out. I got a GameCube, and I think I got Mario Kart and Spider-Man. Those are the two first games I got on GameCube.
I still
Yeah, I
have
had-
Spider-Man 2 on GameCube. That's how I played it.
I had both of those on Xbox, so I got the Craven level, and I was like, "This is awesome."
Yeah, because I know Spider-Man 2 had a bunch of Mysterio stuff. Was there a extra villain like that, like side villain in the first game?
Yeah, there's a bunch,
That
but
they did a lot with?
Craven was Xbox exclusive. Like his level was only in that.
No,
that-
Oh, weird.
No, I know, but like, was there
It
somebody
also
like?
has like Vulture and Shocker.
Okay.
Shocker's in both of the first two games, and the continuity crosses over, which is kind of nice.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, it seems like
Yeah,
every
I
time we
think
talk
Spider
about
Slayers are in that.
every time we talk about Spider-Man video games these days, my takeaway is always there's all these old games I never played that I want to go back to now or didn't play enough of. It's like we're hip deep in the middle of Spider-Man 2 on PS5, and I'm not playing that right away. I'm gonna wait till it goes to PC. And so while everybody else is playing that, I'm gonna go back to like Spider-Man 1 on GameCube or something, and I'm gonna play
Yes.
and I'm gonna play the Dreamcast game, and
Well, it always goes back to that because the first movie game starts as a like a remaster for the Dreamcast game, and then
Yeah,
it
it's
like
very
transitions into the movie.
I didn't know that.
Spider-Man is like the opposite of Batman, where his games are all fun and they are a steady increase. Like they're like a steady incline until they get to the good games, instead of like Batman having no good games and then one really good game at the end. Like all of Spider-Man's games are fun, and they get better and better each time. They all build on each other until they get to Spider-Man PS4.
I would argue Batman was more hit or miss, but at its heights, it didn't get to Spider-Man's heights. Like the Batman
Yeah,
Begins
Batman
game on
Vengeance is
GameCube
fun.
is legitimately pretty good, and you don't get Arkham without that. Like there's a clear stepping stone there, and they had some cool beat 'em ups and stuff. Like Rise of Sin Tzu is pretty good, but like. For the most part, you're right. Like, there's not a lot of good Batman. There's better Batman in the 8 and 16-bit era.
Yeah, I just meant that Arkham like completely reinvented a lot of things, whereas Spider-Man didn't do that. It just slowly built to where it was at the end.
Well, I think what
Um,
helped too is that because, like I said, the first movie game starts as like a remaster, so like there was work being done there, and then like halfway through development or something into that game, the one guy, I can't remember his name, he was like, "Hey, what if we did this swinging style?" And they were like, "Well, it's too late to incorporate this," and then that became what they did for 2. It's like there's like some early work, because obviously those movie games were so rushed.
Yeah, that's more what I mean. Is that in
Mhm.
Spider-Man you can literally track the development of the games. Like you can see like pieces that come from each game into PS4.
Mm-hmm.
All the way up.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of the reason I.
That's
can't
what I
get
meant.
into
Everyone's attacking me in the comments. I'm not saying there was no good Batman games. I was just saying, gosh, I'm sorry, guys.
No, that's why I can't get into the Insomniac games that much. Is that I just see like, okay, you took like all of these elements from older games and packaged it into a new one, and I'm like, but I have those games. Like I don't really need that.
Yeah, it's not as drastic as Batman for sure.
Hmm.
Well, and it's also maybe taking too many of its cues from Arkham for some people's taste.
That too. Yeah.
I just don't love the focus on combat in those. It's why I can't get excited about
stealth in a Spider-Man game.
Well, that's true too, but like I think the combat in Batman is more fun because Spider-Man has just too many waves of enemies. Although
Yeah, the stealth made sense in the noir version, the noir levels of the Shattered Dimensions game.
yeah,
Because they kind of differentiated each character, to a different play style.
Yeah, that was a great game. There's another great game you gotta.
yeah, and I played that, but it's been forever, and I don't think I ever got all the way through it. But I do own that now. I bought it again a couple of years ago. I loved what 2099 looked like in that, like the glowy suit. It looks really good,
And the diving mechanic was so fun.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, let's go ahead and take another 4-minute break real quick. DJ, are you gonna stick around, or do you need to go to sleep because you're too hammered?
No, this is helping. I'm drinking water and I'm talking to you guys, so it's good.
Eat a
Nothing
sandwich.
kills my buzz like talking to you folks.
Okay, give us a few minutes, and Ty is going to jump on with us after a little while too. I think we've just had different people coming in and out all through the night. It's been a really fun evening, and thanks for being here, guys. If you've just come in, we are still taking donations for the and this is all we're taking super chats for tonight. The Superhero Rewind movie, which I'm going to be shooting in April, and that is what we're doing with the stream. We've had an amazing turnout and donation so far, and we are close to $700 already, which is wild. We will see you guys in 4 minutes of playtime. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and jump back on, and these guys will come in whenever they're ready. I know we're still looking at DJ's hotel room here. It's a snazzy looking mural on the wall. And I'm gonna go ahead and bring Ty in, because he seems about ready. Hello, Austin.
Yo.
Look at that hotel room that DJ's got.
Oh, that's nice. You notice it got like really cold?
Well, we live in different countries, but sure.
No, but we lost Connor's fireplace.
Oh.
It got like, really cold after that.
I walked right into that.
More like stumbled.
That's true. That's true. No, I was not real sharp-witted there. I could apologize, but I'm not gonna. Oh, and he's back. Look at that entrance DJ just made.
So smooth.
And Ty is surrounded by
space.
Hi, Ty. How you doing, man? Sir.
Ty.
Ty.
There's no sound in space. He can't hear us.
Nobody can hear us screaming at
No
him.
one can hear him scream, yeah.
Hey, I can hear you guys.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Because you're in
Star Wars
space.
Yeah, I had just set up this microphone, and I put the microphone setting to it, but it also changed the audio to come out of the microphone instead of my headphones.
Well,
I'll
thanks for explaining that, Ty.
DJ's just living his own Blair Witch project over here.
My God, my phone is falling off my laptop and wreaking havoc.
I was wondering why that happened.
Yeah, I got my phone literally sitting on top of my laptop. That's the camera I'm using. That's the camera I always use. Because I am poor. Or broke.
Good to know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, DJ.
You say that with your fancy art hotel room.
Hey, this is paid for by the company. I'm on a work trip. I'm taking time out of my work trip to be with you, Austin. So show a little respect.
I'm sorry. I take it back.
Hey, for folks that haven't met him before, this is Tyler Overall. He is a friend of mine and has been watching the channel for a good long time. And Ty has done some art for us, and he's going to try to do some art for this project. We're talking about, like I said earlier, a teaser poster that we're going to include in the signed script for everybody that gets to the $75 perk, and we've already got 3 or 4 guys at that level, which is exciting. But no pressure, Tyler. I'm not promising that for people because you haven't drawn it yet, but that is the plan. So
okay, that's good to hear.
Hopefully that'll work out. No, don't worry about it. I'm promising the script, but if that works out, they will get that as well, and we will possibly be selling posters and T-shirts down the road. And like I said, we're not trying to make any money with this project at all. This is going to be a kind of passion project, and if we sell any merch for it at all, it'll be at cost just so that people can get some merchandise for this thing. We're not going to try to make any money with that. And we're not going to be selling the movie. We're going to put it up for free for everybody to look at, and it'll be very much like a fan film in that way. But we have drummed up quite a bit in the way of donations already tonight, Ty.
Yeah, I was on my break at work. I was checking this a little bit, and I saw you got some really, really high donations earlier.
Yeah, these guys have been amazing, and I'm just pumped. Like I'm really happy with the script. I'm very excited to make this, but I have been kind of intimidated by just how ambitious the whole thing is, and I don't know if I can pull it off. And I feel like a tad more like maybe I can pull it off because we'll have a budget.
I think
that's
you'll be
exciting.
Able to do it.
I'm sorry, Ty. What was it?
I said I think you'll be able to do it. It seems achievable.
Oh, thanks, man. And he's actually read the script, so he has ground to stand on. But
well, the best thing about Ty is that he's overall a positive guy. I'm sure he's never heard anything like that before.
Yeah, real classy. Thanks.
Ty, you might be the only
you're-
person I know that comes across more sarcastic than Austin.
Yeah, I'm really sarcastic. I think I might be the most sarcastic person in the Discord.
In the solar system?
In the solar system, yeah. That too. I think that automatically puts me there.
So Ty, I don't remember the last time we were on a stream together.
I think it was the DC or superhero TV show 24-hour thing. I don't know if it was only DC, but I watched Superman with you and
Yeah, it was DC.
yeah.
I just
Static
couldn't remember
Shock.
if you came on
wow.
anything after that. Maybe that was the last time I saw you, because we've done the Smallville
that
stream
was.
since then. That was probably close to a year ago now.
yeah, and I've gotten I was really busy in the interim.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So
No, I totally understand.
yeah, but I've been looking forward to coming back. I was looking forward to coming on today, all day.
Oh, that's awesome. I don't know, man. Everybody's been so cool and cares about this stuff, and it just makes me almost tear up. It does.
That's awesome.
I'm
Yeah.
like,
Did I miss an explanation of the fingerless gloves? Because I would love to hear that.
I'm glad you said that because I was just thinking about making a fingerless glove joke, and I was like, how can I weave this in?
what's weird about it is I'm used to occasionally clapping when I find something really funny, and it doesn't make a
No,
as
it,
much of a
it
sound.
completely
now.
muffles it. Oh man, it's the
Do,
worst.
do you like them?
I love them.
Like, is it a good
You
look?
kidding me?
People-
I mean, that's the reason I'm here.
People
some
in the
of the
comments keep
best
saying it's a great
moments-
look. You should stay with it, and I'm like, I really just wear them so that I don't sneeze.
What? Are they cotton?
I mean, I
gloves, or
think
are
that's why
like
they
the-
were invented. I think that's why fingerless gloves were invented, was to prevent sneezing. The
I
end of the-
don't know what these are made out of. I don't know if I don't think it's cotton.
It kind of gives you sort of like a hobo appeal, you know?
Well,
That's
thanks,
what the ladies
thanks.
are into
I'm gonna
these
take that as a
Yeah.
compliment. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
I actually love, like, not even joking. I love the like, I don't even know what you call it. The long sleeves with like the thumb hole that kind of like that go over your. You guys
Oh,
know what I'm
yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, those are
I
cool.
know
did
what
those
you're
all the
talking
time in middle school.
Andrew Garfield wears them in the 2012 Spider-Man movie. It's just like a long sleeve shirt with like a thumb hole that, like, I don't know. I like that look. So it's
They
kind
were
of
like
similar to
really
that.
big in my school in like 2009-ish.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes me look like an emo kid that goes to high school with Peter Parker from Ultimate. But
The best moments like so far tonight has been every time you point at the camera in your fingerless gloves.
you know what's gonna happen
Yeah.
is everybody's gonna get used to them, and then they're never gonna bring it up again. And then when I don't wear them, when it gets too warm for them, people are gonna be like, "Hey, oh, Cap has normal hands." I forgot
Cap
he
has
wore
full hands.
rings. Like I have rings
Well,
on
you-
underneath these.
Over the
Like
back
when-
of that couch, it almost looks like you have just floating fingers.
Yeah, it's like a shadow puppet vibe. Like, I can't see the rest of his hand. He's just got like floating fingers.
That's hilarious.
It's like the movie. Has anyone seen the movie House, where like she's
Yeah,
playing
yeah,
the
you
piano
showed
and
that to me. Yeah.
the piano eats her hands, and then her fingers just keep playing the piano without any hands attached to them? It's amazing.
Okay, so
That's what Cap-
I have to
I love
explain
House.
this again real quick. Thomas Lowe says, "How do the gloves prevent you from sneezing?" Okay, so I have this weird condition where, especially when the temperature changes, it's almost like allergies, but it's not actually allergies. If certain parts of my body
temperature-based allergies.
yeah, well, if certain, I'm just saying that the reaction is such that people think I have allergies when it happens. I will go into intense sneezing fits over one random part of my body getting cold. And when we get into the winter, I have to cover up a lot more. And this year's been particularly difficult, and I can tell when it happens. So like my hands. It's been my hands more this year. Will get like a little cold, and then I sneeze like 15 times in a row. And ever since I started wearing the fingerless gloves, I haven't had that as much, and so that's why I'm wearing them. But
You're like
it's,
a reverse Mr. Freeze.
yeah, it's ridiculous, and I didn't used to talk about it, but now I think it's funny, so I tell people. But it's I can't remember what it's called. Sarah and I looked this up at some point. Apparently, it's a real thing. It's like I've never had it diagnosed, but I think I have a thing. Anyway. Okay, now I wish I hadn't said anything.
No, this is a weird thing, anonymous, and I'm glad you came forward with that and shared it with us. I really appreciate it. I think we all learned something from it.
Where is my eject button? Ty, AMC was asking if the last time you were on was when you were drawing my Power Rangers suit. I think that was before that 24-hour stream.
Yeah.
But yeah, we should finish that at some point. We never figured out what the staff was going to look like.
Yeah. Actually, I think I might have. I'll have to look. I think I might have finished that.
You just never showed it to me?
I can't remember. I've been so busy. And then I skimped out on Spawnville and everything.
No.
Oh yeah, he was trashing you pretty hard about
I was
that
not
earlier.
trashing him. No. I totally understand that, dude. Well, I mean, it's a bunch of sequential art for a project
That's
we can't
ambitious,
sell
man.
and that I can't pay him for. Like, if he's got better things to do, I totally understand that.
It's harder than it seems like it would be to make something like that. And the main thing that was that I was struggling with was just like formatting stuff.
Yeah.
Like figuring out what size a page should be and like the dimensions to make the resolution look proper once it's printed is just very confusing stuff that I don't understand.
Yeah, well, that's maybe not the project to start with that. I mean, you might want to do something a little bit simpler.
That's why when I sent you that poster that I made for you, I drew it in like full poster size. So like that file is like 4 feet tall.
Oh my god.
That's
I was like, I don't
Cap's
want
seventh child.
We need Ty, and I'm sorry, I've been busy too, man. We've got another kid coming and all that. I need to get together with you at some point and figure out where we can put that and start making that available for people too.
That'll be really cool.
Because people don't even know what we're talking about. Ty did a Spawn Your Anniversary poster for me, and we just haven't gotten it out there yet. But we need to do that. Because the anniversary is going to be over soon.
Yeah, I'm proud of that poster. I think it turned out pretty good.
No, it really did.
I don't know if either of you have seen it.
I thought I sent it to Austin maybe early on, but
I don't think so. I don't remember that. I remember you telling me about it, but I don't think I've seen it.
Okay.
Ty, I'm sorry we haven't gotten to that.
No, it's okay. I know you're really busy with all these millions of projects you have going on too.
Yeah, but it's no excuse because you were super cool and made that.
I appreciate that. I heard earlier when I was listening to the stream that you got the Star Spangled Tales cover that I did.
Yes.
Which I very much appreciate. That's very nice.
No, of course. I could not get that one. I sacrificed not getting the poster so that I could get your cover.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
Is Ty grayscale for everyone else?
Yes,
as well?
yes, he
'Cause
is.
I'm starting to question everything.
DJ.
No, he's
Yeah,
like,
it's like-
partially grayscale. It seems like maybe a weird thing his camera's doing.
There's not that much. There's not that much air in here.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he was grace. Oh, this is my first time seeing him in person, so I didn't know if that was just what he
How
looks
I
like.
look?
So I didn't want to say anything.
That's just Ty's face. He's just in black and white, that guy.
Oh yeah, but especially because the space is in color behind him, so it was really
I
tripping me
know,
out.
it's weird. And you've been drinking.
Well, I actually I did this just a minute ago because I don't like the way this webcam and the lighting makes me look. It makes me look really pallid and weird. So I just desaturated myself entirely. I think it's a good look.
Just steered right into the skid. Just took
Yeah.
out all color.
All you need now
Yeah,
is fingerless gloves, but they should be like bright red or something.
Well, see, I have.
Get like the Sin City thing.
Yeah, that would be sick. Yeah, I have this glove. Wait, whoa!
Oh no!
No, you don't.
Yeah. Woo.
What? Let's see. It's my. Ow.
Wait, you have a glove that's like half your hand?
Yeah, it's
Is
like
it
a
a
drawing
green
glove.
screen glove?
No, my other hand is there, but my camera, it's like not detecting the rest of my hand.
That's tripping me out.
Yeah, maybe the whole stream could be this. I could just be doing weird stuff with this camera filter.
This is quality content we're creating.
Yeah,
here.
we wouldn't make as much money, but it would be fun.
Yeah, I think so too.
Austin, I know we've got super chats we haven't read yet.
Oh God. Okay, I gotta find what the last one was.
We had better hit those.
Okay, I found it.
Folks, we're going to broadcast at least another 20 minutes. So if you still would like to get a donation in and get the perks, now is a good time. But we will also do at least one more of these after Christmas. So if you're interested in helping us with the project, but you can't right now, or you're waffling trying to decide how much you want to put in, this will not be your last chance. Just wanted to let everybody know about that. Okay, go ahead, Austin.
Brightburn gives $5. He says, I wrote this on PayPal earlier. Wanted you to reminisce about the top 10 episodes of Spider-Man on stream. I recall that it was a bit tiring for you.
Oh, that old rewind.
Mm-hmm.
How much do I even remember about that?
I remember that was the first time I think I've ever interacted with you. It was on Twitter, and I was like, I hope you put in some of the weird moments from that show, and you were like, yep.
Oh, is that right?
I was
Yeah.
like, I'll probably never interact with this guy again.
Interesting. No, I did
Keep
that
it
in
to
two
one word.
parts, and it was like the Batman 66 one where I just found myself having too much to say and too much analysis about every episode, and I was feeling a little bit embarrassed about just how much I was writing, like, with like a little 90s Fox cartoon show. I was like, how am I writing this much? It was kind of crazy, but I don't remember a ton about that. But I haven't gone back and looked at that in a long time. I know I wrote a lot. It was a weird one to do. I do remember this. It was a weird one to do because that show's too serialized, and I think that's why I kind of stopped doing them like that. At least for those kind of shows, where I was like, this is a weird exercise because too many of these, it's too serialized overall, and then too many of those episodes are in multi-parts in the middle of all of that, and then you'll get episodes that have just a ridiculous number of flashbacks. But I also remember doing a lot more research for that one than I typically did. Where like I listened to a couple of lengthy podcasts with Semper.
The only thing I remember from that video is that at the end, you play the compilation of weird moments from that show, and you have I think you put in my favorite Carnage clip where he's sucking out Spider-Man's soul, and then the cop walks in, and he's like, "If anyone deserves this more than him, it's you."
I totally forgot. I totally forgot I did that montage. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great moment. I love Carnage in that show.
Oh, he's so good.
There's this weird bit of animation where he's like, you know how he like sucks the life force out of people with his fingers or whatever?
Yeah.
He
That's
like
what everybody does. That's what Morbius does.
Yeah.
Plasma.
He has like tendrils to this person and is like sucking out their energy, and then he goes like this and takes them back, and then briefly just like touches them again. And that bit really cracks me up. It feels like an animation error. But
Well, there's Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Finish.
They put in the sound effect again, so it's like for just like half a second.
There's an animation error earlier on in that episode like that where he breaks out of his cell and he punches it, and for one frame he's Venom, and it's really weird. Yeah, go back to that episode. There's like one frame where he turns into Venom, and it's really weird because that's not the shot they do when Venom breaks out of the cell.
Strange.
How does that even
It's
happen?
not like they reused footage. Like, I don't get it.
And his origin in that show is so bizarre. Like, I don't know how they came to tying it to Dormammu and all of that. It's really weird.
The best thing is that Doctor Strange is in an episode like a season or two earlier, and they fight Dormammu, and then they're like, okay, we're gonna bring Dormammu back. He's gonna create carnage. We should bring in another hero to help Spider-Man.
How about Iron Man?
Yeah, and War Machine.
Yeah, War Machine,
Yeah.
who sucks. Like Venom pushes him and he's just dead.
Yeah, and
Dormammu rocks. I'm glad he was in there just so that Carnage could say his name and say, "This Dormammu guy."
He says it like Beavis.
Yeah.
well, and their choices for the heroes and villains really that come into Secret Wars was also really weird and random.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
Like how about
we're gonna Secret Wars,
how about
Iron Man
Storm?
gets hit by a rock and gets taken out. No love for them.
Really,
Yeah,
he's
why
like,
would he bring Storm and not like Beast, who he had like an actual relationship with from that
yeah,
episode earlier?
he's like, I remember when I was dealing with the X-Men, there was this woman that could control the weather. What was her name? It was Storm. Like, let's bring her in.
Bizarre show. Going back to it, I used to think it was
Yeah.
like so well made and like.
So did I.
And
Yeah,
I
it was,
thought the
like,
pacing
iconic.
of it made sense.
We were kids.
But it is
Yeah,
like
the
the most.
pacing is insane when you're an adult. Like it's so fast paced. It's weird.
It's the most absurdly paced thing ever, and the last like the Spider-Verse thing at the end just like blows by, and then the show is over, and it's so strange.
Yeah, his new Green Lantern movies like that too. Like it opens up and it's like, here's Hal Jordan. He's a Green Lantern. All the Green Lanterns are dead. They got killed by Parasite. And here's John Stewart.
You mean
Oh,
you mean Parallax, right?
A Parallax, yes, I know. Parasite.
Because
Parallax.
I mean that sounds like something John Semper would do.
Mhm.
This
Yeah, and that's got,
Parasite
like, one of
killed
the-
all the Green Lanterns.
That one ends with one of the funniest animation errors where like somebody gets shot through the heart with a green arrow and they look down and they're like, oh, like it's like, you know, coming in like this. And then the camera pans and Green Arrow's behind them. Yeah, and it's like, what? Like, how does that happen?
I'm just
He
glad
used
that
the
he.
boomerang arrow.
I'm just glad John
Yeah.
Semper never changed.
Yeah, beautiful, heartwarming story.
Because I
Yeah, give him a
figured
season 6 of Spider-Man.
his making that would just mean he wrote the script and like oversaw the animation. Like it sounds like he storyboarded it.
Yeah, no, it's got a lot of his like weirdness and like error stuff, and nobody liked it because they didn't grow up with it, I guess.
That's exciting. I gotta finally watch them. We keep talking about this, but we're like 14 behind on those
Mhm.
movies.
Yeah, I think it technically beats out the Ryan Reynolds thing for rushing Parallax, in that he's like in the first 10 seconds.
I
Wait.
want to watch that now.
It's so weird that the live action Green Lantern movie, it was supposed to jumpstart a shared universe, and then it does Parallax first. Like, where do you go from there?
Death of Superman would have been their second movie, and then Nightfall.
Yeah, exactly. It's just all 90s stuff.
Well, they ended up actually doing Death of Superman for their second movie when they finally did
Exactly.
That's true. And yeah, they can't do Nightfall. They just did that 3 years earlier. Or
Well,
no,
it's like how
they do that the very next. What am I talking? 2012. They do it the very next year. It's just not in that universe. Because Green Lantern is 11 and Rises is 12.
Oh yeah, no, exactly. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that right. It's like, no, that is what they did. They did Nightfall, and then they did Death of Superman.
And Parallax.
Let's do this as a triple feature on the channel.
Let's nod and say we didn't.
You've still never
That's
seen
a
Green
lot.
Lantern.
I've never seen Green Lantern.
I haven't
Oh,
seen it either.
I'll send you my copy, Austin. I don't need it. I'm not going to use it ever again.
Well, don't you have like the cool green Blu-ray?
No, I just have the slipcover version, which is a really cool slipcover, but
The
I don't know
Green Ray.
why I don't need it anymore.
Oh, I don't have that cool. I'm so jealous that I don't
You can
have
have it.
that I don't have a cool version of Green Lantern.
It's just a standard version.
Well, you said it has slipcase. Mine doesn't have slipcase.
Oh.
I'm not
Oh,
jealous at all. It was a joke. don't care. It's that movie.
Oh.
That was a joke I was
Now
making.
I'm uncomfortable.
Don't get drunk. You don't even understand humor anymore.
Hey, he already said we're killing his buzz, Cap.
Dang.
DJ's cool Green Lantern copy, though, might show up in Deadpool 3. It remains to be seen.
Yeah.
Guys, we got about 10 minutes left in the show, and I know we still haven't knocked out all these
Yeah,
super
we
chats.
definitely have a ton of super chats still.
Okay, apologies for how late that's been.
You had one job, Austin.
See, I'm just not a good moderator.
Yeah, but we didn't have DJ, and then when he did show up, he was wasted. So I needed somebody else to do it. Go on.
I can read. I'm not like you guys are acting like I can't even speak. I had a few drinks.
DJ, how many fingers am I holding up?
Are they fingerless gloves? Because I only count those from now on.
No, so there was none.
Connor, you should come
Okay.
on and Connor should come on and guest with us when we do Green Lantern on the Rewind Commentary Project.
Oh yeah, doesn't he's got like a thing with that movie?
Well,
I
he's in the
think.
comments right now, and he's like, "That everything you've heard about Green Lantern Austin is true. That movie's
Yeah,
terrible."
I remember talking to him about it, and he like convinced me to watch it, and then I didn't. But I was like, oh, I should watch this.
No, he needs to come on the
Why
show
is
with us.
Connor in the comments? He's supposed to be sleeping. That's the reason why he left.
I'm gonna make him. Yeah, I don't know why he's in the comments.
You have
Well,
an
he's half
addiction.
asleep.
Connor.
That's why he wrote bruv.
He's turned British.
He's turned Australian.
He's turned Aussie.
Okay,
Was it, does someone hate Australians here? I think I saw something.
that
about
was a whole
earlier.
thing earlier.
Yeah, it was Connor.
It was
Yeah.
Connor.
He's gone. Yeah.
He's gone now.
Nice.
Oh yeah, okay. No, we already did that Dan Schneider one about Eric. Brightburn gives another $5 super chat. He says Vimeo will let you post it for free. Superhero Rewind the movie. I've seen some people use that website for copyrighted materials. Cap.
Well, we'll go to something like that if we just get shut down for some reason on YouTube, but that shouldn't happen. We may not be able to monetize it, but I'm not concerned about monetizing this project anyway. So,
Yep.
we're just making it for you folks.
Checkers the Inventor gives $2. He says I usually don't like Connor, but I will say in the, and then it's cut off.
That's a deep cut.
That is a
It is
deep
a deep
cut.
cut, yeah.
That's about
That-
as
isn't that-
self-indulgent as my movie.
That's the same show that oh, what was it? It was White Castle, I think, was the same show as that.
Which was Multiverse of Madness.
Yes.
And
And
I've
I-
now
someone
been to
did-
White Castle, and it was not worth the wait. Nope.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There was nothing special about that. And I
Fast
went.
food restaurants are like Spider-Man 90s shows. You had to grow up with them, or else they're just disappointing.
That's
Yeah, I can
exactly right.
imagine,
Yeah, White Castle is just his Green Lantern movie.
What else do you see, Austin?
James Egan gives A$7.99. I don't know what that means.
It's Australian.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So that should be about $5. So he should change his name to Here's $7.99.
May it? Why don't studios hire more comic writers to write their stuff? Also, and would you do Robin in the Batman too?
I honestly don't need Robin in that movie. I'm okay with them maybe eventually getting there, but I think I'd like one more before they went to that. And also, I'm also okay with that franchise never getting to Robin, because we're gonna have an alternate franchise with the new DC continuity, and they're gonna lead with it. So
That's what I have now. I was hoping we would do Robin down the line. Now I don't really care either way.
That the Batman movie that's going to be in the new DC universe, that's directed by the person that made The Flash, right?
yeah. Apparently, I still think
I
there's
don't
a
know.
good chance that could change, but
Yeah, I don't know if that'll turn out so good.
No,
What gave you that idea?
I don't know. I went to go see that movie because I had a free ticket to the movies, and I was like, well, if I'm gonna use it on anything, I'll use it on this, and it was like the most underwhelming experience I've ever had because it just was exactly what I thought it was going to be, and what I thought it was going to be wasn't very good.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean,
that's about right.
my
yeah.
expectations were
box.
already kind of low, but it was more irritating than I expected. Like, I was more embarrassed for it than I thought I would be in certain scenes.
Yeah, it was hard to get through.
What was the other question in that?
Why don't any of these comic book things hire comic book writers?
Comic book movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously it'd be nice if we did that more often, but I think it's generally because the main concern is not, sticking close to source material and telling great stories. I think studios will typically go to people that either have, a proven track record or that they think they can, kind of controlling it to do what they want them to, is the sense I get.
What is funny now that we have a Hawkeye TV show based on Matt Fraction's run, where he was just a consultant, and a Godzilla show head written by Matt Fraction.
Yeah, that's weird.
Could have hired him.
And you get, that doesn't make sense. I mean, you get obviously you get crossover where there's guys that have, long pedigree in the TV or movie writing or both, business that have also been in comics. But I think there's maybe even the stigma still in Hollywood that there's like, this divide where like comic writers are not screenwriters and they don't know how to do that. They don't know how to write for that medium.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very different medium though, just structurally, like
absolutely
writing serialized storylines and writing a self-contained feature must be a completely different skill set, I'd imagine.
Well, that's why I was nervous when a lot of people weren't when Whedon got Avengers. Where I was like, that's not a movie guy, that's a TV guy. He's made one film. He's written a couple of movies, but he's made one film. And I like the first Avengers movie a lot, and I like Ultron a lot more than Austin does. But a lot of the things I was concerned about came true. Certainly, I mean, he did struggle with juggling that big of a cast and in kind of shoehorning too much material into 2 hours.
Particularly, and the movie did end up looking like a TV show, so.
That's true. I was also worried about that.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Basically, sorry, go ahead, DJ.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, basically, we need to figure out that there's more than just comic book writers and Rick and Morty writers. There's something in the middle that we should be looking for. But
Daniver says writing a comic book and a screenplay is a different thing in a lot of regards. Studios will go to screenwriters first and foremost. And I think the sweet spot is guys that have experience in both, and there's not a super small number with that. I mean, there's a number of guys that have done both things, and at the very least, maybe at least look more at and again, like serialized is different, obviously, like Ty was saying, than a standalone feature, but like at least you're still on screen. Like, go to guys that have a good track record on television animation for stuff based on those things. Like, why on earth has Paul Dini never written a movie, or at least that I know of, and certainly not like a superhero movie? I don't really understand that. He's good in both formats. He's good long form and short form.
Mask of the Phantasm?
That guy can get... Yeah, that's true. But he hasn't written anything live action, I don't think.
Probably not.
Gunn can get him to do a Zatanna movie. Which will be the most self-indulgent superhero movie of all time.
That's true. But I mean, that guy can get a lot done in a 22-page comic book or a 22-minute episode.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah,
So,
and he can do games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, he's great. He's great long form and short form. So you want that kind of a writer.
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's a good point. I feel like if anyone should get a job writing a movie, it should be him, probably.
Yeah, somebody like that.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, JMS is great, long form and short form.
Mm-hmm.
More long form, but he's written good shorter stuff too.
Yeah, I think he's stopped and he's just come back to comics too.
I had heard that. I don't know. I don't know what he's working on.
I think he's doing Captain America, if I remember right.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I would check that out. Okay, we're right at $5. $5 hours, and
Wow.
I'm exhausted.
We lost it all. Folks.
Captain's gambling problem has come up, and we've
I
already
just
lost it.
gambled all your money away, folks, at the roulette table.
Ah, dang.
Those fingerless gloves were much more expensive than they look.
Apologies. So, for
You
obvious
like my
reasons,
fingerless gloves? You bought them.
last call for donations and super chats right now. Wow, I really am out of it. I sound like DJ should, and I'll give DJ a lot of credit. He's apparently been drinking, but he's more articulate than I am right now.
Yeah. So I had 2 Dr. Joneses, which were whiskey drinks at the barcade, and then I had a tequila mezcal drink, which was called a bangarang, because they're barcades they're all like related to geeky stuff.
Yeah.
And then I had 2 Scotch drinks at another ar, and I had a shot of Yellowstone whiskey because I wanted to make my friend drink that, and he did not like it. He almost threw it up, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it immensely because I love Yellowstone, and I highly recommend it if you're looking for a good whiskey. But I think Old Forester is my favorite whiskey, so check that out.
Plus,
But yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I've never had that. I'll try that. Plus, UDX, it is midnight in my area. And
That is correct.
And we're right at $5.
And I'm in your time zone for the first time.
You've just never been in my time zone before?
Well, I mean, on a stream, I'm usually in Eastern time zone, especially on Thursday nights, where you can find me every week on this show.
That's right, and he's here tonight, even.
I know, I couldn't stay away.
Well,
even in another
not
state.
this show, but this channel, because we didn't, this isn't a Captain Logan show, but we've been doing a lot of Captain Logan showy things. God, I gotta go to bed. Okay, awesome. Would you take us? I feel like I've been drinking and I haven't had anything.
Josh Gulisano gives $5.
Oh, thanks, Josh.
He says, "What is the best thing that happened to you guys last week?"
I don't know if I can remember last week. Ty, what's the best thing that happened to you last week?
Well, last week it got really cold for a couple of days, and I was really mad about that. But then the next day and, all the days after that were decent temperature, so I feel less like the winter is going to be unbearable.
Oh, well, maybe you'll get some color back into you after a little bit once it warms up.
Man, I hope something really exciting happens to Ty, but I'm afraid he'll have a heart attack or something.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll
Where
see.
Where do you live, Ty? Oh my
New
god!
Mexico.
Oh my god.
He's turned into an Oompa Loompa.
He's a giant purple people eater.
You've turned violent, Violet!
You guys are right.
That's horrifying.
You are so saturated.
You have to turn that off. I can't deal with it. I'm gonna have to look somewhere else. You look like you had some of that whiskey that DJ tried to get that guy to drink.
DJ, you
Yeah.
said that like it was like a pickup line at the bars. You are so saturated.
Ooh. Well, I am films by color, so nothing turns me on more than a nice hue.
You know,
Yeah.
A nice hue.
Yeah, saturation's a groovy mutation.
Austin, do you remember anything that happened to you last week? I can't remember last week. I have no idea what I did last week. I guess last week was Halloween.
Oh yeah.
I had a good Halloween. I'll give it that. I got to take my girls out trick or treating the first time.
Yeah, that was fun. I had fun with my kids too.
It was very cold, so we weren't able to stay out for very long. But
At 7 o'clock, I realized I forgot to turn the lights on, and then the light like outside wouldn't work. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm not gonna get any trick or treaters. That was my Halloween.
I work.
Wait, you don't have no control of your lights after a certain time?
No, like it just wouldn't work. No, like I forgot to turn it on, and then I was like, oh crap, it's 7. I should turn it on. It's Halloween. And then I went, and then the light wouldn't work. It died.
See, that's the problem with modern technology, man. It controls you. You don't control it.
Exactly, yeah. And then I went to see Halloween in the theater, which was cool.
I went and saw Dawn of the Dead.
That's neat.
I watched The Hidden Fortress for the first time.
Hey, nice.
Did we all go to the movie theater? Because I took Mikey to see Nightmare Before Christmas in the theater.
I went to the theater.
Well, that might not sound that significant, but I don't go to the theater that often anymore. So it was just crazy to me that we all went to the theater.
Did you see the movie in the theater, DJ, or did you just watch it at home?
It's streaming on Criterion.
That's what I was asking.
Okay.
Because you said that in the middle of the theater. I was like, oh, did we all go to the theater? And then you just laughed at me, and you didn't even answer the question.
No, people are just saying things they watch, so I wanted to be part of the cool kids.
That would have been amazing to see that movie in the theater.
Oh, it's beautiful. I wish I had watched it on a bigger screen because the cinematography is awesome.
Yeah, all his movies are beautiful, I think.
That was my first Kurosawa.
Oh, really? You haven't seen any other ones yet?
Mm-mm.
Nice.
Yeah, I've only seen the one.
I look forward to hearing your thoughts on other ones as you watch more of his movies.
I will make a note to,
Okay, good.
to talk to you about it.
Wonderful.
Although I don't think we're connected. Like I don't have your phone number.
Yeah, well, we talked on Facebook Messenger one time, I think.
That's true. I can talk to. I never think to reach out to people on Facebook because I never use that. But yeah, I can do that.
It's the only way you and I talk.
That is true, but that is weird.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Well, I don't know if I have
your. Same with me.
I don't know if I have your phone number either. Well, but I knew that you didn't use it, Austin, but I got you to start using it, so I didn't have to contact you through
Cap's
Discord.
Like a Facebook evangelist. He gets everyone to use Facebook Messenger
and Skype.
It's just convenient for me.
Technology
you guys need to get off my bag.
The other day, you told me to only message him through MySpace. I was like, Cap, I can't download it on my phone.
Okay, can we get through these super chats? Because I'm going to fall asleep right here.
Yes. Okay. Kando Tor gives $5, and he says Cap can't smell. That was based on that costume thing.
No, I think the problem was that I could.
Yeah.
What did it smell like?
It was potent. What I said it kind of smelled like something. What was it? I can't remember. Oh, it was kind of like a really intense like marker smell. Like if you if you huffed markers, that's what it was like.
How do you know what it's like, Cap?
Well, when everybody with their kid pulls off the cap and smells the marker, it was it was like that.
Yeah, everybody does that.
I'm gonna do that right after this. I think.
Dan Schneider sends $50.
Wow,
he
thanks,
says,
man.
He says, "Have you?" I don't know if you want to thank him yet.
Well, we've already got to put his name in the movie now, like in a scene.
I'm sorry, who?
Dan Schneider, the Nickelodeon producer.
The child abuser?
He just pretends like he is, and he makes everybody uncomfortable on purpose.
He says, "Have you or Jason ever seen any of my work? Would you ever review iCarly on Geekvolution?
No.
I would like you to evaluate my writing. I think you'll find it quite cerebral. It's not as sophisticated as Big Fat Liars commentary on Hollywood, though."
That's true. That's a classic.
I like to thank you for the super chat and helping us out with the movie. That is my response to that question.
Next week on the pilot show.
No, we're not doing that on the pilot show.
A double feature with Drake and Josh and iCarly.
And the thumbnail will be iCarly like putting ketchup on her feet when it says commentary above it.
How upsetting.
How upsetting is a good pull quote for anything, really.
Yeah, that'll be my pull quote for the Geekvolution movie, I think.
Ty, I'm gonna just have you do reviews like that I don't want to have to do.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do it.
So you get to do the iCarly review, and what we'll do is we'll set it up as a live stream like we always do, but I won't tell anybody that I'm not gonna be there. And then just Ty shows up and he does it, and he never acknowledges the fact that he's not me, and then the review's over.
Wait, is he being Ty or is he acting like you the whole time?
No, he's being Ty. He's pretending like the channel was always Ty's. And when
Yeah.
people bring me up, he's like, I don't know who you're talking about.
It'll be like that one video where Eric was talking about Sin City on his own, and you just weren't in it, and it was just him.
Yep.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Well, we thought we were gonna do more stuff like that at that point, but
Yeah, that was a classic, I think.
I was out
Good
of town.
one-off.
He wanted to shoot a video.
Brightburn gives $5.
Thanks again, man.
I don't know if I should read this in a voice or just okay. You'll always be my Barry. You'll always be my Hal. If you've seen that ad with Ryan Reynolds and Grant Gustin, God bless you.
That didn't even rhyme.
I know.
Was anybody else expecting that to rhyme?
Yeah, could you do it again in a voice, Austin? I think you need to do it in a voice.
Okay, but like, what is a Grant Gustin and a Ryan Reynolds impression?
I don't know what he's even talking about. Is there some ad with the two of them?
Apparently, there's an ad with the two of them, and it's like, "You'll always be my Barry."
Is it an ad for Mint Mobile? Because good grief, I can't stop getting stupid Ryan Reynolds Mint Mobile ads.
Yeah, I hate Ryan Reynolds.
He's so
Yeah, me too.
obnoxious.
Him and his stupid soccer team.
Yeah, I hope that guy gets put in a blender or something, you know?
Wow.
It's like the end of Fargo.
Yeah, microwave.
Oh yeah.
You betcha.
Guys, unless I accidentally repeated anybody here, and I don't think I did, we have a total of 26 contributors for this movie already.
That's amazing, man. You got such a good audience.
No, it's wild. And I mean, I knew some folks would be excited about this, and I thought we might be able to drum up a little bit of help for it, but I was not expecting this. And I don't take it for granted. We're going to make as good of a movie as we possibly can. And I'll try not to suck. I'm also jealous of DJ because you can hear his clapping.
Yeah. Totally unmuffled clapping over here.
Naked clapping.
That's the name. That was my nickname in high school. All right, I gotta go. I gotta run real quick. I'll be back.
Oh, he's coming back.
Bye.
Speaking of naked clapping, I gotta go. I'll be right back. Will Mc...
I don't want to know why. I don't want to know that. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Will McCousland gives $1.99.
Spell it.
Best of...
Oh, $1.99. Okay, unless he super chats again, we don't have to write his name down. But thank you for the super chat.
He says, "Best of luck, Cap. Looking forward to the movie."
Really appreciate it. And actually, now that I say that, it's more than 26 because I'm not writing down anybody that only leaves a $2 because they're not in the donation perks. But there's been at least 4 or 5 of those too. So we're over 30 contributors.
And then Chewbacca's lover gives $50. He said,
"Wow, geez,
said,
thanks again."
Yeah, that's 160 altogether, I think.
Yeah, 150.
No, 60.
Was there a $10 one in there?
Yeah, I read them together because they were.
Oh, you did. And
they were the same, but I did say that they were two.
Nope, I fixed it.
He said, "You said on another stream that the film will be rated R. Is that true? Also, how long will it take for the script to get here? How different will it be from the final version? And also, how will you incorporate fans' names into the movie?"
Okay, so
That's a lot of questions.
Well, let me answer the script thing first because I need to make a clarification. I'm not going to be sending the scripts out until the movie's out. For obvious reasons. Like I'm not going to put it out there so that people have it already. So apologies to anybody that thought they were going to get the script early. That was not. I didn't make that clear. I guess it didn't occur to me that I needed to. So apologies with that. I hope that's not a horrible disappointment. But like with anything with these things, these perks will all come out when the project is finished. Like with a Kickstarter. Austin, should I have made that clearer? I feel bad now.
I don't know.
Okay.
That was what I assumed. But...
Thank you for your support. I appreciate that. Anyway, okay. Austin's so supportive. So that's the answer to that.
Not the first adjective I'd use to describe Austin.
As far as no,
that happened to me. I went to a store the other day, and this guy came up to me, and he was like, "Do you need help with anything?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm looking for brakes for my car." And he was like, "That's great. Who's your internet provider?" And I just stared at him because I was like, "Oh, this guy's not gonna help me." So I was like, "I don't know." And he was like, "Really? Like you don't know?" I was like, "Yeah, I don't know, man." And he's like, "Oh, he's like, you don't handle the internet in your house?" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't know." And he walked away. He's very annoyed at me.
As far as the rated R thing, what I have said so far is that the script I've written, if we shoot it entirely straight as it is, would be basically in R. There's some language and stuff. I have been kicking around shooting it both ways and deciding, after we've got the footage, which way we're going to go with it. But I'm leaning toward letting it be R, because there's especially one line with an F-bomb that I think is so much funnier with the F-bomb, and it's just going to depend on how it actually comes across on camera, because we haven't shot it yet. But I'm leaning that way, but it could go either way. I'm not going to censor the thing. It's just going to be about what plays better as a piece. So that'll be
an X-rated cut.
But you get one F-bomb in a PG.
I was going to say that too.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah.
Which makes no sense. It's the dumbest rule ever. I don't understand why.
Well, and obviously the rating thing is arbitrary because it won't be going in front of the ratings board, so it'll be rated by me, and I probably won't rate it. I'll probably just say
you should rate it G.
It's got language.
I'll submit it to the MPA for you.
Oh, thanks, Ty.
We can get it rated.
I'm sure that'll work.
Yeah.
Alex
no,
Barron,
I'm sure
does Jason get to drop some F-bombs? No, Jason doesn't have any language.
No
he
language
gets
at all.
In there, but no F-bombs.
Well, he gets to say things, Ty.
Okay.
He gets dialogue, just not language.
Sorry, I get confused sometimes.
It's okay, I'm confused too.
You're in space. We'll give it to you.
Yeah.
I'm
feeling a little spaced out right now.
Austin, what else was in that hefty super chat? There were a couple other things we haven't.
R-rated, is that still true? You got that. The script we'll get here. How different will it be from the final version? And also, how will you incorporate the names into the movie?
How different will what be?
The script be from the final movie, I guess. Like with the script you have now.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna know that until we make it. I mean, like with anything, well, we'll tweak things as we go along. I tend to overwrite, and I had this a lot with Spawnier. Like with the the actual cinematic stuff toward the end, especially. There's always things that change on the day, and I always end up doing a lot of cutting, and I'm likely to do cutting even after we've shot. Just trimming around things that. If I have a speech that's over-explainy, and that kind of thing. And then, like, when we were doing Spawnier, Vince would do a lot as written, but very often would come up with lines that were funnier or more consistent with his voice than what I wrote. And so, like, that will that will change too. So like the story will more or less stay the same. I don't imagine any major at this point, as of yesterday. I don't imagine any major story points changing yet. But I mean, anything is or changing at this point. But anything is possible. There's like maybe one somewhat minor thing that I'm still kind of going back and forth on with the third act or the ending that could change. But more or less, I've got it pretty solid at this point. I will say, when I was working on the second draft this week, I ended up adding what will probably be the hardest thing to figure out how to shoot, special effects wise. Like there's a new thing that I had to put in that fixed a problem I was having in the narrative. That I was like, I don't know how we're gonna shoot this, but this is the way it has to be. It's just crazy. It came so late.
And then there was one other question in there, right?
Yeah, it was how will you incorporate the names into the movie?
I don't want to divulge that. I want you guys to get to see that happen, organically. But I will say it'll be it won't be blink and you'll miss it. Like you'll be able to see them real clearly.
I know how Chewbacca's lover will get in there. Brandon will walk in and be like, I was on a date, Cap, and you're going to be like, yeah, with who? Chewbacca's lover?
Yeah, Austin, you know the scene, right? You know where they're at.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, Mystique
I know the
is doing
scene also,
like
yeah.
a mission, and there's like a computer screen with a bunch of names on it.
Yeah, all the different logos.
It's like a second and a half. And you just cut to a whole bunch of folders that you cannot read.
Yeah. One of them's robbing a gas station.
Okay, let's move on. I've got to get to bed.
We got the last super chat from Robert Wild, $2. He says, does DJ dream of sober sheep? That's a tongue twister.
Yeah, how many times can you say that?
Times, Seth. You're the moderator. You got to do it, Austin.
Oh, okay, I have to? I don't even know if I can say it once.
You said it once, kind of medium speed.
Exactly. Does DJ dream of sober
Nope,
sheep?
failed.
No, I can't even
Failed.
get through one.
You're fired. I'm taking my job back next week.
Yeah, I can't even get through it once. See, I suck at this. You're way better at it.
I'm not going to attempt that right now in my state. Okay, so did we get through all of them, Austin?
Yeah, that was all of them.
Okay, so in all sincerity, thank you for doing that, and you did a great job, Austin. he gets a compliment and he just like loses his mind.
Yeah.
And everybody loses their mind.
Folks, we're gonna go ahead and call it a night now. I think
We're just gonna end on that.
we're at, well, we'll say bye to everybody, but we're 20 minutes past 5 hours, and I've got to get up early and I got to get to bed. I hope everybody had a good time. We got to talk about all kinds of random different things. This is a really fun stream. Ty, I'm glad you were able to make it.
Yeah, I had a really good time. Nice meeting DJ for the first time in face to face.
Yeah, we've talked before, but it's good to see your face. Good to see we brought some color to your cheeks.
Yeah.
Good.
I think he
Not
did
too
that.
much though.
I think he did that himself. I think he just kept changing it throughout.
I love that Austin and Cap are now drunker than I am just from the stream. The stream has made you guys.
Well,
more
we've
drunk
been
than
sitting
me.
here for 5 hours.
Oh yeah, I've been there. I think this beats our record, Cap. I think we held the record for like 4 hours for that ridiculous stream we did. I think you've topped it now with this one. This is nuts. Well, obviously the 24-hour streams, but
Yeah, I mean,
other than that.
I do longer streams than this, but when you're just sitting down having a conversation, as
Yeah.
opposed to watching a thing, the time doesn't go by as quickly, and you do tend
Yeah,
to
for
talk
sure.
more.
Yeah, you lose our voices after a while.
Yeah.
At least we have a lot of people here, though.
You lose the fingers on your gloves.
But Ty, come back soon, man. I'm sorry it's been so long since we've hung out.
Yeah, if you ever, want me on, just let me know, and I'll hopefully I'll be able to.
I will. Well, and I really like those couple of art streams we did.
Yeah, that was really fun.
It'd be fun to do that again.
I think I didn't save anything from the first one, very stupidly.
That sucks.
Well, I guess I'm just doodling on, and then I was just clearing the page out and drawing more. So
yeah, there's some really fun stuff in there. Well, I still have evidence of it on video, at least.
That's true. Yeah.
But I have so much to paint right now, so I've been wanting to do some more paint streams.
That rocks. Yeah, I'd love to do more art streams where, I take ridiculous suggestions from the audience or something.
No, I think people really enjoyed that. And now that more people have seen you here, they'll know who you are, and maybe we can get some more people to pop in for those.
That's true. And hopefully I'll be able to draw better than I did.
Nah, you were great. You drew me a Knuckles that was awesome.
Oh, really? That's the one I was thinking about where I was like, man, I remember drawing a Knuckles that was horrible.
No, it was really good. And you're like, I gotta give him his hat, because everybody gives him that hat.
Yeah, his Sonic the Hedgehog, the movie cowboy hat.
Yeah. I don't know why everybody wants him in that hat. Folks are asking how much money we've raised. So keep in mind, again, that with Super Chats, YouTube takes its cut. But all told before that, including PayPal, we raised $745.
Oh my gosh.
Damn. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's an amazing night. I really, really appreciate you guys. And like I said, if that's all we're able to raise, we will be in way, way, way better shape than we were before, and I'll be able to pay for some things. So I really appreciate you guys. We'll do one more of these streams again, like I said, sometime after Christmas or after the New Year. And if I think we need a bit more after that, we'll also do a real small Kickstarter. But I think there's a really good chance that we'll get very near or past my initial goal. At least to $3,000. I would feel very, very solid if we got that far. But like I said, at least I'll be able to pay for props and stuff here. So
you should just do a stream like this every week, and then you definitely have enough.
Yeah, I don't think that's how that works. I think it's gonna dry up quicker than that. I can't believe how many folks came in for this. Like I said, we had at least 30 contributors.
Yeah, it's amazing. I was surprised that Dan's Kickstarter blew up as quickly as it did. I don't even know how that sort of stuff works, but
yeah,
it's just great.
He had no trouble funding that.
We just need more naked blue character streams, and we'll be there in no time.
Yeah, that's a good point. We should have done some kind of ridiculous gimmick like that tonight.
You guys should do the naked clapping stream now.
That's going to have to be on a different platform.
Yeah, so too.
Geekvolution After Dark.
Exactly.
We'll finally start that Geekvolution OnlyFans that Brandon was talking about.
Well, once again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys so much. And I'm really stoked to get into this movie now. And I'm glad there's interest. I'm glad people are excited to see it. I wrote a thing. I think it turned out okay. I guess the pressure's really on because people are helping us out with this. So if it sucks, I'm gonna feel bad. But I think you guys are gonna like it.
If it sucks, I hope it sucks spectacularly.
Yeah, hopefully it's entertaining regardless.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm going to be trying out some stuff I've never done before. Because, as I said at the beginning of the stream, like, it is a superhero movie. So I have to do some action things, and we'll see how that works out. We're gonna get going now because I'm gonna fall asleep right here. But Ty, once again, appreciate you, buddy. DJ, thanks for coming in all the way from Texas.
Of course, man. Wouldn't miss it. I gotta support my boy.
And Austin, thank you for coming all the way from Canada.
Yeah. I don't have my cowboy hat. I would have done like a Texas yeehaw, but I put it away.
Dang. Missed opportunity.
If only I'd known.
I'm
Bye.
gonna get going. Good night, everybody. Appreciate you. We'll see you real soon, and I'll give you updates as we've got them. And real quick, let me also say, like I mentioned earlier, if you did donate tonight at least $5 or more, make sure to email me at the email address in the description, captainlogan1989@gmail.com, so that I know what email address to send you your stuff. And some of you guys will need to ask questions to, like, if you have a terrible superhero movie name that you want in the movie, people that donated at least $50 get either that or their username in a scene. So I'll have to ask you guys those questions. So make sure that I can contact you. I wish YouTube was set up better for that. But I would hate for you guys to put in those donations